Hello there. We thank God that you are watching. We appreciate all of you that are joining us on Tembei TV. It is that segment again of our broadcast where we are looking at different issues in the society that are touching to the fabric of our society and the appropriate response that we could to see what we are seeing. I want to appreciate all. Don't miss out in anything that is taking place today. Well, today we have an interesting show for you. We'll be looking at Sonkoleaks. Yeah? The former governor of Nairobi has his style of doing his things, and at times is very disturbing. So there is this leak on the particular judge in the corridors of justice. Where there is money, there is power, there is sex, there is betrayal. In the corridor of justice, is this fake or real? What is our society turning to? Is what we'll be looking at in our discussion tonight. And those that are joining us, you are most welcome. Let us remain objective and be able to make our contribution to see to it that we make this country a great country by ensuring that we uphold what is right, we condemn what is wrong, and stand for what will help this country become a better place. Thank you very much. I really want to salute all of you. The link is right in the comments. If you want to join us in the studio, just make sure that when you click on the link, give StreamYard the right to control your camera and control your audio. You will be able to get into the studio and will be able to talk. I appreciate Andrew Ofisi. Rimo, thank you so much for joining. You say Sonko is angry because his honey jar was closed. Evans Maragia, thank you so much. You say yes. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for joining. I can see we are joining very, very fast and furious. Let's keep going and ensure you invite somebody to join. Let us make sure that the whole world is tuned in tonight. We're going to have a great show where we dive deep into these leaks, claims, accusation, counter accusation. Who is telling the truth? Why? And in the past, things like this would happen, and people's confidence was safe with other people. What is becoming of our society that when you enter a truce with somebody, it gets broken right away. Nobody keeps secrets anymore. Nobody watches the other's back anymore. What is becoming of our world? Let us get into studio and keep talking. Thank you, Paul Matara. Thank you, Ferdinand Eikweme Kanix. Wow. Thank you, Domi the Don. Thank you, Anton Wambua. Thank you, Jack Mann. You're already in studio. We'll be talking to you shortly. Thank you, Daudi. Thank you, Daudi M. We appreciate you. There is Dixon Obare. Thank you. Kenya is a drama country and very shocked. And very shocked and shameful. All the the good, the bad, and the ugly happen here. God will help us. Chogo would Athis, thank you so much. Karibu kwa show. Alan Mombasa, thank you, thank you, thank you. Total madness. Well, let's get talking and be able to dive into this clearly. If you want to get into the studio, let me give you the link again. Just make sure that when you click on the link, ensure that StreamYard is controlling your camera and your audio of the device you are using. Then it will give you access to the studio without problems. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Well, we have Kimori Brian. Kimori Brian, vipi? Unmute and speak to us.
Tuned in from Ngong.
Aha, habari ya Ngong.
Ko poa.
Haya, letea mimi nyama fresh kutoka huko.
Sawa.
Haya, mambo haya unaonaje? Sonko anamwaga mtama kwenye kuku wengi. Kimori, unanipata?
Nakusikia.
Haya, ongea. Hii mambo unayonaje? Oh, pole. Waga vipi? Waga, audio yako haiko sawa. Waga, audio yako haiko sawa, hatukusikii. Inafanya kelele tu. Are you logged in with two devices? Okay, sorry about that. Waga, you need to work on your audio. It's just noisy. We can't hear one word you're saying. So fix it before you come back. Thank you, all of you that are joining. Fish Nyambane, thank you. The link is right up there. It's right up there. We have shared it just a few steps up. Follow it up and then click. You will be in. Kengo Omwangu, thank you so much for joining. Thank you. We appreciate Edwin Sikoti. Hey, this is you have interesting names. Give me the link. The link is right there. It's right there, but there's no harm in me sharing it again. But it's you can easily find it. Just a few comments before your comment. Sonkore, leaving no stone unturned. Boniface Kisoi, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Soid Dixon, you're following. Thank you so much. Karibuni. And make sure you keep sharing and keep inviting as many as possible so that we all link in. And if you're following from YouTube, make sure you subscribe. Don't fail to subscribe to Mtembei TV. Let us grow this family and ensure that it's strong, doing what it is meant to do, to see to it that we keep the conversation going and the right conversation for that matter, for the betterment of this great nation. Well, let me see those that are joining us right here. Okay. Mama Mvumilivu. Kelvin's Ochieng, your device seems to be not controllable. The same goes for Apostle E.M. Ngonke. Okay. Mala vipi?
Salama Bernard. Yes.
Hey.
Yes.
Mambo ni kama hayo, wazee amweki siri siku hizi. Kuna nini?
No, that is okay. That is in order.
What is in order, Mala?
Let this guy disclose. We want to know things, Bana. You know, they've been discussing meeting. You know, he used to meet with the president, and what they discussed with the president apart things. So he's here to disclose what he discussed with Raila Amolo Odinga and what he discussed with the president. So we need to know. We want this guy to tell us.
Sasa wewe Mala,
kuna vitu mingi anajua, kuna vitu mingi anajua.
Mimi nishaanza, nilikusomea tu mapema. Wewe ni mzee, unapaswa kutuelekeza kama vijana. Na alafu unatuongoza kwa njia ambayo ni questionable.
I just want to hit the nail on the head. Hakuna haja kupembelezana. Hapo.
Mala, tukikufuata kwako nyumbani, hauna siri wewe?
Ni.
Hakuna siri huko kwako?
Yeah, I'm very sure Sonko in the next 2-3 weeks is going to tell us what they used to discuss with the president, especially when they used to take those liquors, and what they discussed with Raila Amolo Odinga. We want to know those things.
Wewe maachana na president na Raila Amolo Odinga. Hao watu wako mbele.
But Sonko will bring them into Sonko is going to look them into this mess.
So ashafinywa kitu anafanya. Kwani unanga mtu who takes serious.
Usijali.
Sawa. So let the conversation continue. But let's look at this thing more critically, kwa sababu our society is becoming something else. Is this not what is contributing to young people killing their girlfriends, killing their spouses, or killing their family without a second thought? What happened to the traditional way of people being loyal and truthful even when they fall apart after a relationship? Apostle E.M. Ngonge, mchango wako tafadhali. Unmute alafu nongea. Apostle. Okay, Apostle I think has issues. This is David Ochieng. David Ochieng, your device is not well connected. Make sure StreamYard controls your audio and your video. That's the only way you'll be able to get into the studio. Honorable Aror, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you, sir.
All right, welcome to the show.
Niko ndani bro.
Haya, tell us, mambo inaenda vipi? Hivi mbona mambo hivi?
Sasa mimi
mwaka mtamu wengi.
Ile kitu inanishangaza. This what we call pactedness kuya hii Sonko. How can you expose something you actually this person belongs to Matale? That's what I can say actually. How can you expose the video? Hata watoto wa huyo mama watamuona vipi? Because this somebody's wife, huyu ni mama wa watoto. But this guy actually is not belonging to jail, he should be in Matare. That is total backwardness. Total backwardness. Anyway.
Then he's His Excellence. Remember.
Imagine, governor. It's a governor.
Yes.
Okay. Mtembei, let me tell you something. Sonko is a father of almost 4 or 5. Hao watoto wake wanamuona vipi yeye?
Hapi wewe uso yako.
Hata akiadi nitakwambia.
Nani ndo manager? The host.
Which.
Okay. Sorry, you are mute. You are mute, Honorable Arori. Kamilisha nini maoni yako tusonge mbele.
What I was saying Mtembe is Sonko ni papa ya watoto pia. Hata watoto wake ukaangalia hizo video zenye anaweka kwa mtandao. How does he feel himself? How does he feel?
It is said that in politics, no publicity is bad publicity. I think
No,
our bad politics is what is regenerating into destroying our society fabric.
No, those not to put the politics in this.
Okay.
Okay, that is my view.
So Sonko anahitaji msaada.
In fact, this belongs to Matare. Angalia kichwa kama iko sawa.
Yeah.
Only that. Yeah. That is my views, Mtembe.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Mama
Okay,
mvumilivu vipi? Okay.
Niko poa sana. Nanisikia?
Kabisa, hali namna gani?
Niko salama, habari ya masiku.
Salama, hiyo sauti tumeimiss.
Hii sauti iko tu.
Aya, karibu. Sonko hapa ana mwaga mtama penye kuku wengi. Hiyo ndio mambo vile yanaenda kama tufanye.
Unajua Sonko amefanya nifikirie vibaya sana. And as much as hata kama ndio nini, lakini mi huona Sonko ni kama kuna kitu alitumia kibaya. So wakinampeleka speed. Hayuko sawa. It's not really normal man. Yes, ni sawa. Hizo vitu zinafanyika kwa mtandao. Like ukiingia kwa mtandao utapata kuna mwanaume ameexpose mwanamke, kuna mwanamke ameexpose mwanaume. But ndo tufikishane pale, there must be a reason why. Alafu ukikaa chini ufikirie kama wewe ni mule mtu wa akili timamu. Hata kama nimekukosea ama either nimekuacha nikaingia kwa mahusiano mengine, haufai kufanya hivyo. Unaona? Alafu Sonko mimi naona ni kama kuna kitu alikula yani sasa unaona anakaa kuchanganyikiwa. He's somehow confused. Anaamka tu na lolote lile lenye ameona anaona ina either yes in kwa maoni yake anaweza ona kaa expose such a thing anafurahisha watu. No, hafurahishi watu. Tunamuona akiwa mjinga sana, hata mtoto wangu wa grade 1 amemshinda na akili. Na understand? But a whole governor, how can you expose such a video? Mimi unajua niliiona on last week. So on my opinion nilijua hii ni utani ya mtandao tu. Si kuitake serious, but kuna mahali niliiwatch. Understand? And sometimes I have to blame ladies. Mbona uingie kwa video calls na wanaume na mtu screenshot na haujui? Kama unataka kuniona kama ni hiyo, unataka kuona kama ni hiyo matiti, just call me, nikuja to meet in a private room, nitoe nguo then uione. Mbona ni expose kwa mtandao? Sometimes pia ladies tuna fail tukiingia kwa mapenzi. Yes, mapenzi ni kisunguzungu, but ni mapenzi haijanifikisha pale, na chenye Sonko amefanya acha nikae tu single. Hivyo kama hivyo ndo wanaume wanaweza anza kubehave. Let me stay single.
Mama mumbilivu. Thank you for your contribution. Lakini tusirini ni jukumu letu kurekebisha ambacho kimeenda mrama. This society must be protected from going astray. We cannot fold our hands and let bad people win or carry the day when we have good people that can ensure that we have a good society.
You know, Bernard, kenye kinatumaliza sisi wanawake ni I'm in a relationship with the Sonko. Mind zangu zinaniambia hapo nimeomokea pesa. So kila kenye anasema nimuonyeshe, lazima nimuonyeshe I'm after money. I'm not even after relationship. I'm just after hiyo pesa yake. Nikimuonyesha hii kama pesa katachangamuka. Hiyo ndo kitu inatuua. Hiyo ndo kitu inatumaliza we ladies. So mbona uchukue mwili yako uitumie hivyo? Me by the way, mtu tukifikishana hapa akiniambia ati ni video call unionyeshe sijui nini, I think I have to block you and delete your number.
All right, thank you very much. Tuende kwa Kosgei. Vipi Kosgei?
Salama mjungaji. Unajua sijai kundua, leo ndio nimekundua. Unajua kana na siasa kumbe tunakuanga wajungaji.
Yaani wachungaji wanakaaje? Wachungaji wanakaaje? Unamaanisha nini umekundua leo?
Namaanisha leo at least umetuleta kwa ile mesa ya kuwa tunapozungumza wakati fulani tujue tunazungumza nini. Maybe tunaweza kuwa tunazungumza na mabaya na tunazungumza na mjungaji. Anyway, wacha niende kwa topic. Hii jambo la Sonko ni mimi nakashifu sana, especially the ladies. In social media nowadays, like something like TikTok. Mimi naona ladies wengi ndio wapate zile likes na nini. Wameamua kucheza dance na uji zao. Ambapo ni Kenya ambao wakati walikuwa wanatuambia Kenya imefika mwisho ni hivi sasa. Na ladies wame give up, especially in terms of maybe kueleka kufanya nini. Wameamua kufanya zile private parts zao ama zile secret zao kuwa ni sera ama kuwa ni kutafuta pesa. Juu hawajerudi kuja kugundua kuwa umili zao ni ya maana sana, especially kwa maisha yao na familia zao. Kitu nye Sonko leo alifanya kwa social media yanaonesha venye Sonko mwenyewe anafanana. Sometimes masomo ni kitu muhimu, sometimes kuheshimu ile territory ya Sonko kama governor, kama kiongozi ni kitu muhimu sana. Lakini kwenda kwa social media na kufanya vitu ya ujinga kama hizo, tunakashifu sana kama vijana wa Kenya, tunakashifu sana kama watu ambao tunaheshimu integrity. Hatufurahi. Na kama uliangalia hiyo video vizuri, Sonko hapo request ule mama mwenyewe ndiye alimweleza waje nikuoneshe. Sonko alijaribu kumkashifu kumweleza kuna CCTV, lakini mama mwenyewe, msichana mwenyewe alimweleza naokopa nini. Kumaanisha mimi nakashifu sana huyo mama kwa sababu si Sonko ndiye alirequest. Although Sonko alikuwa na kinywaji akikunywa kwa wale ambao waliweza kuangalia hiyo picha. But Sonko hakurequest hiyo maneno. Ule mama mwenyewe ndiye alirequest hiyo maneno. Maoni yangu ni hili. Ladies wenye ambao wanatusikia, tafadhali tuweze kusaidia wale wengine ambao wameweza kupotea. Social media ni picha ambao iko pale permanent. Kama sisi tunapenda kuchangia kwa hii Bernard TV, iko kwa record. Wakati fulani tunapitia tunajisikiza. So hizi systems iko kwa record permanent. Nafikiria ni hivyo Bernard.
Thank you Kosgei. Labda niulize swali kabla niende kwa mtu mwingine. Kwa maoni yako, unaona ile hali ambayo tulilelewa ndani kujiheshimu, especially kina dada, ni kama haipo tena ama ni nini kinaendelea? Kwa sababu unaanza wapi ukiongea na mtu alafu unapeana offer kama hiyo?
Bernard, nafikiria mimi kwa mchangio yangu mimi, kanisa ni kitu muhimu sana. Kando na maneno yote ambayo tunafanya kwa hili dunia, kitu ya kwanza tuokope Mwenyezi Mungu na tuokope na tuheshimu mili zetu, kwa sababu hiyo picha mpaka na saizi kuna picha moja pia ya mtu fulani pia walikuwa na haki mbele ya watoto ya shule. Nakumbuka pale nyuma ili trend sana like 5 months ago. Kuna mama fulani alikuwa na haki mpaka akaanza kutamka private part in front of the kids. So nafikiria kuna vitu mingi imetupoteza hivyo saa hizi Kenya yetu juu. Mali tunaelekea kwa miaka zingine zinakuja karibu 5, itafika mali tunatembea uji. Kwa sababu hao mama hao wasichana na especially these swimming pools. Hii sehemu za kwenda kujivinjari ndio imechangia Kenya kuharibika suicide juu. Unaona patanga watu wameenda kupika picha in front of, yani kila mahali unaangalia. Hii ni kitu kingine ambao hata sisi wanaume hatufikirii tena. Hatuna ile hamu. juu unapataka tumeshamaliza zile hamu zao, kwa sababu mimi nawafulia kwa via Waislamu wa Korino na hizi makanisa zingine ambao bado wanazingatia mafasi, lakini hizi makanisa zingine zote kidemokrasia nadhani imeweza kushuka chini sana, especially the leaders. Sijui kama atakuja kupata mswada ambao itafanya ile protection pia kusaidia vijana wadogo. Nafikiria ni hivyo.
Okay, thank you Kosgei. Tuende kwa Ruben. Ruben, how are you? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi,
How are you?
Karibu kwa, hold on Ruben. Mama Mvumilivu, unasemaje?
Nimetaka kuuliza nani Canada amesema at sometimes ni labda tunakosa mwelekeo ni kwa sababu ya hatuendi kanisani, hatufati maadili mema. Mi huona ya kwamba kwa hii social media ukitembea kabisa utapata tu ule mwanamke mwenye ameonyesha Sonko matiti bado kanisani anaheshimika sana. So kuna tu mtu ana misbehave kukosa mwelekeo wake, but sio ati akiingia kanisani ndio atabadilika. No, most of us tumejificha kanisani na vituko zetu. We hide ourselves in churches. Kanisa imekuwa ndo umbrella ya kutufunika. Jumapili umeshika Biblia na handbag, unaenda kanisani, na understand? So mtu akatabia kake hata akiwa kanisani bado tu katafichuliwa, kataonekana. So tusijiblame at all, maybe hawaendi kanisani. No, huyo mwanamke ukimwona mzuri unaweza ona kaa haendi kanisani. Yaani mwanamke anaenda kanisani.
But Mama Mvumilivu, kuna kwenda kanisani na kuna kuwa sehemu ya kanisa. Nakumbuka nikiwa high school, principal wetu alikuwa ana admit form 1. Anawaambia sasa umekuwa admitted hapa form 1A, form 1B, form 1C. Utatoka hapa kwa 4A, 4S, 4T. Mwambia as you will be going through these classes, please allow the classes to go through you. So it's possible for you to be going to church but not allowing church to go through you. You are just there to be part of the number. You're not part of the system. And that is one of the things that we could say that the church could be failing in ensuring that the people that are joining are not just joining as numbers, but as individuals that needs to be polished for the betterment of the society. The church does not exist to entertain people.
Okay, ni ukweli, nakubaliana na wewe hapo.
So umemaliza point, songe mbele. Naona pia
nimemaliza.
Okay, thank you. Kosgei, you want to respond?
Yeah, nilikuwa nisaidia dada yangu ya kuwa unajua sikuwa na maanisha ya kuwa wala wamama ni wabaya wanaenda kanisa ama waendi kanisa, lakini nilikuwa najaribu kumaanisha wale ambao wasichana wetu ama madada zetu mahali wamefikia kwa sahihi, especially in social media, tunafaa tukashifu sana, kwa sababu tunawapenda, tunawaheshimu, ni madada zetu, ni mama zetu. Kwa sababu sisi wanaume nafikiria aswa sana wale ambao tuko kwa social media hatujai kuwa, although kuna baadhi ya watu siku hizi wamefalia mafasi ya wamama, but at least maybe wanaikiza na wanafanya nini, lakini hatujafikia sisi ile kiwango ya kuwa tumetembea uji, especially men's. We still maybe bado tunafuata ile integrity. Haya ndio nilikuwa namaanisha, kwa sababu dada yangu naona ni kama kidogo anajaribu kusema wale wanaenda kanisa. Kunaweza kuwa kweli unaenda kanisa, lakini pia yale mafasi ambayo unafalia unaenda kanisa ni Mungu shuka. Ile yenye nilikuwa najaribu kumaanisha ni mahali madada zetu wako, na tunaomba wazazi wetu ambao bado wangali hai na miaka yao imesonga pale mbele, at least wakuwe na ile muda ya wanafunzi wakitoka shule, colleges, wakirudi nyumbani, at least wakuwe na ile, especially sasa ni wakati ya Christmas, wakuwe na ile time ya kuketi chini na watoto yao. Unajua, okay, sisi kama young generation tulikuja huku Nairobi, tunajua kwa kuika ile tabia Nairobi, tunarudi nyumbani aswa December, period of Christmas season. unapata tunajisahau, tunaanza kuleta zile tapia Nairobi kupeleka mashinani. But ombi langu sana suicide, kama uko na dada yako, uko na ndugu yako, familia, jaribu mketi chini kuambia hii na hii ni kitu ambao yaleti ile mtiririko ya kiheshima. Nafikiria hivyo ndio nilikuwa najaribu kumaanisha.
Okay, thank you,
Asante Bernard.
Thank you very much. Let's go straight to Ruben. And let us keep ourselves to the 2 to 3 minutes so that we don't keep so many on the queue. Ruben.
Thank you, Bwana Bernard. Mnanisikia?
Kabisa, karibu.
Asante sana Mr. Bernard, fellow panelist. Hiyo mambo ya Sonko nilikuwa nafikiri ni mimi nimeona pekee, kumbe tuko wote. Ile kitu kwangu mimi ni naona ni kama ni aibu. Kuna hata kipengee cha constitution ambacho kinasema a public leader anafaa akue picha mzuri na ile ambayo inaleta honor to our country. Kuna kitu kama hiyo. So kama tungekuwa serious na constitution na maana constitutionalism, mtu kama Sonko hafai kuwa kiongozi hata wa Munanda, kwa sababu hapo ameanguka. Hatujalelewa the same, lakini kama msichana rafiki yako or girlfriend or whoever she is amejiexpose vyenye amejiexpose, mbona uonyeshe watu, uonyeshe dunia, unaonyesha watu nini sasa? Hizi mambo zingine, I think Sonko has got daughters, ako na grandchild, siku nyingine nilisikia akisema namna hiyo. So in the next 10 or 15 years ukienda tu kwa YouTube, hiyo kitu tu utaiona. Mtoto na hiyo granddaughter yake atasema babu yake alikuwa na shida gani, nini alikuwa anaona. Kuna mahali hata anamwambia waende wakaactive sijui pornography or something hapo mwisho wa hiyo clip pande ananyu. Sasa vitu zingine kama hizo, ukiona msichana ako na hiyo courage ya kuongea mambo kama hizo, hiyo ni mazoea na hawa ndi viongozi. He was a leader in the biggest county in East Africa. County ile iko na utajiri mkubwa zaidi Eastern and Central Africa. Gavana wa hiyo county, imagine akifanya vitu za ushetani kama hizo. Na hata huyo msichana ametukosea. Kwanza hata ni msichana Mumeru, ametukosea sana, tunasikia aibu leo. Hii lende zaki wanafaa wanjiite kama mkutano, kwa sababu if that is how they look for publicity ama nini, hiyo hapana, hapana. Mimi sitafurahia hiyo story, na sio mambo ya anything, ni kukosa maadili. Kitu cha pili, hiyo ya Sonko, mimi naweza sema ni mambo issue ya masomo kidogo, na illegitimacy nyingi sana. Finally, pia angalieni on the political angle ya hiyo story. Huyo mtu anaandamananga na kina nani? Sitataja mtu, lakini ni rafiki wa nani? Type hiyo ya kina Sonko, ya kina Waititu. Kuna jamaa mwingine alikuwa amerarua suti kwa bunge, aliweza Simon Bubwa. Timu zingine za watu fane, these people should be looked. Hata wanaandamananga na nani? In the serious countries like United States, somebody alluded that even if you used to urinate on your wet your pants when you in high school, hiyo mambo inakujanga kuhesabiwa in leadership, kwa sababu it all comes na mambo ya ego, ina deal na issues za esteem, mambo kama hizo. So tu mambo tuingine tule watu wanafanya wakiwa watu wazima, ukifikiri ni jokes ama unaseti mtu, inaweza kuja kukuhaunt in future. Utondi Sonko hawezi kuja kuomba kura ya president in 2032 wakati hii generation ya saa hii imeondoka, imesahau. Just the way William Ruto used to lead YK92 generation ya wakati huo imeisha karibu yote. Saa hii tuko na vijana ya hawa wamezaliwa past 2000 hawajui hiyo story. Sasa imagine ukiwa unaomba kura ya president, mtu aklik YouTube aweke kitu kama hiyo ionekane, utaambia watu nini? Anyway, ni aibu. Mimi sijafurahi leo sana, sina furaha. In fact ina involve mtu anatoka kwa kabila yangu. Nasikia mbaya.
Pole Ruben, lakini mimi ningependa kusema hivi, masuala ya kujiheshimu na kuishi katika maadili, hata kuhitaji shule, akuhitaji masomo. Sisi tumelelewa kijijini, okay? Na ulikuwa unaambiwa kulingana na wewe, kama wewe ni mwanaume utajibeba hivi, haswa mkienda inaitwa jandoni, okay? Kuna hii mambo yote inazungumziwa, kila kitu kinawekwa kulingana. Mimi sio, I can't find an excuse for somebody as old as Sonko behaving worse than a lower primary child, because hizo vitu labda za kuachana, alafu unataka because the lady has left you, you want to boot her, then you want to paint her in bad light. Zilikuwa za primo huko chini. How can somebody in his adult be doing that? Isn't that deliberate or insanity?
No, Bernard, kulingana na mimi ukijaribu kufuatilia Sonko hakuuliza huyo msichana amuonyeshe that the part. No, he was not even involved. Ile shinda iko ni mambo ya hao wasichana wetu.
No, Ruben, kuonyeshwa sio shida, okay?
Shinda ni kuleta kwa YouTube.
Yana take place in private. That was a private conversation between two people. After the conversation is over, you as a man, how do you put it online? That is where my trouble is. These are two adults. They are free to share whatever they want to share. But why are they inviting us in their private wherever chatting? Hapo ndio mimi niko na shida. Hapo uko kwingine mwanadada ako na shida zake, Sonko ako na zake. Lakini kuchukua hiyo conversation private, wewe ukuipeleka public, wewe ndio uko na dosari kubwa. Kwanza wewe ndio mwanaume in the conversation.
Ni kweli enyewe, I agree with what you are saying Bernard. Hapo Sonko alicheza utoto, na ujue hiyo itakuwa na implication kwa mambo yake, because kwa sababu kila mtu anasema I have recorded. Niliongea na sijui na Raila Odinga niko na hiyo conversation, sijui niliongea na Ruto niko na conversation. Huyu believe Sonko in future. Hata mimi siwezi ongea anything na Sonko kwa simu, hata kama sina anything ya maana vile mimi because now he can say anything, kila kitu ana record. Kuna hata siku alikuwa ameweka president live allegedly, wakati kulikuwa na kubomoa mahali, and then akaset end of it was like kuna kitu kama hicho. So huyu mtu you never be trusted again na phone call. Imagine mimi hata ningekuwa na namba yake siwezi nikakubali kumpigia tuongee mambo sensitive.
Sawa, thank you Ruben.
But Ruben, unajua sometimes ilikuwa private issues za mapenzi. Ndo wafikishane pale kuonyeshana. You don't know where they started na wapi ndo walikuwa wamefikishana wote wawili. Huwezi jua. Juu labda pia yeye alitoa yake akamuonyesha na huyu hakurekoda I expose.
No, mapenzi yakiharibika
ni ukweli,
sio lazima muyapeleke public.
Mama mvumilivu.
Bernard.
Mama mvumilivu. Wacha nijibu.
Hold on Sarah. Thank you.
Mama mvumilivu.
Yes.
No. Hold on. Wale watu wameongea Ruben na mama mvumilivu, subirini kwanza. Okay?
Sawa.
Niko na watu ambao hawajasema chochote. So hatutaki conversation ikuwe katikati yenu peke yenu. Kuna watu kwa queue. Sawa. Lakini tunakuja hiyo round nyingine. Thank you. Elisha. Unmute.
Yes, Ben.
Yes, sema maneno.
Niko poa sana, ninashukuru. Nimetulia baada ya jam kubwa ya Ngong Road. Hata mnanishangaza. You are discussing about mi sijui hata kama nalipia fiber. I can't talk about Sonko. I think we are wasting our time discussing about a person I don't know how to describe this person because he's not even in the description books. This is Michael Movie. We accidentally found him in a leadership position, first of all. 1. 2. I can't even imagine I'm discussing private issues with my loved one. Vile ninakaa na msichana wangu, mtoto wangu hapa. Naogopa hata akiwa hapa asionekane in public kwa sababu inaumiza sana. Mtu anafanya vitu zake private, alafu anaenda kurecord, anaweka kwa social media. Mimi nafikiri hata hii watu ya YouTube wanafaa kufikiria, kwa sababu unakubali aje mtu wa post vitu kama hizo, vitu vulgar, a language that is not accepted in the society. 1. 2. Tuna drag Mungu kwa mambo ambayo hastahili kukua ndani. Where is God in all these things? Where is the church actually? Is even Sonko going to church? Hello? Sonko does not go to church. Even if he goes to church, he doesn't learn anything. Yule madam mwingine ambaye sijui walionyeshana nini na nini na nini, maybe hata hakujua ni nini kilikuwa kinaendelea. Sasa mimi nitakuwa fair enough kwa mwenzangu nikificha our privacy. Lakini kama nitatoa kila kitu yangu in public, naanika, then it means there is something wrong hapa. Ni kuvaa na vaa mavazi nguo, watu wananiona niko na nguo, lakini upstairs my level of madness is beyond cure. Hatuwezi hata tibu. So I want us to take time and just accept this as a fact. That as Kenyans, tumekutana na social media. And maybe for some of us, labda Sonko alikuwa preoccupied sana na mambo ya county. Sasa amefika mahali ako free. Hana kazi ya kufanya. The only thing anaweza fanya is to find something to capture the public reality. Kutuleta into the public. Mimi nitangojea Sunday ifike niende nitubu dhambi kama nitashinda nikiongea vitu vituko. Hata mimi nikiona kwa YouTube natoa nasema not interested. Why? Because najua he is not going to affect my life in any other positive manner. Na nashukuru Mungu kwa sababu simu yangu Mr. Ben si wachangi nyuma, so that mtoto wangu akuje apate daddy alikuwa na watch. I cannot waste time.
Sasa Bwana Elisha.
Yes.
Mimi niko na I have a problem with your stand. Okay?
Yes.
My problem with your stand is that wewe unavuta mwamba ngoma uvuta kwake. Okay? Wewe unaelewa mazingira yako na maisha yako. Okay.
Ndio.
Lakini utovu wa nidhamu wa Sonko hauko limited kwa nyumba yako peke yake. Mwagwa kwa dunia nzima. Okay? Na wewe kama mimi, sisi ndio tuko sober. Naambiwa in driving, ukienda driving class, unaambiwa all other drivers are mad. You are the only sane on the road. So make sure that you safeguard every other person because you are driving mad people. So you that is sober, what will you do to help the society? Because this is a society that is falling apart that we must do. So blaming Sonko or disregarding him or dismissing him will not stop the damage that is already created.
But this is what I want to demystify. And this is what I wanted to say. Who brought this into the public limelight? Is it me? Is it the public? Or is it this so far Sonko subject? Mimi niko na msumari ya inchi 5 napiga penye inafaa kwenda. In fact, kama ananisikiza anafaa kustop posting such funny things on social media. Akiwa ako na group yake ya WhatsApp anaweza share na wale wanapenda hizo vitu zake. Lakini mimi nitaambia, I can say to everyone who is on social media, don't interest yourself by watching what he does, because it is not even accepted. Mr. Nani, huyu ndugu yangu Ruben, ameongea facts. Amesema kuna inchi kama Amerika, zile inchi ambazo haziwezi ruhusu mtu upublish vitu kama hizo. Utakujiwa kwa sababu the next day you'll want your daughter to join a school somewhere. They'll ask your daughter, who is your father? Before your daughter is admitted to that school, my friend, you have to go through all those hurdles you created yourself. It means we as a society, as you're asking me, I will answer you. We should first of all kukata. We should show him that we don't like it. Just as he's listening to us. I could be a Muslim, but even Quran haikubaliani na vitu kama hizo. But I'm a Christian. It means I belong to this society which doesn't like. It is not the norm in our society. And our society means I could be in America, I could be in Japan, I could be in Western or in Malindi or somewhere. We don't accept such things. We should rebuke publicly. The Bible says, even the Quran rebukes that. So in the social realm, what now do we do? Me and you, Mama Mvumilivu, I see Sarah is coming up, but we should accept the fact that sisi ndio tutastop you, to reject na tumwambie publicly we don't like it. So don't post it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. I want us to give to the ladies first. So the men, you know, you are always stronger. I mean, you are created before women. So appreciate that fact and carry the responsibility. And having said that, it means that there is how we are raising our men today that is giving birth to men that are questionable. Because if we behave badly, especially in public, and there is belonging to social media and there is social media responsibility. There is the ethical conduct on how to carry yourself on social media. Hii maneno ya kutumia social media kufanya kila kitu na it is called social media abuse. So we shouldn't even normalize it as if that is the norm. That is not the norm. So social media is just a medium of carrying information. But the information you pass across should be responsible because it's coming from a responsible person. So tuone mtu akiabuse kitu alafu tuchukue kana kwamba ndio normal, because squeeze people think that when you make something funny, so it is right because it is funny. Being funny and being right are two different things. You can be funny in a wrong thing, and life is not about fun. Life is more serious than fun. Okay, so having said that, I want us to go to Judy kwanza alafu tuende kwa Sarah ndio tutarudia majamaa. Kwa hivyo tutulia hapo hapo. Judy, vipi upo? Judy Kicheha. Judy, I think your device has a problem. Sarah chukulia tukisubiri kutengenezea Judy mambo yake.
Thank you very much, Bernard. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah,
or is it morning to others?
Good evening to you.
Yes.
It's still afternoon.
By the way, Bernard, I'm very shocked. You know someone like in Sonko. if he can kama anatoa yani he can if he can address the president of Kenya kwa phone call, what about us? Hello?
I can hear you. Ni sasa ndio tunashindwa. Nini kinaendelea?
Oh, mnanisikia? Nimeona kila mahali yani imesimama.
Ya, tunakusikia, endelea.
Sasa hakuna mtu mwenye ataamini Sonko. And I think even the owner of social media aangalie vitu kama hii because these things inafanyika kwa Kenya. I don't think kama inafanyika kwa nchi zingine. Whole politician, baba ya mtu, bwana ya mtu, ndugu ya mtu. Yani unafanya vituko kama hii, hata shetani anamuogopa. Because biblically, to us even I personally am a Kalenjin. That is an abomination. Yani mwanamke anamwambia mwanamke toa matiti na yeye mwanamke anatoa matiti. That is why people are volunteering at girls what na wanasahau vijana. And I told you the other time, Bernard, me I'm frontiering mambo ya vijana because vijana wamekuwa neglected for a long time. Hii wanawake they sweet talk. I'm a woman and I have kids, I have grandchildren. But to this extent, ai hapana, huyo jamaa anahitaji kufanyiwa deliverance ya kishua. Sonko huyo ni mtu wa kuchaguliwa kweli? Ama ni pesa inamsumbua? Ama ni ile unakumbuka akisema ati sisi tulikuwa tunafuta bangi na number 1. Surely. Huyo ni mtu wa keep secret hata mpaka mbele ya watoto wake na bibi yake. That guy is a distress. And I'm not for that. I really watch today mpaka nikasema ama huyu mtu kichwa si mzuri, nyinyi mnafikiria kichwa ni salama. Si wapelekwa pale Madhara apimwe kama IQ yake iko sawa, bado anachota na maji na gunia ama anachota na ndoo. Hapana, Bernard, things like this lazima tuende kabisa tuongee. In fact, this one it needs publicly all the TV station and everything. Huyo mtu hapana, this is a distress. Hata hakuna kitu yenye mtaongea na Sonko kwa simu. Huyo mtu atakuaddress mchana ikisimama. Tell me if that lady had a husband. Hii nyumba ingekuwa inasimama leo kweli? Ungekuwa unasimama? And that is why ladies respect your body. Ukiona unaambiwa vaa nguo, kwani Mungu akituumba unataka kuonyesha nani? That thing ni yako na bwana yako. Si watu wengine wenye unakuja kutuonyesha publicly tufanyie nini? Kila mtu wako na yake. Na heshima lazima isimame. So mkituonyesha tutasaidia nini? Na for future reference, what will you do? Utadanganya watu ulifanya hiyo ilikuwa ni shetani ilikudanganya ama ni pepo gani ilikuzumbua? By the way, I'm not happy. I'm a Kalenjin. I think even Kennedy is here. Is a fellow Kalenjin. In fact, hata usiku these Kalenjins hakuna siku wanafunguanga stima, wanazima wakiwa bedroom. Wajuangi hiyo. Na hiyo ni heshima. Lakini hii yenye kila wasichana wametembea uchi, ukikuta mama na msichana wamevaa miniskirt, yani wewe utashindwa mama ni gani, msichana ni gani? Why don't we go back to our track, our culture? Heshima ni muhimu. Men also hawataka kuona hiyo mwili yako. Men Syria wanaume hata wakikuta msichana amevaa a very good dress yenye inafika magoti huko chini. Mwanaume atataka kujua ni nini hii msichana anaficha, lakini ukitufanyia yenye the tights inaonekana, mwanaume anajua hii kitu amekuwa tu ni halot kila mahali anapeana. So for me, Sonko with the woman hata kama walikosana, that is not the way. Hiyo sio revenge. That is not the way to revenge. That is hata ninashindwa kusema kwa sababu I wish ningekuwa na Sonko karibu, nafikiri ile kichapo ningeita wanaume wanishikie nitandike ile kichapo ya kutandika. Sonko nafikiri sasa angekuwa hospitali akitritiwa. I rest my case there.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Thank you. That is clear. That's clear. Judy, sasa nakuona vipi? Unmute and speak.
Yes.
Yes, maoni yako tafadhali.
Yes.
We can hear you. Go ahead and say
Sijui
what
nianze
you need to say.
wapi na nimalizie wapi, kwa sababu naona watu wamesonga sana, lakini kuhusu issue ya Sonko, mwanzo wacha kwanza niseme Sonko ni mzazi pia Sonko ni mzazi kama wale wengine, na wakati ambapo anachukua ile nafasi ya kupost mambo ambayo haifai, mambo ambayo haileti hata shangwe kwa social media, it doesn't mean good. Haileti picha nzuri hata kidogo, kwa sababu mwanzo wacha kwanza niseme sisi kama wazazi tunafaa kuwa na privacy kwa watoto wetu, kwa sababu kama mzazi hauna privacy kwa mtoto, do you expect huyo mtoto asifanye venye unafanya? Wakati Sonko ambaye anapost ama wakati ambao mtu yeyote anapost kitu chochote kwa social media, sijui kama huwa unakaa chini na kuwaza, whatever I'm posting in a social media, watoto wangu wataona? Kwa sababu social media kwa sasa hivi kila awe mtoto awe nani ako kwa social media. Na tuache kusema social media ni mbaya. Social media haina makosa yoyote. Wewe ndio una makosa, kwa sababu unatumia social media njia ambayo haifai. Wakati ambapo unaonyesha uchi wako kwa social media, you don't respect yourself, you as a lady. Kwa nini? Usikufurahisha na mwanaume ati because you are posting your things or whatever in a social media, do you expect every man will attract on you? No. Makosa na umejidanganya. Kuna mtu aliongelea kuhusu watoto wetu tuwe na wakati wa kukaa chini na kuzungumza na watoto wetu. Yes, I agree with you. Lakini before ukae chini kuzungumza na mtoto wako, wewe mwenyewe kama mzazi, jaribu kuwa unafanya mambo zako in a place where your daughter or your son will not see. Wakati unapopost kitu yoyote kwa social media, ni vizuri sana hakikisha jua what you are posting. Akiona ama whoever will see it, atachukulia vipi? Kuna WhatsApp group ambazo zimezungumziwa pale na ndugu. Kama wanataka kupost uchi wako ama video zingine ambazo hazileti picha, fungua WhatsApp group yako. Kuna wale watu ambao wanafanya hizo biashara, nenda mahali pale, do whatever you want there, but talking the reality. Tusaidie vijana wetu ama wenzetu, our society. Let us try to have the privacy because it's good. Waislamu wanafichanga hata watoto wao, wasichana wao ambao hawataki waonekane, na si ati wanaonyesha uchi, hata ile kidore unapata amefichwa. Si ati hawezi. Kwa nini? Ana ile heshima ya Uislamu. Sisi si Waislamu, sisi wa Kristo. Lakini pia sisi lazima tuwe na mienendo ya kujua kana kwamba ni vizuri kuficha uchi wetu, tuweze kusaidia the society, kwa sababu vijana tunatoka kwa njia ambayo haifai. And when you see something that is not going good, una uwezo ama kama una uwezo wa kujaribu kushauri yule dada ama ndugu, chukua ile nafasi eza kumzungumzia, kwa sababu labda hafanyi maneno ambayo anafanya kwa kupenda kwake, lakini unapoketi na kumzungumzia, Ingawa atakuja abadilike na aone kweli hafanyi inavyohitajika. So what I wanted to say is that, na ninarudia, tuache kutumia social media jinsi ambavyo haifai. Social media ni kama zile media zingine, na tuache kusema social media si nzuri. People usually say the social media it's not good. Social media ina makosa yote. Sisi ndio tuna makosa, maanake tunaitumia jinsi ambavyo haifai. So let us try to help our society. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Judy. Let's hear from Mark Fish.
Good evening.
Good evening to you. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. In fact, I don't know what to say this issue of Sonko. First of all, let us start from this angle. Huyu Sonko, when he was posting this thing, I'm very sure that the lady never knew that Sonko is like wanting to do ABCD, what he has done. So from the female angle view, tunaona ni kama amekosea huyu msichana heshima sana. Second, sasa wacha tuangalie kwa huyu mwanadada. Mtu unakuambia eti now show me, nionyeshe, na wewe unafungua nguo unaanza kuonyesha your private parts kwa social, kwa mtu mwingine, yet you don't know how he will use this. I'm trying to get it, but I can't get it. Now, I sympathize with the lady, but what might be the issue here? The issue, to my understanding, the issue might be, maybe huyu mama ni marafiki na Sonko from maybe some time back. Let us assume so. But second, mbona ufanye hivi? Then if the lady ni rafiki yake. Na tuulize wanadada, why should you go to that extreme? Uanze kuonyesha mwanaume these things on social media. Si umwambie tukutane. Sonko kesi yake ni kama, sijui hatuwezi sema ni kama, unajua kuna watu wenye hawakusoma lakini the way they reason ni watu wako na akili. Huyu ni kama ni wazimu, na unajiuliza wazimu, this guy has been our governor or we elected him as our governor. Sasa unashangaa tulikuwa tumeangalia wapi, ama ni karakta gani alikuwa ameficha? We can't understand. Third, Sonko yeye si ako na watoto, ako na I think si msichana yake ni kama hata ameolewa. So when they see this, how will he feel? Kama ni msichana wake amefanyiwa hii. Third, I might propose that if we were to have a working government, when you post something like this on social media, saa hii Sonko hataikani kuwa analala kwake, anaikana kuwa hata ameshikwa to misuse this kind of communication, I can call it, because what he has portrayed kwa watoto wengine, you know, hakuna kitu eti ameficha. This thing is all over. Our small kids have seen it. What is the government doing? Kama saa hii hatuta act, then when we will be acting, tutakuja kuact lini? Tutamwacha tu aendelee hivi? My appeal is this to ladies, hata kama mtu uko chini, maybe tuseme huyu msichana alikuwa anatafuta pesa ama nini, don't go to that extreme. Kuna wanadada wenye hawana mapato, lakini they do one or two things, they get whatever they get. Sasa unaanza kujianika hapa na hapa. It is disrespect to ladies or to the women fraternity. My appeal is that Sonko, I think the government should do something. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mark Fish. Your feedback, Niam. Okay. Thank you for your submission. I believe we are going somewhere. Hey. Let's do this. If when you finish speaking, please mute your mic. If there is noise from the background, your mic will be bringing on the screen, and the program cannot go on. Please, let's do that. And if you have finished your submission, you would like to leave, it's still okay, so that you leave and then another person will find space to come in. Let's not stay and do nothing. And while you're waiting to speak, invite mtu wa watch. Okay, invite somebody to watch the show so that we have viewers even as we are talking. We should not just talk to ourselves. We should talk to the world. Sawa sawa.
Bernard.
Yes.
Wacha nilete nini yangu ya ignorance kidogo. Tukua tunaendelea namna hii, mtu anashare namna gani?
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now inategemea we uko kwa simu ama kwa kompyuta?
Niko kwa simu yangu.
Uko kwa simu yako. That will be a little challenge.
Okay, sawa.
We'll get into that later.
Okay, sawa Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Now, let's hear from who? Peter Gwel. Kabla tuende kwa wetu.
Yes, I'm Jambo.
Hatujambo.
I'm very fine, sir. How are you? Tuko salama.
Fine.
Sasa Wakenya wamekerwa sana na mambo ya Sonko. Na Sonko alikuwa ni nani? Tuanzie hapo. Sonko amekuwa gavana wa Nairobi, ambao ni mji mkuu wa Kenya. Amekuwa pia kiongozi kabla kuwa gavana. Wakati alipokuwa akifanya kampeni zake, Wakenya walimfurahia. Ingawaje ilikuwa wazi kwamba Sonko hakuwa mwadilifu, hakuwa mwenye maadili mema. Lakini Wakenya wanapenda watu kama hao. Hata sasa hizi tunalalamika hapa, lakini akikuja kwa kampeni Nairobi tutamchagua tena. So Wakenya hawana viwango, hawana morals. Wanapenda wezi, wanapenda watu wanasema uongo. Wanapenda watu ambao wanawatapeli. Sonko anajua hivyo, ndio kwa sababu anafanya mambo haya yote. Na pia Sonko ametuonyesha jinsi viongozi wetu wanavyofanya. Walipo mahali pa faraga, wanapokuwa mahali pa ficha pa mjificha kidogo. Sonko ameonyesha wazi kwamba political class sio watu ambao wako na morals yoyote, na kwa hivyo yeye amejitokeza wazi kuonyesha jinsi ilivyo upande ule mwingine wa curtain. Wanapokuwa katika sehemu zao za siri, their personal lives, that's what they do. You know, there was a very serious, a very senior politician lady initially that was also exposed by Sonko. Sometimes back when Sonko was still in the office, I think so. When he was still, I think it was a MP, something like that. A senator, I think so. Before he became a governor, Sonko exposed some lady who was also another politician. This is something that he's been doing all along. So Kenyans cannot start complaining now that their leaders are behaving the way Sonko is behaving. Some of them are openly now insulting fellows on the TV openly in rallies, calling people names, and people are shouting and clapping, and they are very happy. Castigating, actually saying lies, and we are celebrating them. We're saying how good they are, and we are ready to elect them to positions of responsibility. How then do we come back again and start complaining when they start stealing from us? When they start showing those immoral things in the social media? Kenyans must choose what they want. If they want to be morally upright, and their generation to be seen to have shown the way for the coming generation, or they go to the dogs. Because the issue that Sonko is doing is not just confined to personal issues. That shows the rot in the society, what Kenyan society is. Kenya celebrates people who do bad things. Those are the people they want to identify with. If you are so good and you are trying to be morally upright, nobody will want to listen to you. Actually, you'll not be making news. People who make news are people who say bad things and do bad things like Sonko. You don't see priests making news for giving very good sermons. You don't find the people struggling in agriculture in the rural homes trying to plant the maize and beans and potatoes making the news. People like Sonko and his likes will continue making the news for the wrong reason. So in Kenya, we're celebrating the wrong things. My appeal to Kenyans is that when you are courting a lady and you are seeing certain characters, even before you marry that lady, be very careful. The same to politicians. What they say and what they do during campaigns and in public should tell you who they are. Then give them the power and you'll see what they do. Because if they can insult you in public and still elect them to the office, if they can steal public money and still make them presidents, what do you expect of such people when they become presidents? Surely. Sonko was a governor of Nairobi. Now you are complaining. Actually, it's getting back at people, at the people they were with. You see what they did to that other judge? Those are things, that's what happens in private for those our leaders. We cannot complain. Let us complain with votes and stop them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Peter. Before I let you go, you are giving a very serious allegation, huh? Or
Yes.
your statement of that is what happens with those people in private. That is too indicting, and we don't have evidence to that effect. Number one. Number two, Kenyans loving leaders who behave badly. Is that what we should all go for so that we can be elected? Like Jesus said, or not Jesus, Paul said, should we all sin, abound in sin so that grace abound much more?
Now, what do you want to do, surely? Tell me, you see, if I've just given you an example, you want to marry a lady, and you're seeing some red herrings in this lady, you're not supposed to stop immediately and turn away and get somebody else. You see, our priority is not that we want the best out of our people. We have good people in this country, people who are very honest, people who are hardworking. These guys cannot get a chance in this country. I'm telling you the truth. I want somebody who will give me some money, and you see, when you now become
okay, Peter, I think you're hanged, but it's okay. Your point is made. Thank you very much. I want us to make progress. Willie Sakwa, how are you? Jackman?
Yes.
Hey, you've been coming and going. Welcome. How are you?
Niko poa.
Haya, toa maoni yako tafadhali.
Nikitoa maoni yangu hapo ni vile tu, unajua Sonko ni vitu vyake alianza kitambo. Hii si mara ya kwanza kuona vituko yake. kuna wakati niliona kama Sonko alitoka hapa kwenda kwa maandamano kwa Hague, na hizo vitu kama hiyo stahili kiongozi kama Sonko afanye. Sijui kwa maana yangu naona anafanya kuwa maarufu, so mimi naona tu Sonko bado hajakomaa kuwa mtu mwenye amekomaa bado hajakomaa sana. Hata kama sisi tunachagua watu kama hao, haijafika mahali tukuchagua watu kama hao. Sonko hajakuwa kiongozi, Sonko ni actor. So kwa upande yangu mimi naona vitu wanafanya ni vitu ya kuchekesha, so sina mambo mengi, ni hayo tu.
Okay, thank you Jackman. Jack Kindubey, how are you?
Mambo, asanteni sana. Nimesikiliza hiyo debate kwa makini, lakini
haya, karibu, toa maoni yako tusikie.
Asante. Mimi nasema kwamba hii jambo alifai hata sisi wa Kenya tulalamike juu ya hii jambo, kwa sababu huyo ni kiongozi wetu ambaye tumemchagua. Huyu ndio mtu ambaye haya ndio mambo nimekuwa nikikataa. Wa Kenya wanapenda vitu hovyo, mtu akifanya mnaanza kulalamika. Na huyo mtu, watu wengine wakisema huyu mtu si mtu ambaye ana nidhamu, mnasema hapana. Sonko alikuwa tulimchagua, alichaguliwa kama mbunge. Sonko amechaguliwa governor. Ni kama Wakenya wameisha, yani ni kama Wakenya wako tunapenda tu watu ambao hufanya vitu ovyo ovyo, alafu sahi tunalalamika jambo ambalo amefanya. Huyo ni kuonyesha mtu ambaye hana nidhamu hata kidogo, hana nidhamu, hajiheshimu hata nchi yetu, haheshimu Wakenya wote. Lakini unakuta kwamba huyo ndio mtu akitokea Wakenya wanaenda kumshangilia, kumwangalia vile anazungumza. Anaweza hata kumtusi yule kiongozi ambaye wa maana, anamtusi. Unaona? Mtu anasimama anatuambia uongo, huyo mtu tunampigia makofi. Mtu si mtu, umeona hii? Mtu anasimama anasema president wetu ni tapeli, na tunampigia makofi. Really? Hata kama huyo president hatumpendi, lakini huwezi kusema president ni tapeli. Manake president ni nyimbo za ni ungo la nchi yetu, ndio Kenya. Sasa mtu anaposema president wetu ni tapeli, nashangilia. Siwezi kufanya namna hiyo. Hiyo sikubali. Hata kama president simpendi, lakini hiyo ofisi lazima tuheshimu. Na hatuwezi, mimi naona hakuna haja hata ya kulalamika, kwa sababu huyu jamaa tumemchagua kiongozi, na mimi namuona kila siku akitokea kuzungumza watu wanamshangilia. Hii ni jambo la aibu sana. Mimi naona ni aibu kubwa kwetu sisi wana Kenya. Ndio maana ninasema wakati huu tuwekeni hizi mambo ya pesa, sijui nini, mtu anakupatia pesa. Wacheni, tujiheshimu. Nchi ni yetu, kila kitu ni yetu. Hiyo mji wa Nairobi ni yetu, hakuna mtu atakuja kututengenezea. Kwa hiyo lazima sisi kama wananchi wa Kenya tujiangalie, tuhakikishe kwamba mtu ambaye tunamchagua ni mtu ambaye ana sifa nzuri na ni mtu mwenye nidhamu. Ndio aweke nidhamu hata kwa watoto wetu. Angalia watoto wetu wanachoma shule, wanafanya nini? Kwa sababu tumewaonyesha mifano mibaya. Unaona? Si kama mtoto anaona hiyo kitu Sonko amefanya, ataheshimu nani? Uniambia hata wewe ukienda utayazungumza naye nini? Na anakwambia si ninyi akikwambia si mlimchagua, ulimpigia kura, utamjibu mtoto nini? Tafadhalini, mimi naomba Wakenya wote tubadilishe mwenendo. Huu ni mwaka ambao inatakiwa tubadilishe mwenendo zetu, tuhakikishe kwamba nchi hiyo ni yetu, hatuendi popote, ni tuijenge, kwa sababu kuna vizazi vingine vinavyokuja vinatakiwa vifaidi. Asanteni sana, nimeshukuru.
Thank you Kindu Bey, tunashukuru sana kwa wasia wako na mwelekeo ambao tunapaswa kushikilia kama Wakenya. Mimi nitachangia baadaye. Tuende moja kwa moja kwa Andrew. Andrew, vipi? Unmute kwanza.
Vipi mchungaji? Unajua mimi nimekuona nikikua kuanzia nikiwa kijana. Kianza kanisa yako. Jericho Shopping Center.
Well, you are blowing my cover. Unataka nikujue usiku?
Hapana, hauwezi kujua usiku. Mungu amekulinda.
Amen.
Kitu moja mimi naweza sema nikichangia hii mada ni Sonko, from the start, even when you were kids, he was the first matatu business owner that challenged the government with a court order. He used to own like 5-6 matatus, 5-8 route. Na akafurahi kwanza, akajigamba kwa TV ati huyo Nyango anakuja na haribu mali ya mtu. That's one. Second, he vied for us member of parliament seat. He outseat the one who was there. That was senator until the governor level. It is us, we citizens, that gave him that leeway to do whatever he's doing, even in social media. And what I'll fault the government on is the CCK, Communication Commissions of Kenya, that deals with social media violations. What is its responsibility in this matter? And thirdly, the integrity of a member of parliament. It's we citizens that are going to change our country. I'm not in Kenya, I'm in Dubai. I've been outside the country for the longest. And what I see in Dubai, it's a desert country. Kenya is a country with all the minerals that we require to rebuild and build our nation to be sufficient for us who have studied and even gone to take the experience or the theory or the trainings we are getting to other countries. Why should that happen? Kenya has oil, Kenya has mineral if it's gold, Kenya has agricultural backbone. Look at Ghana, what it's doing now. Ghana used to sell its cocoa to foreign countries. Now it's producing its chocolate by itself. There's one thing I would like to tell Kenyans. Least would be duped by a person who's fronting or betraying people on social media to win sympathy votes to be brought back to government. His honey jar was closed when he was voted out. And the fact remains, that is a trend that should continue to other leaders that are messing up the country, that should be left for the generation and generations to come. It's we citizens in the country, outside the country, that will make a right decision to mend that country on a straight path. Malaysia, Singapore. Look at the history of Kenya, what Kenya did to Malaysia and Singapore. It gave these two countries loans, post-independent time. Go look at Malaysia now. Do you know how many trains does Malaysia have plying the city to the villages? You can live in the village in Kisumu, but you work in Nairobi. Why? Infrastructure. Raila is not stupid saying infrastructure, infrastructure, infrastructure. The word infrastructure, he means if we build this transnational African highway to connect these African countries, we will never need the European, but we will be working with our brothers from the Arab continent, because communication, infrastructure is the vital backbone of a development of any country. Me, I've been into several countries. I've been to Egypt, I've been to India, I've been to Singapore, I've been to Malaysia, Qatar, Doha. I've been to even small countries that don't have industry, but they are thriving because of the integrity in those parliaments. I've been to Maldives, the smallest country with the highest number of divorces. I stayed there for 10 years. And guys, Africa, we are joking. The moment that we will decide as a continent to come up as one, put policies that govern the whole African continent, we will move. Ask yourselves why Gaddafi was killed. Gaddafi was changing Africa into be a continent to depend by itself. But what did they do? They excommunicated him because they knew once these guys have a grip on what we are taking from them, we will be finished. UK depend on Africa. US depend on Africa. These developed countries, all of them, minerals, all raw materials comes from Africa to develop their countries. But what do we do here in Africa? Politics, theatrics, and we don't want to see that small person who's coming up. Where will he fall when I'm not there? Can I build a situation where when I'm not there, this person will be able to gain and do a continuity of what I've started? Those are the kind of leaders we need to put in that parliament. Or else we'll keep on voting the person who stole billions, put him in parliament, he continues stealing. He builds billions by buying land, buying property. But you yourself as a normal citizen, your kids are not even sleeping on a mattress. You have to arrange clothes on the floor for your kids to sleep, which I know Africa, we are the richest. And the next generation of development is Africa. And if we citizens of African countries will not start seeing that, a good example is, I can say Rwanda and Tanzania. Look at those two countries. Where were we? These two countries were far much behind, but they are catching up with Kenya. They are catching up. Because whenever I visit home, I must visit these two countries, Rwanda and Tanzania. Though Uganda is trying to push, but Uganda will come up after some changes are done in the leadership. But we, Kenya, we have capable leaders that can guide that country. We have professionals that when they are put in ministries, work can be done to benefit the growth of this country. But at the helm of it, where do we depend on? If someone gives you 200 to voting day, you go vote for him. Why? Because it's your stomach. Are you considering yourself the 200 you got and the kids you have 2, 3, 4, 5 kids in their future? If this person still continue being a leader, where will they be? That's the question we should ask ourselves. And the institutions that are in the country, they have people with integrity. Okay, NSCIS, the DCI, the police. It's very simple. And I can give an example by the country that I am in today. In this country, leave your mobile downstairs on the pavement. Tomorrow in the morning, you'll go get it there where you left it. No one has picked it, or even if someone has picked it, he'll pick it, give it to the reception security there. But in my country, you can't even leave your own mobile or a pen that is sensitive on the table. We should ask ourselves, why do these small countries that came later after our country are going further miles than us? What don't we have that they have? Which wisdom are they using that they don't? Like here in Dubai, expatriates are the ones building this country, which is us. But at the expense of living our country, not growing. There's one thing that Raila spoke about in Mombasa, I think, Mvita, where I think he said we need to bring the Dubai in Dubai here in Mombasa. Where was he talking about that? Business strategies are planned and taken into account with a strategic follow-up. Because if you don't have a strategy as a leader, you're taking your constituents or your people nowhere. Uhuru was not stupid to bring back Raila to the fore so that he can know which path were they following Kibaki to achieve Vision 2030. So if we were wise this time when we are voting, We ought to think, in 5 years' time, I have a kid that was born 2 years ago. What will he want to count? This country, I was growing, seeing what and what. Why did I remember Pastor Bernard while I was growing? And I remember very well, we used to go to the gym. When he gets us, he tells us, you guys, do you go to church? I remember very well. He used to tell us. And we tell him we used to go to church, KAG. I've seen him here and it touched myself and said, mountains never meet, but human. You can leave a mark. Because what I can tell you, where I've worked more than 5 countries. But the department that I'm working, I've left a mark because of the principles that I put down to make sure we achieve the goals that are required for the company. It's me, you, and the other fellow Kenyans that can decide. Today, we don't want these leaders on the fore. We want a new blood, and this is what we want as citizens. That's what Egypt did. 2, 3 other countries did that. Now they are far. Look at Morocco. Look at Egypt. Those countries, I've visited those countries myself. They are growing in a rapid way that we were the same level when their former president was there. Egypt and Kenya were at par. Look at countries like these Asian countries. They were even below than Kenya, but they have now come up and crossed us because of poor leadership on the fore. Don't say that's my tribe. Tanzania will start beating us in Rwanda because we have tribalism in ourselves. But if me, Ruben, Ja Ndubi, and Ochieng and Bernard, we say we are only Kenyans and we focus we are Kenyans, we will grow. But if I'm voting you because of a tribe, that pastor cannot go into the Kalenjin Island to seek for a parliamentary or IMCA seat. They'll say he's not from here, he doesn't know people. You don't need to know people in that area to create an impact. I've done that myself outside the country. And I'm so grateful the company I worked for has taken me to heights of education that I didn't expect that I will have. I left the country with only a computer certificate, but the department I ventured into has propelled me to learn a lot and to know how things are supposed to be done. It's your principle and what you put on the table that you want to achieve that will guide our country to grow. The only thing I can tell Kenyans, these elections, guys, let's see where we want to be. Let's see how the country can grow. That's the only thing I'll leave Kenyans with.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. That is very enlightening. I believe everybody is getting us loud and clear. The people in the comments, we appreciate your comments, but please mind your language, number one. Number two, you are entitled to your opinion, but that does not give you authority to call anybody's opinion ujinga. Let us mind our language and use the social media responsibly. In fact, that's why we're having this discussion here. People who want to abuse the social media platform to turn it into their plate of serving what is not deserving. Well, as a country, we need to sober up, like Andrew has made that passionate appeal. It is, we have a choice. And there is a reason why the Constitution gives us to change leadership every 5 years. It's so that we can evaluate and assess and then correct what was wrong in the previous government so that the new government comes and begins on a better premise that will propel the country to go further. We have timed for too long, I believe, as a nation. And if we don't break camp now and move forward, we'll be overtaken. The people that looked up to us, we will soon begin to look up to them, which will not be very kind from our end. So don't look at the 2022 elections as just one of the elections. Use it as a historical election that can help you save the country or lose it completely. Garbage in, garbage out. you cannot put in beans and get out maize. So if you don't choose your seed, don't complain about your harvest, because whatever that is in is what comes out. The Bible says, from the overflow of the heart, the mouth speaks. And people behave badly publicly because they are badly privately. So when you begin to see things like this happening, you know that you've been courting what is unacceptable. And I am for us demanding the highest standards possible, especially for the highest offices in the country. Mtu asiseme ati dini yangu haiamini hiyo. For us to have a better Kenya, we must have better Kenyans. Better Kenyans are product of better standards and values. So if we are not instilling better standards and better values, we will not have better people. And we cannot have bad people and expect to have a good country. So let us be sober on this one and work hard at it. Ochieng Owor, how are you? Are you there? You seem to have had.
Not really. I was keenly listening.
Okay.
And I've had a lot from Andrew. I really appreciate. And just to go back to our topic, there is an issue that actually everybody was shocked with the video that went viral. And I think the problem is all about poverty and ignorance. Because in Nairobi today, Sonko is a demigod. In fact, you'll text Sonko, the guy will purpose to call you and ask you what your problem is. And now, because of we've stooped that low to a level that we are paupers in our own country, we put him on a pedestal, you know. He's like a god to some of us. Thereby, the guy has been ascending. In fact, he started. I didn't even know Sonko. I knew Sonko when he was contesting for Makadara, a parliamentary seat. So the little money the guy made actually, and it's so telling. It's so telling. Whatever is happening in our judiciary today tells you that there is a cartel. There are lawyers who know the law. Then there are those lawyers who know the judge. So these two lawyers, they are there. Hata tukikataa, tukifanya nini, they are there. And Sonko was somewhat challenged simply because there was an upper hand somewhere. He was also going to use a shortcut to get justice. And this is something that has been there, and I think we need to look at it as a country. Number two, looking at listening to the video, the lady was innocent. In fact, they have been in communication for like 7 months. And I think she was developing some affinity towards Sonko. When you're talking about nudes in Nairobi, for example, or any other part of the country, hawa warembo wa siku hizi wanatutumia nudes. Unaweza shtuka wewe umeamka unakutana na nude kwa Messenger or maybe WhatsApp, vitu kama hivyo. I don't know where we went wrong as a society, but on the issue of integrity, we dropped the ball when we actually dropped the chapter 6 of the constitution. I think that was when that was in 2013, where a compromise was reached. There was a compromise from both sides. When now there was we had a PNU and the then PNU and the ODM side. Wabunge wa wakati ule, they said we are not even going to judge any member of parliament. Anybody who's vying for a seat, si lazima uwe na degree. That's where we dropped the ball. Chapter 6 of our constitution has never been effective, and that's where we have every Tom, Dick, and Harry vying for an office. And it's going to be messy. It's going to be messy. Mali tunaelekea si kuzuri vile, because there's one thing about there's a clear cut between Ruto and Raila. Raila tends to work with the old guard, and you can draw a juxtaposition between the parliament as early as 2007 going back, then 2013 coming to 2021. There's a clear cut, there's a difference, a very, very big difference. Now, Ruto is eyeing these young men. You see, today we have Honorable Babu Owino, who is our friend, and he's a good guy. But you saw what the case he has. We have people like these young parliamentarians. You know them. We have Mohammed Ali, very good guy. You have his history, and he was a journalist. But all of a sudden, when they get there, everything is like it's coming to a standstill. The value, the professionalism is all gone. Now, how do we fix this as a country? It will be a tall order, because we still have a long way to go. Because today, for example, if you ask a young man or maybe a family somewhere in the ghetto, there are those who are actually retiring to bed without on an empty stomach. Now, this fella, if you give him or her 200 shillings tomorrow and trying to influence him or her, I want you to vote for so and so, atakata? Haezi kata. So we must also agree that the leadership hasn't been favorable, and our development agenda has not been given priority. It's like we are there, iwe yawe tu, but it's like we don't have a blueprint. Tunatoka hapa tukielekea mahali fulani. So what I wanted us to discuss is how we can fix this problem, because it is there. Now, on the topic that actually Andrew touched kidogo on Africa, that's why when you're talking about Africa, that's why some of us, we love and cherish and defend Raila religiously. This guy is not looking not looking at Kenya, he's looking at a continent, the continent Africa. The guy is a regional leader. Now, Raila Odinga is saying, if like, for example, in DRC, there is a potential wind power that can actually generate electricity that can serve the whole of Africa. Now, he's talking about dredging the River Nile and making it navigable. so that you know there is that link between the Northern Africa, or maybe the countries to the north. Anything that comes from up there can easily reach East Africa through the River Nile into Lake Victoria. The Trans-African Highway number 8, the so-called Mombasa Lagos Superhighway. You know, for example, Kenya, it joins 5 major towns. We have Mombasa, it goes to Nairobi, Nakuru, Kisumu, Busia. The same road goes to Kampala. From Kampala, it goes to Kisiangani in DRC. It goes to Bangui in Central African Republic. It goes to Yaoundé, Cameroon. It goes to Lagos, Nigeria. There's another one that comes from Dakar, Senegal, to Lagos, Nigeria. The number 1 Trans-African Highway, number 1 is from Cairo to Dakar. If you look at that road network and the railway system, the proposed railway system in Africa, I totally agree with Raila Odinga that Africa must start trading with itself. It is only the intra-African trade that will propel Africa from where we are to the next level, or maybe the first, not from a third world country to the developed country, continent. Now, my question will be, is there goodwill from the entire continent? There is lack of that political will. You know, there was a time that there was a lot of rumors that you know, Magufuli is aloof. He's decided to do things his own way. That's why this guy has been. You had all that. I mentioned Gaddafi, but again, we must come out from where we are and think of the future. I beg to give room for the next person. Thank you.
Thank you, Ocheng, for your submission. And please let us observe time, so that we don't keep so many people on hold. Willie Sararikwa, you have now added your name. Your device seems to have a problem. I don't know whether it's your internet or what. Then there was another guy here called Tom Nya somebody. When you log in, make sure you allow StreamYard to control your audio and your camera. If it is not controlling it, you will not be admitted to the studio. It is problematic for you to get through. Okay, Willie, I give you again opportunity. Say something. Willie Sarariwa, are you able to hear me?
Mwanzo ningesema habari zenyu.
Nzuri, vipi? Karibu.
Mnasikia?
Yeah. Endelea, toa maoni yako. Umemute, unmute. Weka microphone yako kwa nini on. Microphone yako off, Willy, hatukusikii. Weka on. Bwana Willy, usipoweka microphone yako on, hatuwezi kukusaidia. Oga.
Nafikiri mic yake inaweza kuwa inasumbua ma network.
Device yake iko na shida kiasi. Okay, community vipi?
Niko fresh baba.
Aha, nafurahi kuona
Yeah,
wewe leo.
nimefurahi hata mimi kukuona na kuona leo kuna wageni wengi hapa manze. Big ups.
Eh.
Yeah.
Tuendelee kuchapa kazi. So tegea hapo hapo, tutakuja kwako baada ya Daniel Oyugi.
It's okay.
Daniel, karibu.
Yeah, good evening, Bernard and the team.
Good evening to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the debate. But the debate that I'm seeing currently is a bit disturbing about the behavior of Sonko, the former Nairobi governor, which is very demeaning, and it's really an insult against women. And at the same time, somebody who has a family with those kind of video clips and those leakages, it really doesn't give a good picture for a man who has been a governor of a county, a city that is actually one of the largest city in East and Central Africa, behaving as if he has come from the village. It is very unfortunate. And the people who come from Nairobi, the Nairobi residents, I do not know why you imported a character who does not even understand himself. So I squarely blame the people of Nairobi, because you are the people who actually voted for this guy. And at the end of the day, this was something that was beyond an imagination. But having said that, that is the nature of politics in Kenya. Back to young leadership. I do not understand why we elect leaders, but at the end of the day, the leaders that we elect, the element of maturity and seriousness is lacking. Part of the leadership that we have in parliament today, some actually came to parliament at the age of below 30 years. You watched the other time, Babu Owino was fighting with Jaguar at just parliament building. Okay? And then the reason why they were fighting, nobody can even explain. You can't even explain why those guys were fighting. So they even disabuse the title honorable. Okay? We have also had situations where if they're in a campaign platform, even the kind of things that they say, long time ago, in fact, when I was growing, like in 2007, we felt when we give young leadership to this country, and that is the narrative that we still even have. Those who are even supporting the deputy president, what they normally say is, he's young, he's energetic, he represents the youth, he has got a good objective and vision for the young people of this country. But you see now, the youth cannot be trusted now, because we have given youth an opportunity to lead. But what we see is that some of them are jokers. Okay? So that when you look at somebody like James Orengo or Samuel Pogisho, and then you want to compare with somebody like Ndindi Nyoro or this other character from Kimilili called Dismas Baraza, then you find yourself, are these the right people who are supposed to assume the position of leadership? So in essence, what I'm trying to say is, the problem is not even those leaders. The problem is we Kenyans. We do not screen these leaders and understand what they stand for. Because if somebody like Bernard would queue and vote somebody like Mike Mbuvi Sonko to be a governor for 5 years, so you compare Sonko and Kidero, he's a man who is full of dramas. Okay? The other time he wanted to fight Kidero in the office. Yeah? The other time he actually started lecturing the fellow senators when he was a senator. The other day, he was boxing the wall and putting on some dreadlock looking like some Jamaica Rastafari. And remember, this is a governor of Nairobi. Nairobi is where we have intelligent people. Me personally, I'm in Mombasa right now. This is where I was brought up. But I look up to people of Nairobi, that a county that has got people who have gone to school, people who have got qualities of leadership, people who understand the merits and demerits of leadership, can go to an extent of electing somebody like Mike Mbuvi Sonko. Kwa maoni yangu, mimi nafikiria hapa Kenya tunahitaji maombi, kwa sababu the rate at which we are going to, we will even end up electing Baba Yao to be in the highest office of the land. Do you know why? Because politics and corruption go hand in hand. Hiyo ndio shida tuko nayo. Ufisadi na siasa zinaenda hand in hand, mkono kwa mkono. That if you don't have money in this country, you cannot ascend to power. Okay? The other time, was it WG or Kosigei actually brought that issue, but I tend to believe, actually agree with them. Because how did these people go into the office? That is the first place. Look at the kind of drama Kinababu Owina have. They are the same people who will be elected in 2022. The same people. Okay? So in nutshell, what I'm trying to say is, can we screen these leaders before we elect them? Now, back to the element of the infrastructural development that I saw the former Prime Minister today actually launching. You know, Kenya has been given one of the most integral thing, just to begin with, in terms of leadership. You know, when you are head of infrastructure in Africa, then it means there is actually a uniqueness in our country. The other time you heard what the Secretary of State said about our current president, that is one of the few leaders that have been respected in the whole world because of the kind of engagement the president has been doing in Ethiopia, and even what he's been doing in Somalia, in terms of what he's been doing in Sudan, bringing peace and so on and so forth. So I think as a country, we are not badly off. We are okay in terms of the international relations. And the former Prime Minister has got good services to offer in terms of infrastructural development. So all that we need is probably to give him support. And at the end of the day, we will find we as a country going beyond our imagination. But I really want to plead with the people of Nairobi and the entire country that even as we go to the election next year, let us realize that leadership is God's given, leadership is inbuilt, there are qualities of being a leader. We should not be electing criminals and jokers to assume office. If you elect a criminal or a joker or an illiterate character who does not understand what leadership is, then what you are bound to see are the same results. You will see mediocre leadership, you will see impunity and corruption. That is what you will be seeing with nil development agenda. Okay? And that has been seen even in counties. You have seen what is happening in counties. It's because we do not screen some of these leaders. So it is high time for us. We emulate what the likes of Mzee Jakindu is doing. He's an old man, but he's take his time, an humble time, to listen to what the youth are talking about. Okay? And we need to listen to the old man and what he's telling us, because he understands the history of this country crystal clear. Otherwise, thank you guys, and I hope moving forward, I'll contribute more. Asanteni sana.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. We appreciate your input. We look forward for the next part of your contribution. We go straight to community ancestor. Dakika zako mbili zinaanza sasa hivi.
Yes, asante sana kwa kunipa nafasi hii kwa mjadala manze. Sonkoleaks. Oh my God. Me, I thought these leaks ingekuwa ni kuhusu mambo ya the rot in judiciary. Tena imekuja kuangukia Mary Nkatha ambaye ndio by the way ukifuatilia Mary Nkatha alikuwa ni rafiki ya Anne Kananu, so yeye ndiye amekuwa akienda kuchukua information ya yale yenye Chachi Chitembwe alikuwa anaendelea kuyatenda as per the ruling ya kesi ya Sonko. So anaenda pale Anne Kananu anamuelezea iko ABCD. Hiyo ni ile information yenye vile Sonko anasema. So yeye anakuja analiki hiyo information kwa Sonko mwenyewe, alafu ikafika kiwango tena Mary Nkatha na yeye anaanguka kwa mtego wa kulala na Sonko mwenyewe. It is something ambayo iko very very dangerous, na ndio naambia these our ladies, please try as much as you can mjue kuwa nowadays kuna cameras, kuna devices, kuna nini vitu zingine, in fact wachana nazo, but naye Sonko ameleta picha mbaya sana kwa nini kwa wanaume, ametulet down kitu ya kwanza, alafu na kitu ya pili amelet wanawake down. Kuweka picha kama ile kwa mtandao ni kitu ambayo in fact inastahili ikuwe condemned in the highest term possible. It is not good. Sasa hivi mimi ile kitu ningeomba court imuamuru kama ni kuleta leaks kuhusu the rot in judiciary alete, lakini hii mambo ya kudimin wanawake wetu, it is quite wrong. Ni kitu ambayo in fact imetufunja roho mbaya sana. Sonko must style up. Na sisi kama vijana wenye in fact tunachagua vijana wenzetu, hebu tujaribu kuangalia characters ya wale viongozi ambao tunao wachagua, because me I never knew huyu Sonko mwenye in fact tulikuwa tunasema kuwa yeye ni defender ya mavijana na Sonko Rescue Team, kuwa tabia yake ilikuwa mbaya na ya kuudhi kiasi. I never knew, lakini sasa hivi tumeiona. So nitaachia hapo. I'll come next.
Okay, thank you, community ancestor. Elisha, you had an issue. Quickly, please, before we move on. Unmute.
Yes, now in totality, thank you, Pastor. In totality, we can now, I can agree to so much that has been said so far. To me, that we did wrong to give Sonko an opportunity to lead us, to guide us as Nairobians, to make us believe that he was going to deliver, to make us believe that he was going to be the best, and to make us believe that the dreams we had, uniform dreams as Nairobians, that he was going to deliver us from what we were yearning to get out of. In totality, I agree with my colleagues who've just been contributing to this subject. We can clearly see that as Kenyans, we also let ourselves down because we accepted this as our leader, Sonko as our leader. We are complaining. So far, we should have moved leaps and bounds as the capital city of this great nation. within East Africa. We are supposed to be the leaders of the economic realm. Actually, in Africa, we are supposed to be competing with countries like Morocco, Nigeria, South Africa. We are not supposed to be lagging behind. We are now competing for the bottom number with countries like Zimbabwe. Look at Zambia. We're not doing well. Nairobi is the capital city of Kenya, and we managed to actually accept Sonko to be our leader. Mpaka tukafika mahali, we were talking about cartels, we were talking about traffic jams, spending so many billions on the roads for jams, not having medications in our public hospitals, hizo hospitali za Kanjo. Kenyatta hata ilikuwa inaenda hii inaitwa Pumwani was going down. When we were supposed to have a leader who should only, what he was supposed to do actually was to base his policies on what the former governor had placed as a foundation, and just make it a springboard and make us fly into that successful realm as Nairobians. But you see, now we are talking about what he has done on social media, what he's still trying to capture our minds to concentrate on. We are not even seeing what our current leaders of Nairobi are doing. NMS, Madam Kanan, who just came in the other day. We are still stuck into that. You see, that madness. And we have this problem because we have been following Sonko for a while. He has been our leader for a while. Whether he was doing nasty things, we've been following him. And we have been looking forward to what he does. A leader is supposed to be a role model. He's supposed to effect something into those people who are led, into the leads. You might not want, or you might not like what your leader wants you to support him or her to do. But the way they motivate you will actually draw your attention, will actually help you to support the idea, the ideologies, so that you can grow as a community or as a society. This is not what Sonko did. Instead, he's brought us back to, we are now blaming ourselves as men, Nairobi men. I'm happy. I've just listened to our friend from Mombasa, and he's actually yearning to see that as Nairobians we're able to elect a new league of leaders who can actually inspire other leaders. I'm surprised that what we've been talking about in totality means leaders like Oparanya, seasoned leaders, they have never strayed away from their mandate as leaders. Oparanya has done well in Western. He's still doing well even today. Look at what we have in Nairobi as young leaders. Look at what we've had in Kenya. Our deputy president, the so-called deputy president, I can publicly actually confess, using up public resources, public office, government facilities, our taxes, our time, our airtime actually on TV. We sit down and watch him cheat us. For more than 4 years, he's been campaigning, given the mandate he's claiming to have been given by Kenyans. It is us Kenyans who voted in Uhuru. But now the deputy president is telling us that we voted him in office. But again, he's forgetting that he's not doing that part as a leader. This is what Sonko is doing actually. He was voted in as a leader. By the way, even if he's out of the office, he's supposed to be a good role model. And for those people who are complaining that Sonko is misleading the public, I still say we should not follow him. I can listen to Andrew and even Ian and even Desire to achieve what the examples he's given us with countries like the Middle East economic bigwigs, our African economic bigwigs, Nigeria. Look at even though Nigeria has its own problems, but they are ahead of us. Morocco, South Africa, they're doing well. And that is why you see even our president going to benchmark. Rwanda is doing well, Tanzania here. They just came in to borrow an idea about COVID-19, how to manage that situation. And they're doing better, they're quiet. Now they are winning. I want to reiterate something, that me in person, I want my children to learn from me, my friends to learn from me, and even panelists. We should not give Sonko time to mess up our minds and mess up our community. My community is Pastor Ben, Ruben, Jakend, Ocheng, Andrew, Peter, community ancestor, and this guy who is talking to me now. This is our community. We should not allow these people, first of all, not giving them time, not giving them an ear. Our ears are supposed to be listening to ideas like what I call him Baba has been talking about, connecting the whole of Africa. China is doing across continents infrastructural, it's doing wonders. Actually, it wants to connect the whole globe purposely because they want to continue selling their homemade, their home brands, so that the economy continues to grow. This is what we are supposed to be thinking of as Kenyans. When Raila talks about building infrastructure, Andrew said it. I can tell you for sure, we have been talking about minimizing the amount of time we spend on traffic jams. Uhuru Kenyatta just did it without the support of his deputy, but with the support of an opposition leader. It means this is someone who has Kenya at heart, plus the vision that they had to achieve a certain idea by the end of 2030. This is someone who knows where Kenya is supposed to be. And these are the people we are supposed to give ear and airtime. Not people who want to let us down as men. Not people who want to strip women naked and post it on social media. As if we are actually out of our minds. Let us think of what are we supposed to do. Mimi nasema na nitaomba tafadhali tusipatie leaders kama Sonko wale watu wa kupiga kelele, kupiga ngumi ukuta, mabati ukuta, kuiba mashamba ya mashule, kuhamisha watu sijui eneo fulani kwa sababu ya political mileages na kwa sababu ya attract attention. Ndio watu wapoteze mwelekeo wa wafuate wao. For what intention? Their own personal interests. Thank you, but I rest my case by saying I will follow and I will listen to you, Pastor. If you preach, Pastor Bernard, preach and deliver your message, disseminate your message in a way that you want to attract as more minds, as more people as you can towards the right direction. What you're doing right now is attracting attention towards this studio for us to troubleshoot, to bring our views on the table, listen to each other, share those ideas, and then share it to the rest of the world, make a community that is aware of what is going on. We are building a society now. We are not destroying it. But if we continue tolerating these people who are trying to bring us down, they will bring us down. They will bring it even to our churches. Next is your immediate follow kanisani. Mama kanisa atapatikana na Sonko akijua kabisa huyu mtu, unaona vile amefanyia Chitembwe, hata kama me I'm not his advocate, but if I were a judge going to decide kesi ya Chitembwe kesho, ningesema just like what he has done to that lady is what he's doing to Chitembwe. I'm telling you, nobody will trust Sonko, and we need not. I want to trust Pastor Bernard. I want to trust Brother Ruben, Mzee Jaken, Brother Ocheng and Andrew. What you're telling me hata imenisaidia kwa sababu me I was fearing labda nikiongea juu hii mtu Sonko ako na followers wengi sana. Now by the way ako na followers. Kuna watu ambao wanapenda hiyo niite ujinga. Wakisikia mtu Aisha Jumwa anaimba akitukana leaders, president, matusi akitupa matope kwa suti ya president, our icon, our father figure, our unity as a nation. Kama hatuna yule president Kenya pale State House saizi, hata hatungekuwa tunaongea na wewe saizi, because we wouldn't be united as one. He is our father figure. When we accept and tunakubali watu kama Sonko, watu kama akina Aisha Juma wakitupa matusi, and we clap, we cheer them, what kind of policies are those? I want to ask you a question. Someone asked me, imagine Waititu akiwa minister wa lands. Imagine Aisha Juma akiwa minister wa foreign. Just imagine Murkomen akiwa minister wa legal affairs. But compare Oparanya akiwa minister wa devolution. Look at what minister wa health anafanya, senator, what he's doing right now. Can you compare him to the kind of leaders we have, big mouthing? Just do your mathematics. My colleagues, please. Mimi nasikia maneno yananiishia kwa sababu ninasikia uchungu sana tukitolerate viongozi ambao, na ndio sisi hata vijana wanaweka mafuta motorbikes, wanaambiwa twende tutukane mtu fulani. They run helter skelter wanting to vote just like they did to Sonko. Peter mbele ya Sonko last.
Okay, Elisha, your time management.
Let me finish by saying this. The same mistakes we've done before and elected in, because leaders ndio wana drive the progress of a country. We should choose wisely because they are the people who have our ideas. If we elect the right leaders, we will have a good country and a good future for us and our generations to come. But if we don't do that now, then kesho utakuwa hata ukisimama na Biblia unataka kuhubiri in public, kusema unahubiria watu kwa kusema, unaambiwa you've not shown us your certificate of taxes, because they want to swindle, they want to make sure you don't talk about the truth. You are down. We need people who have the right minds, straightforward visions. Na tusikubaliane mtu aziniambie nianze kusupport Sonko na what he's doing. I don't even want to watch. I've heard it from people. I cannot waste my time on that. And I want to tell my people, Pastor Bernard, don't. Please, let's focus on what is important, because that is already past. He wants to come back, he can't. Thank you. I rest my case there.
Okay, thank you, Elisha. Thank you, Elisha. We appreciate your input, and we must keep the conversation going. One way of ensuring that the nation is safe is to secure the leaks. The leaks means kama kuna kurudi chini kwa standards of morals and standards of values and standard of ethics. That is where the next generation is going to pick from. But if we lift them higher, there's going to be a demand for them to get to the higher values in order for them to attain to the place of leadership. I think we need to go back to where leadership was a reward given for good behavior and good conduct, and not leadership born out of buying. If you can buy it, then you can take it. We must change, because when I look at politics in the past, it was a service. It was a sacrifice. Somebody would forego his comfort to go in the trenches and fight for the welfare of the whole country, because he believes that the country is to be served well in order for it to feed the rest of the society. But today, politics has become good business. Public office is a place to go and look for business connection and enrich oneself. And that is where the rain began to beat us, when we turned things that are supposed to be positioned for serving selflessly, they have been turned into lucrative businesses. So if we don't begin to point out where the problem is, we will forever ignore it, but it keeps on eating us. As a people, we must get back to our senses and ensure that what are we doing in contributing to the going down of our country? Because where Kenya is now, we have never been this low. We have never been this low in terms of, we had things during Moi's time. We had things during Kenyatta's time, but they were all under control. Information was protected. Information was kept for the right years and for the right age bracket and for the right people. But today we are sharing everything with everybody all the time. The development or the technological development is no license for us to throw away our personal responsibility in terms of being ethical and being, discreet in how we deal with one another. Being a destroyed relationship or a broken relationship doesn't mean it's now opportunity for you to go and expose your partner or your partner in crime. There are things that there are channels to go through to address such matters. Keep matters within the limits. That's how to be professional. It doesn't mean that now everything can be watched everywhere and everybody can watch it. I believe we need all to rise up and condemn all that is wrong and demand what is right, especially when somebody begins to ask for the highest office. If you want to serve in the highest office, show us highest character, show us your highest values, show us your highest ethical behavior. Can we trace it from your primary school, trace it from your high school, trace it from your college life? Can we trace it from your church and community service before you even got into your workplace? If your track record is questionable, then we should keep you away from the kitchen. We shouldn't trust you to prepare food for all Kenyans when we know you can poison the country. So I have no apologies in calling us back to this reality. There is no way you will hire a killer to prepare for you food and you be sure that what you are eating is safe. It is not safe. So when we give leadership to people with questionable character, we are the people who are causing the country to suffer, and we should take that responsibility all the way. Na tuache hii game ambayo tunacheza. Hata kama mtu amekulipa, wewe unaweza chukua hela mtu akupatie sumu ukunywe. It doesn't make sense. So let's accept that we are responsible and we should do the right thing. Let's get round pegs in round holes, squared pegs in squared holes. Any person that is in the wrong place, get rid of them. That is why we have 5 years of service. After that, evaluation. If you fail, go home. If you did well, we reward you. But leadership or buying, anybody want to buy self in public office should be suspected, should be investigated, and should be rejected. Why do you want to have, why do you want to buy an office that is there to be won by somebody who is credible? If you are not corrupt, why are you buying what is free? Okay, that in itself should be something that is pointing out that we are dealing with a crook. We are not dealing with a straightforward person. Naomba Wakenya tuelewane na tuseme ya kweli, tuache kudanganyana. Asanteni sana. Na Willy na kupatia muda uongee.
Sijui kama mnanisikia.
Sija commute na uguze hiyo mic yako, endelea kuongea, nasikia.
Ulisema bwana, tunakusikia.
Umejimute.
Hii simu sijui kwaje. Nilikuwa nasema
yes, endelea.
Sisi Wakenya wenyewe ndio tuna shida. Mwanzo ni ya kwamba hatujipatii nafasi ya kujifikiria kwanza tunapochagua hawa watu ambao tunawaita leaders. Leader ni ambaye ni mtu ambaye amepatiwa nafasi ya kuweza kuwasaidia wale waliomchagua. Na watu wetu sana huwa tunakimbilia mambo ya
just a moment, Willy. We have to put on screen because you're not in a chat. It will be a problem for us so put on a chat and then come back. And let that be to everybody. We don't need to do that. I regret doing that, but I had to. It's important.
You from Mombasa.
No. This is a TV station like any other, and we are responsible for the conduct of the entire world.
Yeah, ethical conduct is very important.
Yeah, the channel can be switched off just for that, and to get the channel back is disaster. So please, let's just observe those quickly. But if you have to kaa nyuma ya camera, I mean mute your camera and let's use your voice. That will be okay with us. Then there are those who asked on how to share to invite people to watch. In the private chat, I put the 2 links, okay? You can copy the link to your phone, and then when you are on your phone, if you can't access the phone while you're on the screen, you just get out of the screen, share the links with your followers, for WhatsApp, for Facebook groups and all that. Then you come back so that we increase the number of people who are viewing. So there are 2 links there to invite either kwa Facebook or kwa YouTube. Make use of those links that I have placed on the private chat. Thank you very much. Okay, Willy, you can continue. Thank you very much. Sorry for that.
Pole pia mimi ninaomba msamaha. Sikuwa nimejua, maybe ni siku yangu ya kwanza, ninaomba msamaha. Nikiendelea nilikuwa nasema ya kwamba sisi wenyewe wa Kenya tunatakana tujilaumu kwa sababu ya kwamba huwa hatujiheshimu sisi wenyewe. Mwanzo tunachagua watu kulingana na kabila. Pili tunachagua mtu kwa sababu ya senti. Na tunapoendelea hivyo hakuna vile vyovyote vile tutaweza kuendelea mbele kama hizi nchi zingine ambazo zimeendelea. Mwanzo tuchague watu ambao wataweza kutuwezesha kupata kazi. Unajua vijana wengi hawana kazi. Hiyo ni kitu cha muhimu kabisa, hasa yeyote ambaye tutakayempatia nafasi ya kuweza kuwa kiongozi ni atuelezee ni vipi vile anaweza kufungua njia ya watu kupata kazi. Na kuna njia nyingi sana, ni vile tu wa Kenya maybe huwa tuwezi kupata nafasi ya kuweza kuzungumza, na vile umetupatia nafasi ya kuzungumza, kuna njia nyingi sana. Ukienda Dubai, kama ule yote ambaye ameweza kupata nafasi ya kuweza kwenda Dubai, ataona ya kwamba watu wengi wale wanafanya kazi Dubai si wenye nchi, ni watu wametoka India, wametoka Pakistan huko, yani wametoka nchi za hata hapa Kenya. Wanapatiwa nafasi kwa sababu
Okay, sorry. Network yako iko na shida, but we pray you will get back. Pemba, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon.
And good evening from Nairobi.
Nitoe maoni.
Endelea kutoa maoni tukingoja Willy arudi.
Mimi sijui kwa nini watu wanamkashifu Sonko kwa ajili ya Sonkoleaks. I mean, it's in my view, he's just expressing what the society is. You know, that's the society. That is what the society is. So Sonko,
Okay,
Sonko
Themba, hold on. Let's let Willy finish his statement, and he will pick it.
Mbona mnanikata? Naona Ruben anakasirika. Nakasirika kwa nini?
Natetea yeye amejaribu sana. Naomba apate nafasi. Willy, endelea tafadhali, and ukwe upesi kwa sababu neti yako haidumu sana. Bwana Willy, are you there? Unatupata kweli? Willy. Aya, pole Willy, inaonekana neti yako imekataa. Themba.
Sawa.
Yeah.
Niendelee.
Tunakusikia sasa.
Niendelee ama niachie Willy?
Endelea, wacha huyu Willy akatengeneze mtambo wake.
Maybe for me, according to the Sonkoleaks and money, power, sex, and you know how it affects our society, I think, like they say, art is the mirror of the society. You cannot blame a medium. You know, like for example, Facebook, the radio, the newspapers. Those are just mediums of communication. And when you follow what Sonko has done, he's revealed, he's basically giving out and putting out there the morals of the society. Maybe we are pretending a lot. Maybe when we say that there's a particular morality that we're looking forward to, what he's giving us is actually the true morality that we are having. Because even when you look at that, the one that is exposing her, he goes ahead to tell her that there's a CCTV up there. And the lady says, who cares about CCTV? You know? So it is basically saying that that is the society that we are at. That is our society. So I think what this and the nature of justice, you know, because even when he's kind of bringing out some of the way he's meeting, we are not really looking at the authenticity of those things, but you can imagine the picture that is coming out suggesting that that is a judge of a court of appeal going to, I mean, a judge of a court going to even meet a client. It tells you that the perception is that the society is generally rotten. And even him, of course, it is not exonerating him. He might think that he's so much, you know, bringing out other people down, but he's also saying something about him because when they were okay, that's how he was accessing justice, using his money, using the power position that he had, and maybe for some, maybe even sexual favors. And if you could see that lady that is in that particular video, trying to tell him that I know this. In fact, towards the end, you see the way she's talking. So it tells you that we have this veil of pretense. You know, would you rather it's just blocked and you're not seeing it? You know, what you do with the information is up to the society. We have to have an honest conversation with ourselves. So, you know, rubbishing what Sonko has done is like saying that we should not read the newspaper for telling us that there is war in a particular place. We should not read the newspaper or something because it is telling us that this is what is happening. You know, so I think we need to have an honest conversation. We seem to be pretending as a society. We have this pretense in terms of, oh, so we are not, of course he has his issues as Sonko, right? But his leadership is not in question right now. We'll discuss his leadership at another point. But we are discussing the information that has been brought to us. He's saying this is what you are. If someone came and told you that we saw your children taking alcohol, do you blame them for telling you that? You know, this is what your children are doing. If he's leaking that conversation, it means it took place. If you had even his conversation with his personal lawyer, you know, the way he's trying to convince him not even to talk. And actually, they have gone ahead and taken a court order against him so that he doesn't release further information. In my view, he is told as what it is. The society might pretend and look at him, the perception of Sonko. You know, sometimes you look at the message and the messenger. So you crucify the messenger and forget the message. The message is the society is rotten. Let's stop pretending. People are getting favors. People are giving money. That is what is happening, you know. So what do we do as a people? It is a conversation that I think is important for us to have as a people. Can we go to power without, I mean, what happens when someone is seeking justice, thinking the court is a court of justice, and someone else is actually paying their way to get that justice? That's a conversation we need to have. So I think I want to look at it not necessarily questioning Sonko's suitability to be a leader, but his revealing of what the society is. It's just art, like they say. If you go to a theater and then they portray us as people who are behaving in a certain way, you don't blame it. You ask the question. As human beings, we are so much used to pretense. You know, you have this veil of you want to be nice, you want to be to look nice, we want to be moral in a certain way, but that's not who we are. So I want to throw it out there. There are several contributors who have lambasted Sonko, but Sonko's leadership quality is not the one we are discussing. We can have another day where we can discuss whether he's fit to be a governor or not. But on these issues of the leaks, money, power, the kind of money that is being, pointed out there, we should get worried that when you go to seek justice, someone else is actually going to pay some money to get that judgment. We should be worried that some judgment can actually be withdrawn and be recalled. You know, those are the conversations we should be having, not whether Sonko is a good leader or not. In fact, someone says that the leaders we have are a representation of the society we are. So probably those leaders are actually us. Thank you.
Okay, Femba, I get you clearly, but I have an issue with what you're saying. There is something you're leaving out. That means information given in confidence is not for theater. I know theater is for a reflection ni kioo cha jamii vile inavyosema. But when certain information is entrusted to a certain person, that information needs to be held responsibly. You don't share it on the social media and turn it into your art. That reveals you as a person that cannot be entrusted with confidential information. Are you there, Themba? Olitoroka. So,
Yes, sir. I didn't hear your question.
yes,
Was there a question?
I am saying,
Yes, sir.
information that is shared in confidence is
Yes.
not a movie you have created. It's not a poem you have written. It is not wherever some skit you are trying to act out to show what is going on in the society. This is information that is given in confidence, and as a leader and a mature person, you need to hold that information in a responsible manner and share it with the only required people. You don't take information that is given in confidence and make it public. That makes you either childish or irresponsible. What is your take on that?
That's a great view, but you know, whether it's in confidence or not, it has very little determination on the morality of the information that you're sharing. Okay, so I really don't think that you need to judge morality on the basis of, for example, if the people that are involved, confidence cannot be measured on the value of immorality of something. You know, if I come to share with you some information and you say, for example, you're giving me bribe, a bribe is given in secrecy. It is telling me the kind of a person you are. If you're accepting that bribe in confidence, then it tells me the kind of a person you are. If you're giving me sexual favors in confidence, it tells me the kind of a person you are. So it does not change the character of the individual, whether it was shared in public or wherever. You see, we need to stop this. No, we need to stop this pretense.
The point is here. There is the chats between you and your wife, okay, or you and your lover. That is shared in confidence between the two of you. Why are you introducing third party if you are a responsible person?
You see, this is it.
Yes.
This is it, Bernard. Where did Sonko share that information? He shared it in his private, in his Facebook wall. What are the options for everybody?
What do you mean, Themba?
Wait.
Facebook wall is a private place.
Let me finish. You have an option to be my friend or not when I'm on Facebook, okay? You can block me if you don't want to see what I've posted. If you don't like what I've posted, there's a block button. So you cannot blame someone on what he's doing on his wall. You see? If the society is that bad and you guys are that good, then why is everybody reposting it? You know? I do not at all agree with, you know, if you have a freedom to read Nation media, Nation newspaper, Standard newspaper, or Gata Press, you see, how many channels do you have in YouTube? There's so many. Someone has an option to read one or not read another. So he shared that on his page. If people don't want to read it, they can unfollow him. But what is happening? More people are following to get to know what is happening.
Themba, nataka kusema hivi, chochote ambacho unaweka kwa hiyo social media, hata kama ni private, hata kama unasema anawekea marafiki zake, lazima uwe sensitive. Hata hao marafiki zako unaweza kuweka kitu ambayo
Jakendube, sensitivity should have started from the person who was even unveiling. You see, in this era and age, if I'm talking to you and you're starting to remove your clothes in the camera, you should have started being sensitive. Think about yourself. Who are the people you want to accept with that?
Themba, you have no right.
No, Jakindube, this is 2021. Wait. This is 2021. Who does not know Sonko?
Passage of time is no license for lowering standards.
Huwezi kuweka kwa private social private, unasema hiyo private kutusi labda weusi, ni kwa sababu unasema ni private. You will be done. It's not allowed. Watu wanajaribu kufanya hivyo. It's not allowed. You must be sensitive to other people also. hata kama ni private. Hata ukitembea hata ukiishi nyumbani kwako ni private, but you have to be sensitive to your neighbor. You can't just do things in private. It's not like that. People, we need each other. So kuna vitu vingine hata ukisema ni private inaweza kuaffect neighbor wako. So it's not acceptable everything utafanya tu kwa sababu ni private. Ndio maana inatakiwa hivi.
Hold on.
Okay,
nasema hivi.
Order both of you.
Ndio maana inatakikana.
Temba subiri mzee amalize
Ndio
sentence yake alafu.
Ndio maana inatakikana.
Hawezi ninyamazisha kwa sababu mimi nataka kusema pointi yangu jamani. Si angoje niseme hata mimi.
Mimi nilikuwa nataka kusema nikimaliza useme. Lakini sema. Mimi nakubali sema.
Haya, asante. Twende pole pole hapa. Bernard, you are saying something and you are muted.
Temba, wewe subiri, huu moto wote ndio umeibua, kwa hivyo ngoja mawe na usubiri polepole, utauliza maswali utajibu. Thank you.
Sasa si amenikubalia. Amenikubalia.
Okay.
Sasa Sonko hakuna mahali ametusi mtu. Right? Sonko hajaonyesha uchi wake. Right? Hajaonyesha uchi wake. Sonko, kama ingekuwa tunaona uchi wa Sonko ndio tungesema mbona anaonyesha uchi wake. We cannot demand responsibility from one side and not condemn irresponsibility on the other side. The person who was actually offering to show her whatever kwa mtandao should have thought twice in this time and age. Anytime ambao unaonyesha hata kwa video, anytime unajitoanisha, you are putting yourself into the public. Naelewa? So wakati ambapo we should, you cannot condemn Sonko and excuse irresponsibility on the other person. The other person should have thought that she is also a mother, she's a woman. The other people who are accepting the finances and bribes should have thought that they have family, and this thing could come out. Now, it is not the first time that Sonko has leaked conversations. I think over 5 years or so years, Sonko has always leaked conversations, So should not be lost on anyone. If you are seeking for irresponsibility, we should not say it is childish for Sonko to come and say things. A time will come, you'll be exposed, and even Pastor, you are here. That when time comes for you to be exposed for who you are, it will come. The things you do in hiding will come to be known in daylight. Sasa hizo vitu zote unapozifanya kwa giza, wewe unafikiria kwamba kama wewe unaongea tu na Sonko, unachukua tu hela zako, hazitakuja kusikika. Sasa imekuja zimepatikana, we are busy condemning Sonko. I think that is not, and I will not agree with those people thinking that Sonko is wrong. He has said who we are.
Wacha niinue mkono wa kawaida. Wacha niinue mkono wa kawaida nichangie.
Okay. Wewe ni pastor, basi jitetee, mapasta ndio umetajwa.
Wacha ni kwa sababu pastor ametajwa pale, wacha hata mimi ninene. Kitu ambacho kinasema kwamba mtu atoe kwanza kipansi ambacho kiko ndani ya jicho la mtu lako kabla hujamtoa ule mwingine. Mwenzetu huyo ambaye mnamnenea, mimi naweza sema ya kwamba yeye anajaribu kutafuta raha yake. Unajua amewekwa pressure sana. Na venye amesukumwa, amefikishwa kila mahali, kila ukingoni. Hana lolote ambalo anaweza fanya. Sasa hivi na mtu ndio ujipe amani, ni mtu mwenyewe anaweza tafuta jinsi ya kujipea amani mwenyewe. Sasa hivi tunaongelea ni raia mwenzetu. Imagine, mtu ambaye tunaongelea ni raia mwenzetu. Hakuna kitu akonacho kwa government. Hakuna kitu akonacho kwa wananchi. Ni raia kama mimi na wewe. So, mimi naweza sema ya kwamba kitu ya kwanza yeye sio pastor. Aka-allowed kuoa wake wengi. I can mention the verses Mwanaume ana ruhusa ya kuoa wake wengi vile anataka, wala ambao hata tukiangalia katika dini ya Waislamu hata mashehe ameruhusiwa. Sasa Sonko si pastor, Sonko si yote. Kwa hivyo chochote ambacho anaweza fanya yeye ameruhusiwa kama mwanadamu ule mwingine. So la yake sisi wanaume ambao tuko hapa wote tuache Sonko. Ni kusema we are green. Are we green? Leo mjapitia mkawa fulani mkaona ule alikuwa na wasafu mkaangalia vibaya. Mbona mnaona ile kitu ambacho amefanya? Sisi
Mimi naona
wote
Sonko
hapa,
amepata nafasi.
sisi wote ambao tuko hapa, kila mtu ako na mambo yake. Kwa hivyo tusimkondem. Jamani amefikishwa mwisho. Sasa lazima atafute la yake, asije akapatwa na maradhi yafuatao. Anaweza patwa na kansa.
Pastor, subiri kwanza. Wewe unaenda sana. Hebu tukubaliane hapa. Okay? Sheria inapatiana uhuru wa kutafuta raha vile unataka. Okay? Lakini hiyo sheria inaweka nini? Mipaka. Kama raha yako inamuumiza mtu mwingine, okay? You umeshafanya violation. The Bible is also in agreement. Inasema mimi nikikula nyama na nyama inakwaza ndugu yangu, okay? Kwa sababu ya ndugu yangu sitakula nyama. Si eti sitaki kuila, nataka kuila, lakini nikiila inamkwaza ndugu yangu. Kwa sababu ya ndugu yangu sitakula nyama. So, life is about us being responsible one for another. It is not everybody doing whatever they want, anyhow they want, because they feel like it.
My friend.
So, able to carry up pastor.
Sonko alikuwa in a restaurant. He was in a restaurant. Si ni kweli? Alipiga picha akiwa restaurant. And restaurant imetoka kwa jina resto. Kitu yote hata computer hata hii simu tunatumia inatumia jina ambayo inaitwa resto. So he was restoring for himself. Na mtu ambaye ako pale anataka kukua restored, unaenda kwenye mikahawa kwa nyumba saa nini?
Wacha nikuongezea hapo. Hata hiyo part ambapo the lady unveiled herself. Sonko did not ask. Yeye ndiye alisema wacha nikuonyeshe.
Yeah.
You should be out of your mind if someone is
Okay, hold on both of you. All of you ngojeni kwanza. Order, thank you. Kila mtu akiongea tunatengeneza kelele. Watazamaji wanapata shida. Tuache mtu amalize kile chanasema, ama unaji-excuse anyamaze kwanza ndio wewe uanze kuongea. Tusitani ikue soko. And then ngoja kwanza Peter. Mimi nimeshasema hivyo. Subiri kwanza nimekuona kwa mbali. Subiri wewe kwanza, kiu yako uko mbali kwa sababu ushatoa maoni yako. Kuna wale watu hawajazungumza, hao watatangulia.
Kuna mwanadada hapo, aje tumpe nafasi.
Ngoja kwanza. Let's introduce some order here. Everybody mute your mic. Keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak. All right? Na mimi ndio chairman wa mkutano. Kwa hivyo ni mimi peke yangu napeana permission ni nani anaongea wapi. Mpaka hiyo mamlaka nipatie kwa mtu mwingine, ndio huyo mtu mwingine ataendelea. Lakini kama kila mtu atakuwa anapeana mamlaka, sasa what are we going to end up having? I want us to look into this thing holistically, not one-sided. Okay? Kwa sababu mkianza kwenda hii you look at it from the man point of view without the woman point of view, or without the society point of view, or without the leadership integrity ethics point of view, we always get it wrong. And for us to be as a credible platform as we are, let us open the way we do other topics. Let's also do this one. Let's not narrow it into only the moral part of it. There is responsibility with it. There is ethics with it. There is misconduct with it, kuna kuanguka kwa tabia kwa kina dada, na kuna ile kuwa irresponsible as a man, because wakati wewe unaongea na mwanadada alafu umemuingiza box, ana vulnerable na wewe, anakuonyesha mambo ambayo ni katikati ya wewe na yeye, wewe unatuhusisha kama nani? Hakuna mtu ambaye anakutana na mwanamke faragani ambapo wanatengeneza video ama wanafanya video chat, alafu anakuambia tukimaliza hii video chat naomba uniwekee kwa TikTok ama kwa nini tupate likes. If
Bernard,
that is the case, then
you're
that is the
influencing our
business.
opinion. You're influencing our
No,
opinion. Wacha to
no.
debate.
I'm also a debater, so I have a right to say what I want to say. All the same, tusikilize Judy kwanza ndio turudi kwa Penny. Hajaongea, Judy alikuwa ameongea, lakini vile ameomba wacha tupatie Judy tuende kwa Penny ndio turudi kwa Pastor.
Okay. Kuna point hapo imeongelelewa sana. Hata nilikuwa nauliza what is coming from. Hii point ambayo tunaongelelea sana kuhusu huyu mkubwa ambaye anajiita Sonko. But on the other hand, we are supposed to look on both sides. Hapa kuna pastor amesema kuhusu mwanaume ana ruhusa wa kuwa bibi wawili. Hatukatai, tunakubaliana. Lakini pia hakuna vile unasema ati kwa sababu baliwa watumie, kwa sababu young people they are the ones that been used. Wale vijana, the youth, hao ndio wanatumika sana, na si kwa sababu wewe ni mkubwa ama wewe uko vile ulivyo ama uko na ruhusa watumie wengine. Ndio huyo hajaeka uchi wake. On the other hand, yule ambaye amekubali uchi wake wekwe pahali pale, yeye ni mwanadamu kweli. Mbona yeye akakubali? Kwa hiyo hakuna mwizi na wa kuchungulia. Both people wana makosa. Kwa sababu hata mimi nikiiba, nikwambie ati chungulia kama nitapatikana. Wewe ambao unachungulia na mimi ambaye naiba, sisi wote tuko kitu kimoja. When we are looking on the side of Sonko, tuangalie pia on the other side of the young youth or young people. Ningependa kusema young people, they are the one that been used. Young people, they are many that they don't have work. Young people, they are the one that you find them doing the things that are not good. They are misusing themselves. Unapokuta kijana ama the youth amekaa tu mahali and you are stable, yeye ako tu pale, hana chochote, hafanyi anything. Umempa shilingi 100, yeye anaona umemsaidia, lakini wewe haujamsaidia. Ndugu yangu, dada yangu, ingekuwa vizuri muonyeshe mahali ambapo atatoa ile 100 yake, awe anaipata kila siku. Kesho hautampa mahali pale. So all those things that they're coming out, it's youth or young, the societies. Na let me talk about the ladies. Sisi kama wanawake tunatumika sana. Wewe kama mwanadada, mbona wewe ukubali ati unachukuliwa video, unachukuliwa whatever, umepelekwa hata kama ni biashara? Biashara inafanyika kwako. We normally say respect yourself so that you will be respected. But kama wewe haujiheshimu kama mwanadada, do you expect someone to expect you. When we are looking of these points, kuna hii point watu wanaingililia sana upande wa Sonko. Ndio, lakini pia let us look on the other hand. Tusiangalie upande moja, tusianguke sana upande mmoja. Hata yeye ni binadamu kama sisi. Ni jina tu. Ana damu, ana mwili, lakini let us look both sides. Hapa ambapo kuna point hapo ilisemekana about mahali ilisemekana si kushika vizuri, but tujaribu kusaidia young people. Young people, they are the one that they are misusing themselves or they are being misused. Kuna mtu hapa kama ati kwa social media ana post everything, or he or she can post anything for friends to see. Hatukatai. But when you are posting something on a social media, you're supposed to know what are you posting. Kwa sababu wewe mwenyewe ukipost, unajua kama unapost kitu ambacho kitasaidia watu or something that is not good. Hakuna venye utapost kitu ambacho haujui. We don't say don't post, just post, but make sure that whatever you are posting, not something that in something open. Kama yani, I said when I was starting talking, I said, can we try to use the social media the way it's supposed to be? Let us not misusing the social media. Kwa hivyo tusaidie sana young people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Judy. Let's go to Penny, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, in today's topic, there is the money, power, sex, betrayal in the corridor of justice. Is this fake or real? What is our society turning into? Yeah, so about today's incidences and the past incidences where Sonko has been releasing information. You know, he has done a lot of exposures, and in my opinion, there are two sides. We can look at it just like Judy has said. We can look at the negative sides of Sonko, and also look at the negative side of the victims, the people that have been exposed. Then we can also look at the if there's anything that we can fix using what Sonko has done. Yeah, probably there's some there's some positivity to it. Likewise, there is also a probability that whatever information he released can be quite destructive in the society. I think just like Bernard has put it. So in my opinion, I'll start with the negative. What Sonko has done is you know, he has he has revealed his very true character. He has revealed his character of being, he's a very treacherous person, if I might say. You know, he has exhibited treachery of the highest degree. Someone you cannot entrust with information. You know, when you are having your own private time with a woman, and you are having your petty pleasures, you know, it is your responsibility as a man to keep the secrecy and the privacy. You know, it is none of our business. Whatever you're talking with a woman, it is none of our business. When you are done with your petty pleasures, we are not interested. So I don't think Sonko is genuine in his release of the information. You know, that is something that he uses more so to destroy women and to strip them of their dignity. You know, he did that to Pasaris by recording a conversation and releasing it. So one question that begs to be asked is the timing of this information. He has been with this information for, I think, quite some time. So why now? What was he trying to achieve? You know, what was his aim of releasing this information? So For me, I think that is treachery. And treachery is not one of those qualities you want in a responsible human being. Yeah. So the other thing that is also coming up, that he has no respect for women. He doesn't uphold women dignity. And I think for me that is a no. I'm not supporting the lady who did what she did, because that is also coming out as a lesson, you know. It is also coming out as a lesson for us that whatever you do in secret, and especially if it's something that is recorded, you know, you do things on social media, and especially with the politicians, you don't know what is going to happen the next moment when people are in a fix. They can do anything. And I think Sonko has been experiencing a lot of heat, and probably he's doing that to try and exonerate himself from a lot of the blames and a lot of the bad things that have been happening to him. So I think it also calls on our generation, you know. It also calls upon women and the youth especially, you know. And everyone in the society should take responsibility for their actions, because a lot of the information that Sonko has been releasing is not necessarily from the youth. These are grown people, the judges, you know. These are people who matter in the society. And the information was not meant for the entire community or the entire social media fraternity, because we have our children who can access the social media. And I think for such information to reach our children, much as we might say that you are not pretending, there's nothing that is hidden. But I think such information is also contributing to, you know, it's not going well with our children, because our children are also bound to see such kinds of things. And I wonder what kind of a picture that it portrays. So mine is just to call upon Sonko to reevaluate himself, you know, and know that what he is doing, I don't think it's the right thing, in my opinion, you know. Much as he's exposing the rot, the moral filth of the society, I think if he really wanted a solution, his main aim of releasing these videos is not to solve anything, but to betray, you know, to cause conflict and disagreement within a section of the community, which for me is a no. Because if he wanted to solve any problem, I think there are better ways and there are better channels through which he can be able to follow in order to solve whatever problem. So mine, it's a no. He did not do well by releasing that kind of information. In fact, it's irresponsible of him to have done what he has done. What he has been doing is quite irresponsible, and even from the Christian point of view, you know, if you read, sorry, but I'll have to mention, if you read Proverbs 6:16, and you look at the kind of things that God hates, I think what he has done is also something that God hates. It falls within the category of things that God hates, you know, causing instability. You know, Themba, you're supporting that. Themba, I could hear you supporting Sonko that there's nothing that he has done wrong, but in my opinion, no, he could have had the right information, but I think how he has done it is not the right way. So that is my contribution for now.
Okay, thank you, Penny. Pastor Amanda. Okay, Themba, you have right of reply. Reply.
I want to ask Penny a question. Penny, you're bringing out several things. Now, in your understanding of a society,
Yeah.
something is written that every market has a madman.
Mm.
Hold on. Let me get back. Kuna a little interference.
Okay, mute kwanza. All right. Pastor, wewe ndio ulikuwa unajibu vipi?
Nilikuwa nimetoweka kidogo lakini nimerudi tena. Sasa nilikuwa nasema
Yes.
dada yangu amenena vile kule vizuri kulingana na yeye na ameweka vizuri kulingana na yeye, anasema Sonko hakufanya vizuri. Lakini kulingana na mimi siwezi laumu Sonko, siwezi laumu yeyote. Mahali walikuwa ni mahali pa kulewa. Na kama mtu amelewa anaweza fanya chochote. Pombe tulikunywa. Hata kama mimi ni pasta saa hii. Wakati nilikuwa nakunywa pombe, ukilewa unafanya chochote. So Sonko mahali alikuwa, it was a restaurant. Na restaurant ujua alikuwa anatumia nini? Sasa huyu jamaa kujitafutia raha, hivyo ndivyo alijaribu kujitafutia raha mwenyewe. Hiyo ni opinion yangu. Point ya kwanza. Na hao watu walikuwa wawili. Mbona tuongelele mmoja? Walikuwa wawili, wote ni viongozi.
Si ndio nimesema on the side of the lady, si ati nilikuwa nikimsupport, but hata sisi wanawake, it is a lesson to us, you know, women and even men, that when you go to have your petty pleasures, do not put it on recording, because ukiona mtu most of the time ana insist on taking the selfies, you know, there are people who when they are having their petty pleasures wana insist ya kwamba camera ikuwe on, and you know some of these people when they are together they are being unfaithful, you know, unapata mtu ameolewa ama mtu ameoa, so when these people disagree they begin to threaten each other that I'm going to release the video that you gave me, you know. So I think hata sisi wanawake, you know, and everyone else, and even politicians, you know, when you're having your own petty pleasures, make sure you behave responsibly. Don't take videos and pictures and stuff like that, because politics, as we have always said, is a dirty game, you know.
But
Be wise.
before tuenda huko, hebu tulisana hii swali. What is the meaning of a photo? Kabla tujafanya chochote, kazi ya picha ni nini? Juu picha hata wacha tuache kuangalia ubaya peke yake. Tuangalie hata kule kutoka tukio utotoni tulipigwa picha, sasa hivi tunaonyeshwa. Picha inatusaidia nini katika maisha yetu?
But unaona pastor, hapo mali walikuwa wanaongea ilikuwa ni video call. It was a video call, it was not photo. So Sonko just happened to have been recording. Sonko alikuwa akirecord, but it was a video call that was It was a video call that was meant to be, you know, it was not meant to be recorded. Yeah.
Unajua, in this era and age, you and I should know that any conversation can be recorded, any video call can be tapped, can be accessed. That is rule number one. With that kind of knowledge, Sonko is not the first time he's leaking information. He's been doing that. And if you heard from the conversation, even the lady knows that Sonko had been recording. Na Sonko akamwambia, unajua mimi huwa na record makatel. You know? So that is information he's telling you. Then at the time that she wants to release, she says that wacha nikuonyeshe. Then anamwambia kuna CCTV. Then the lady goes like, I don't care. Who cares? So there's the attitude of lack of caring. Unaona? So number one, wacha nimalize. Number one, we are living in a society that doesn't care about the morals or those are the morals of our society. Now, what you call petty pleasures is what the society is. Remember, the topic is money, power, and sex. Money exchanges hands for favors. Sex exchanges hands because she later says that no, nichague kama deputy governor. Sonko is just an example. So there's a lot that goes on with our society. Now, when you're condemning the messenger and forgetting the message, what does that say about us? That nyamaza usituambie, tunafanya hivyo lakini usiseme. You know.
Okay, Tembe, if you listened, I was not supporting the lady, and that's why I was saying that people have to be responsible in their behavior. Like, she did not have to do all that she did. But about the release of the information, I don't think, morally speaking, I don't think it is right, Tembe. You know, it is the
No,
truth.
really, no. You should know that you will be released, so you shouldn't do those things. Or if that is what you're doing, the person is okay to expose, because that's what we are. Once you start
Mr.
cheating, know
Temba,
that anytime you can be
Mr.
found.
Temba,
Once you start
Temba,
going
Mr.
out,
Temba,
this
Mr.
is
Temba.
it. Let me saying this, Pastor kidogo tu. Madam Penny anasema hivi. You know, we are supposed to respect, this is a public reality. And remember, this is information coming out of someone who's been in the leadership of one of the best positions, actually the top positions in this country. People
wewe wachana na
listen.
stories za leadership yake. Leadership yake will be discussed on another
Hapana.
day.
No,
Discuss the
listen to me.
behavior right now.
This is the behavior. What are components of a good leader?
Elisha,
Who makes
if
a good
if you
leader?
don't respect yourself, nobody will respect you. Number one, Elisha, you should
And
start
that
by
is why
respecting
we are
yourself in
saying,
the house.
that is why Themba, we are saying, you cannot expect, not expect such information coming from a person in the name of Sonko. Why do you record nudes and post it in the public realm to achieve what?
No, why should you show your nudes?
Because
Mr.
you might
Elisha,
have enticed me.
Mr.
You have
Elisha,
enticed me.
please,
You
excuse me.
enticed me.
Excuse
Listen,
me, Mr. Elisha.
I'm answering Themba first,
Okay, order,
before I
order, all
continue with
of
my
you.
point.
Order, all of you. Please, if we don't keep order, we are not communicating. So, sawa. So let's have one person speak at a time. You give them a listening ear, then you will get time to respond to them. No market exchange. All
Thank you.
right? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ben. I was saying, when we listen, when we look at what this Mike has done, you know, with what intention do you record a video? You do a video record and post it in the public realm. Is that a norm that is acceptable in the society? You might say you wanted to expose what is happening in the society, but with what intent? Are you solving anything, or you are worsening it?
No,
Whatever that is society.
Elisha, you know,
Now,
once.
what I was
Okay,
Go ahead.
hold on, Elisha. You have asked your question.
Yes.
Can we now give you an answer?
You know, Elisha.
Okay. Yes.
I like the way those people who are bashing Sonko, the way they are arguing. You're arguing starting with a statement with whatever Sonko has done, as if the other person was under influence, was coerced, was under duress to do whatever she did. She had a choice. Why is it not Penny? Why is it not someone else? Why that person? Do we have in our society people like Bernard here who cannot accept bribe? Why do you have others who can accept bribe?
So, Themba, in other words, are you in support of the way Sonko has posted the stuff on social media for our children to access someone's brain? For
your
what
children.
reason?
No, listen. Your children, you cannot allow some other people to be role models to your children. You should be the role models to your children. And in fact, your children, if they are under 18, what are they doing on social media? They should be staying at home. What is your child doing in social media if they are not adults?
Penny,
But
I'm ahead of my
if you haven't trained your children, well, don't blame the social media. Your child should not be in social media if they are under 18.
Themba, listening to you, what I get is one. You're telling
Elisha,
us,
remember social media is not made of adult or the social media iko na kila mtu. social media, hata watoto wa wale ambao saa hizi wako kwa zile siku ambazo ziko saa hizi. Na hata mimi mwenyewe nikuulize kama
Ndio.
Elisha, let me ask
Yes.
you this question. Are you supporting that Sonko venye alifanya kwa haki yake ama alifanya vizuri? Ambapo unaegemea sana alichukua video.
It's not Elisha.
Let me
It
ask
is.
you a good question.
She's asking the wrong person, Bernard. Do you want
Come
to
again?
bring her back to order?
It is Temba. It is Temba, not Elisha.
No, I'm asking Elisha. Wewe ndio umetoa hiyo point, alichukua video akapost. Na nimesema kuegemea upande mmoja sana. Hebu niambie, kupost kwake ile picha ilikuwa inaonyesha picha nzuri? Halafu pia uniambie yule ambaye pia alikuwa anachukuliwa picha, yule ambaye alikuwa anachukuliwa hiyo video ama picha hiyo, actually, how can you say about it?
Bernard, you're mute.
Bernard, you're muted.
Bernard,
Sorry.
unmute.
Sorry. I wanted to answer this.
Quickly,
According
please.
to that
Restrict
conversation,
yourself to 1 minute.
sawa. Ukiona hiyo conversation video chat, I cannot confirm that this lady was sure Sonko was recording and going to publicize it, to make it public. Yeye alikuwa anajua ni ile chat ya private chat, it is not going to go online because she never requested Sonko to post it. Sonko haku request consent kutoka kwa yule madam apost hiyo kitu in public. So mimi nikiapprove kwamba he did well, inamaanisha ni kama aliniuliza mimi as part of the public kuapprove. Yani alitafuta consent kutoka kwangu, kwa hivyo mimi na approve. I cannot sign on that. He did wrong.
Kwa hivyo unamaanisha kitendo ambacho kilichukuliwa zile video ilifanyika kama yule mwanadada hajui. That is what you mean?
Namaanisha alijua anarekodiwa, lakini labda hakujua atawekwa in the public reality. Alikuwa anajua ni ile chat.
Correct.
Ile chat ile tunaweza kuwa nayo na Pastor Ben.
Alijua
Pastor.
alijua anachukuliwa video.
Ndiyo, lakini hakujua itawekwa kwa mtandao. She can't confirm that in that conversation.
Hakujua itawekwa.
Okay, thank you.
Alijua yeye. That one I don't agree with you because video yoyote ambayo unachukuliwa kama wewe mwanadada unachukuliwa video ukiwa uchi. You are not using your brain.
Okay. Thank you. I want us to move from there, please. Let's do this. Unajua, this conversation, if we don't take it to a high note, we will dig ourselves to one hole. We will never be able to get out. So I want us to remain sober and judge these matters from both sides and soberly in view of the entire society. Kuna mambo yanakubalika sehemu nyingine ya dunia na yakubaliki katika sehemu nyingine ya dunia. Na kila information ambayo unapata unahitaji kuwa responsible enough kusieve. Ujue hii ni ya nani, hii ni ya nani. Hiyo ndio kulelewa ambayo tumelelewa nayo. Lakini kama information yoyote uko nayo unapeana kwa kila mmoja, basi inaonyesha kwamba wewe ni mtu ambaye huwezi kuaminika. Si eti wewe ni kiongozi ama nini, kama huwezi chagua lugha unayotumia mbele ya watoto na lugha unayotumia na watu wazima, lugha unayotumia mbele ya watu wamekuzidi umri, na maneno gani unazungumza mbele ya nani, you are an imbalanced person, and that to me, hata kama mtaongea hapa mpaka kesho asubuhi. Siwezi ku excuse mtu ukiwa mtu mzima. Paulo anasema nilipokuwa mtoto niliwaza kama mtoto, niliongea kama mtoto, nilifanya mambo yako kwa utoto, lakini nilipofanyika mtu mzima niliweka mambo ya kitoto mbali na mimi. So kama mtu ni mtu mzima alafu bado amejibeba na mambo ya kitoto, huyo mtu ako na dosari. Hatuwezi kusema society iko hivyo, that is how this generation is, that is how this digital world is. No, we shouldn't excuse a bent person and call him straight. Lazima straighten out. And both these people in the video are sick. They should be helped. And the best way to help them, call their problem and then point them to their solution. But if you tell them that that is the way the society is, we should accept
They will
it.
do it again tomorrow. They will do it again tomorrow.
Yeah, we may not even be able to stop them from doing it tomorrow, but we should be able to get the rest of the society to know what they are doing is not right, so that nobody should copy them. The less evil people we have, the better world we have. We shouldn't
I have a
multiply
question
and
for
duplicate evil.
I have a question for Themba. Themba, I have a question for you.
Naomba hivi.
Just a second, I'll be back. You ask that question.
Thank you. Naomba hivi, let's make progress. Willy, umerudi. Hebu jaribu kuona kama hiyo net yako itafanya. Uchukue kazi yako 1:30, maliza mambo yako. Tusikilize James Blue. Amekuwa hapo kwa muda mrefu, hajaongea, tunataka aongee. Sorry. Tuende kwa after Willy, James Blue, tuende kwa hiyo pattern, alafu sasa ndio tuende kwa kina Ruben, Pastor, nini wale watu wameongea. Let's hear from the first speakers first, then we move. The way we do. Let's start respectively. Kama unanipata tafadhali unmute alafu ongee. Willy. Yes.
Nilikuwa nasema ni asante sana kwa kunipatia nafasi nyingine kuongea. Na kuongelea, unanisikia? Unanisikia?
Yes. Yeah, karibu endelea.
Hello?
Nakusikia, endelea.
Hello?
Endelea kuongea.
Okay, asante sana kwa kunipatia nafasi. Okay, asante sana kwa kunipatia nafasi nyingine. Okay, nilikuwa nasema ya kwamba okay, sawa, asante. Nilikuwa nasema Wakenya wenzangu, tuombe Mungu sana ili tuweze kupatiwa nafasi ya kuweza kupata viongozi ambao wataweza kufikiria mambo yetu, kwa sababu hawa viongozi wetu wote wana ubinafsi. Saizi wanapotafuta kura watakuelezea maneno mazuri ambayo wataweza kufanya ufikiria kwamba ni watu wazuri, lakini in actual sense they normally don't think about us. They only think about themselves. That's one thing. Second point that I wanted to put across, kuna miradi ambayo inaweza kutusaidia sisi kama wana Kenya. Kama mfano Northeastern, kila siku huwa tunawapelekea chakula. Kenya, okay, government inatoa pesa, inatoa chakula kupeleka Northeastern. Kuna njia nyingi sana. Irrigation. Ukitembea, watu wale wametembea nje kidogo, Mungu amewasaidia kutembea nje, utapata nchi kama Israel. Israel ni nchi ambayo ina ukame mkubwa sana, lakini saizi inajilisha. Ni watu tu kujiweka ile bidii na kujua kwamba sisi ni watu ambao tumechaguliwa ili tuweze kusaidia Wakenya, na tukiweka bidii kama hiyo itatuweza kutusaidia. Education system yetu pia inatufanya tunapata na shida kabisa, because they value papers mostly, na kuna watu hapa nje wana ujuzi, wanaweza fanya hizo kazi hata bila hizo makaratasi. Enda example, mimi upenda sana kupatiana examples. Enda kama Amerika, ukiwa uko na skills utapata kazi na utaweza kuendelesha maisha yako, si paka ukuwe na makaratasi. Hiyo ndio kitu ambayo bado hasa inatusumbua sana katika Kenya yetu. La mwisho ambao ningependa kusema ya kwamba sisi wenye wa Kenya tuweze kujifunza ya kwamba kabila haitatupatia suluhisho katika maisha yetu. Asanteni sana. Nimemaliza.
Thank you Willy, thank you very much. James Blue, tafadhali karibu.
Habari ya kila mtu.
Hello.
Nzuri sana.
It's okay. So, Madam Penny, you've been asking questions. Mimi pia nina maswali. I want to ask the meaning of norm. Ndio kuna zile vitu tunafanya pande hii unafanya ukijua si kosa ama si kitu ya aibu. Then on the other side, some people will see it so awkward and weird. That is my first question. How do we deal with such issues? Two, kuna situations pia ulazimisha mtu kufanya kitu without necessarily thinking. Wanaona tu the possibility or the outcome of that situation. Nikifanya hivi na nipate vile. He or he doesn't bother about the means, but the end result is driving them so hard that they don't think, they stop thinking, just like this lady did. Anything you are promised, monetary, upewe position, anything, you are not thinking at that time, you are just willing and ready to do anything because there is something that is ahead. Kuna kitu imewekwa pale. Then third thing I want to ask every one of us. Najua Waswahili wanasema ati sumu kwangu, chakula kwako. I think with the internet and these issues, we check them daily. We have been westernized. Na sisi unajua Afrika bana, kuna vitu tunaheshimu sana. There are some parts of the body we respect so much that even you mention them where there are children. Wakati kuna watoto, there are some parts of the body you don't even think of mentioning. So are we tumepotoka like culture wise? And nataka kuuliza Temba, is it ukiangalia hii Squid Game watu wanakuwa forced to, wanalazimika. This woman is actually in her sense na alijua kenye ilikuwa inaendelea, but do we justify as a society that because you want something unaweka manners ama unaweka what it should be done actually, yani you stop at that point kufanya ile kitu right just to get what you want. Mimi sina story mingi, I just want to get answers of those questions.
Aha, community, umeinua mkono, nafikiria sio swali tena.
Hapana, ni jibu ya huyo. Ningependa kukujibu namna hii ndugu yangu, as far as hii mambo ya huyu mrembo is concerned. Hiyo swali ya pili. Unajua huyu mrembo Mary Ngatha, kuna watu watatu hapo, sijui wala ambao mlisoma kwa high school, unapewa maybe kitabu fulani unaambiwa chambua. Sasa kama hii in fact inastahili watu tuchambue. Hapa kuna watu watatu. Kuna Mary Ngatha, kuna Anne Kananu na kuna Mike Sonko Mbuvi as governor. Now Mary Ngatha na Anne Kananu walitaka Sonko kuwapatia kitu tunaita deputy governorship seat of Nairobi. Sasa Anne Kananu yaonekana kuwa yeye ndio, she was the favorite kutake over hiyo governorship, deputy governorship ya Sonko. Lakini Meringadha kwa roho yake akasema namna gani? Mimi huenda sina pesa. What I'll do, I will use my body. Nipatie huyu Sonko ndiposa anipe kiti ya deputy governorship. So huyu Meringadha tunamuona kuwa anaambia Sonko, wacha nikuonyesha ndiposa unipatie hicho kiti. But deputy Sonko hakumpatia, alipatia Ani Kananu. Sasa wakati kesi imekuwa mahakamani ya Mike Sonko Mbuvi kuhusu waking'ang'ana na Ani Kananu, because Ani Kananu already vile alipewa hiyo deputy governorship, Sonko aliona Ani Kananu atapewa ugavana, so atamuondoa kabisa. Sasa tunaona Meringadha akifanya nini? Akiwa rafiki ya Ani Kananu ndiposa Sonko apate information kuhusu hii kesi vile inaendelea, because Mike Sonko unajua ametumia pesa, he has used millions of money kufight kuhonga hawa macharge ndiposa wabadilishe hiyo uamuzi ya kuwa Ani Kananu, she is not preferred to be the governor of Nairobi. So Meringadha anaenda kwa Ani Kananu, then Ani Kananu anampatia siri kuhusu hawa churches wenye wanaendesha kesi ya Mike Sonko. Sasa wakati Sonko aliona kuwa Ani Kananu maybe cause tunaambiwa kuwa Ani Kananu amelala nao na inasemekana kuwa she slept with some of these churches or even lawyers wenye walikuwa wanaendesha hii case. Sonko alijua kabisa sasa hii case siwezi nikafanya nini, siwezi nikashinda, na maybe alitumia pesa mingi sana kwa huyu Meringadha. Sasa Sonko kukasirika kuwa Ani Kananu amepewa ugavana. Sasa mimi hata kama nimetumia do zangu, I've lost the case. Now what I'll do, nitapiga hawa machaches kombora, na nitapiga hata huyu Mary Kananu, hata kama ndio nilimtumia, hata kama alinionyesha mwili wake na nini, wote kabisa, kwa sababu I have lost the case. What I'll do, I will expose them. Sasa ndio unaona kuwa aliwa expose. Hapo ndio pesa inafikishanga mwanadamu. So pesa sio jambo sio suluhisho kwa kila kitu. Ndio inafaa sisi wa Kenya tujue kutoka sasa na kuendelea. Unaweza tumia pesa, lakini at the end of the day hii pesa inafika mahali haiwezi ikafanya nini, haiwezi ikakuokoa. Na hawa rembo wetu wacha kupenda pesa za bwerere, kuwa unaweza jiuza ndiposa upate kukubalika. It is something which is very very dangerous. Meringadha, she has learned a hard way. So na hawa warembo wetu wenye wameona haya, iwe funzo kwenyu kuwa wakati mko pale mahali huko na mpenzi wako ama mpango ya kando ama nini, please vitu zingine limit yule mwenye mko naye. Kama ni kuswitch off phones, switch off phones. Thank you.
Bernard.
Thank you.
Ambia Jackie Dube ya mute. Bernard, James Blue had asked a question. Can I respond?
Yes, Temba respond first. Tunakuja kwako Ruben. Now,
And I know also Penny had a question she'll ask later, but James Blue, I think my argument is this, and I still hold on to that argument. As a society, let me ask you, for example, if your neighbor's child waende wachukue na mtoto wako, then waende waseme, for example, advice, like for example, wavute bangi pamoja, then your neighbor's child akuje kukwambia kwamba unajua jana tulijificha na kijana wako tukavuta bangi, what will be your first reaction?
Mulivuta hiyo bangi wapi?
So would you have rather anyamaze kwa sababu alivuta bangi pamoja asikuambie, ama would you be happy that amekwambia?
Hiyo ni mzuri, ameniambia nijue. Na nani aliwapea hiyo?
Okay, ni mzuri amekwambia, right? Because kuvuta bangi ni mbaya. The same like hongo is not good. Okay? Sawa.
Ukweli ni mbaya, hata Biblia inakataa. I read the Bible. It's not good.
Two, also, let's agree that we don't know.
Point of order here.
Sasa Elisha jamani, siwezi nika. Okay.
Temba's questions are misleading this house.
No, hold on, Elisha. Ukiinua
Yes, Chair.
mkono unangoja uchaguliwe. Okay? Kwanza. Pili, mtu akiwa katikati ya point alafu unamuinterrupt, si yeye unasumbua, ni wasikilizaji unawasumbua kwa sababu they were following that line of thought. And then you cut it unceremoniously. Please, let's remain within our standing orders. Let the person prosecute, or you lift your hand. If the chair sees you and picks you, is when you speak. Don't unmute and talk before that happens. Thank you. Themba, go ahead.
Asante, Chairman. Now, corruption. Remember our topic today is money, power, sex, and corridors of justice, betrayal. Right? If someone is using money to access power, if someone is using that power to access position, you know, and someone is using sexual whatever to access position, it's wrong. But we will not know it is happening. Right? My argument is, which I think my friend Bernard is and others are free to disagree with, is that what Sonko has done is what a newspaper does. You know, these are the things that are happening. So sex is happening, money is exchanging us to access justice, right? We cannot argue that the lady did not know that the things are going to come out. They say ignorance has never been what? There's no defense in ignorance. You can't say I didn't know. There's something also called handling stolen goods. You know, there's nothing called like I didn't know that the good was stolen. You know, you will go to jail. There's a guy in jail right now in committee because he was found with a phone that had been stolen and the person had been murdered. You see what I mean? So let's be honest. Sonko has revealed that what is happening, you guys, all you see, you just see Canaan rising to power. What you don't know is that the judges who have received some money, there's someone who was actually offering herself. And what James Blue is not telling us is, this lady was even warned by Sonko, there's a CCTV. What did she say? Who cares about CCTV nowadays? You know, I don't care attitude. And what are you here telling us? That Sonko made a mistake, you know? I think we need to to more introspectively look at the whole thing, like Bernard is saying, not just look at the idea that, if you just look at Sonko's side, you'll forget that actually those things are happening, and you might have a lower prism and just say Sonko did a bad thing, and forget that even tomorrow, even today, something is happening to whatever justice.
Okay. Just a second. Those were questions that were going actually to open up and to make people understand that the phrase chini ya maji imebeba meaning kubwa sana. So there are things that are happening, a lot of them, darkest of all, behind the curtain. Sasa kweli nimeona Kananu wakiapishwa, but I don't know the forces, the power, the money, the energy that has been used actually to bring this person. Ndo umuone kwa screen akishika that Bible being sworn. So I want to nimalizie na kusema kakitu. Mimi ni mtu wa night shift, mnaona nimevaa vizuri. So I want to ask Kenya. Unaona temperature inapanda ikishuka, inapanda ikishuka. Let us be vigilant. We still need this country. Na tunahitaji Kenya sana after these 8 months. Tulisikia story ya Pandora, sijui money offshore, ilikuwa hata hii story ya Songo itakuja iende. Naona hii ya Miguna inazunguka, sijui nani Havi anataka nini, ule mwingine amekataa nini. I just want to tell Kenyans, we need this country beyond 2020. Wengi tuna loans ya kusukuma hadi 2030. If the bank can trust you up to that level, wanakuambia omba pesa ulipe hadi 2035. It means the bank is so sure that you still exist beyond 2022. Hii ujinga hii ya kusema we are yellow or the others are saying we are orange. No, I want us to be very, very, very careful to choose leaders, choose parties, and make choices out of itoke tu from the heart and what you believe in. Mtu asikukohas, mtu asikutishia ati akwambie you are either this or this. So I just want to live because of pia nitafute unga ya watoto. I want to bless the night for you all. Tuonane Mungu tukijalia kesho.
Okay, thank you, James. James, all the best. See you later. Hold on. Themba, you had responded to your question. Penny, swali lako kwa Themba tafadhali ndio tuende kwa pasta.
No, I think we can proceed to the pastor. I'll comment in my parting shot.
Okay,
Penny, I know you have lost of points because you have started being enlightened. You need to look at this issue not from a moralistic point of view. The society, the social media is like a street. Wait, Penny. Social media is like a street. When you go out there, you can see a car passing, you can see a madman passing, you can see mtu anaenda sokoni. That's how social media is. So you choose what to focus on. If you're going to come, like for example, if you don't like what Sonko is posting, block him. There's so many things in social media. You're only probably a few of them. There's so much going on in social media. But again, what you have said is what we need to educate people. We need to educate everybody that your social media posts will come and haunt you at a particular time, because definitely I agree with you, all of us, that there should be some response. Nowadays, job interviews, the places you go to, they tell you open your Facebook, open the things that you're posting. They go by that. So yes, social media responsibility is important, but there's so much in social media, all right? So we cannot condemn people for what they post. It will haunt them, all right? Now, Sonko is not going to look for anybody's job anyway. He's not going to go for interview anywhere. So we cannot start saying that you should train your children. Your children should not be in social media. They should know which one to watch, what not to watch. Social media is for over 18. If you're over 18, if you're under 18 and you're in Facebook, then that's an irresponsible parent. So you should mentor your children to know what is it that they can see. They'll meet so many things on social media. So we cannot blame people. You cannot get to the market, then you blame the madmen for coming to the market.
Information is power, you know.
I'll let that one go. But let's do this. Let's do this for us to make progress. Ruben, umenua mkono wako hiyo sana. Iko nini?
Thank you, Bwana Bernard. Nimekaa hapa sana sikiza. I'm listening from this wisdom guru called Mr. Demba.
Wewe ulikuwa nakula mudhokoi.
Sikuwa nakula mudhokoi. Si mudhokoi. Ini tudhibiti baba.
Nilikuja Meru wiki mzima. Nikalishwa mudhokoi Monday to Sunday. Mpaka nikaitisha kuku katikati ya conference.
We are very generous.
Toa maoni yako.
Thank you. Anyway, what Mr. Demba has been talking about is true. We are drawing. There is a very thin line between morality and leadership. First of all, we must understand that Mr. Sonko was, and even now, is a leader. A leader leads. Okay, so Sonko was not just an ordinary human being on the street, Zuckerberg Street. He was not. He was a governor for Nairobi, a person who has been sworn in to lead a county, the biggest county in Eastern and Central Africa, in terms of population and wealth. So when Sonko messes, it is not Gideon Mbuvi Sonko who has messed. It's the governor of Nairobi who had messed. And this thing had happened when Sonko was already a governor. Okay? These things happened when Sonko was a governor. And when he was taking those clips from an hotel, he did not take them at that particular time and posted it when he was drunk. No. Those were saved clips, owned clips. And let me say I'm an investigator in one way or the other. Sonko had more than one phone, because there is the phone that he is using, okay, and there is another one that he is using to take that photograph from another phone, meaning he had an intention to do something about the conversation. Okay, do you understand what I'm saying? There is the phone that he is using to view the lady, and there is another one that he is using to capture the first phone, meaning there was an intention to use the image. Anyway, what Sonko is portraying, ile kitu Sonko anaonyesha jinsi jamii ilivyo. Hivyo ndivyo jamii ilivyo. In fact, Nairobi County ndio imerepresent all the 47 tribes in Kenya. There is no single tribe that is not represented in Nairobi. Meaning that's how we are. Even in the streets, as we blame police officers, these are our brothers and sisters. Wale ambao wako trafiki, ukora, hongo, nini, mambo hiyo yote ni mambo ambayo inaendelea. Saizi tunaweza kuwa hata Nairobi tunaongozwa na mtu ambaye ako illegitimate, unqualified, because some money exchanged and somewhere, somebody was betrayed, sex took place and all that, and we are led by such a character. And maybe she is a governor in Nairobi. The lady is a governor in Nairobi without following the due process. Mambo ilipitia through sex, through betrayals, through money, exchanging hands and all that. And we have a leader who is representing us in Nairobi. It is wrong. We must say it. Imagine, sisi wa Kenya tutapoteza miaka mitano kwa mikono ya illegitimacy, pettiness, mediocrity. Kwa sababu ya sisi kukubali kuchukua pesa ambazo zimepatikana kwa njia ambazo ni za shortcuts. Imagine Nairobi ndio imebeba majority ya think tanks, brains za hii nchi. And yet because watu kina Themba na watu kina Bernard and us and another person and another one, hatutaki kutoka from our comfort, tuende tuambie watu ukweli. Nini tunafaa tufanye? Tuguide the youths, they are uninformed, the people without ideas. Tuwaeleze tunafaa tukue na kiongozi anakaa namna gani. Tunaachilia tu community inakaa tu namna hiyo. We are not taking time to explain things. Utaki kuchafuka, tunataka tu tukuja kwa media namna hii, tuongee nicely, tuongee mambo smart, tukue technocrats, experts and all that. But immediately after this, we are not leaving our comforts. Tuingie kwa mashimo na huko, tutafute vijana wale ambao wako in different places, tuwaeleze mambo kama haya yanaendelea. Okay? Friends, it is our responsibility. It is our responsibility as leaders, because we are also leaders in one way or the other. Tutoke hapa, tupeleke to disseminate information kwa watu wengine wale ambao wanafaa waipate. That people are getting power and in offices through sex, through betrayals, through buying offices and all that. Tujue ni nini tutafanya, kwa sababu hii ni ukweli, hivyo ndivyo kulivyo. Okay? So hii mambo Sonko anaonyesha pale, mimi nasema Sonko anaonyesha mambo ya ukweli. Anaongea ukweli by the way. Na hata kama si ukweli, there is an aspect of truth in what Sonko is saying about our judiciary, about our leadership, about our ladies, about our leaders, about us. All these things lazima tuelewe na tuache kubeba blame, tunjiulize sisi wenyewe maswali, tutoke comfort ya nini ya mitandao. Tukitoka hapa, we have a long way to go. Tuambie watu ukweli, tutoke kwa Umeru, Ujaluo, Ukalenjin, unini, tukue Kenyans, tuelezane ukweli, tujue tulianza kupiwa na mawe wapi. Otherwise tutakaa hapa, tukae tuongee mate ikauke kwa mdomo, tuamke kesho, we brush, we talk again tomorrow in the evening, and we will not be changing anything. Question ile tunafaa tujiulize tu ni moja nikimaliza. Haya mambo ya politics ya pesa, na pesa ilianza wapi? Hii shinda yote ya uongozi ambayo tumeanza kuabudu, pesa ilitoka wapi? When we were growing up, mimi nilikuwa nataka kuwa mwalimu because my uncle was a teacher. Na sikuwa najua mwalimu upata mshahara wa pesa ngapi. But right now my own daughter, nikimwambia akue kama mama yake, maybe let's say she is doing something, maybe she is a teacher, anauliza mama yao anapatanga mshahara wa pesa ngapi. Why? Tumepeleka mpaka watoto wetu kuelewa pesa ndio kila kitu, which is not true. Mambo ya pesa na shida ilianza 1991 when money was overprinted. People overprinted money. Politics ikakuwa ni pesa. Imekuwa namna hiyo, and the people who began this thing are the same people who want to assume to power. Blackmail and everything. Hiyo ndio order of the day. Na shinda ile sisi tunapitia ni hiyo tu ya mambo ya pesa kwa siasa. Until unasikia sheria inawekwa ya kusema a governor should use at least 2 billion shillings to do a campaign ya kuwa governor. Unajiuliza governor atalipo mshahara wa pesa ngapi ndio aspend 2 billion to ascend to power? Unasikia Sonko anatumia almost 100 or 200 million akigombania mwaka moja na nusu ile imebaki atoke kwa ungavana. 1.5 years. Unajiuliza nini hiyo inamwattract sana, na tunajua mshahara ya gavana ni 1.5 million per month, and you want to use 200 million to contest 1.5 million multiplied by 1 year, which is like 18 million. Nini inakuattract sana hivi? And we cannot ask ourselves some questions. Let's ask ourselves questions. Nini inafanya mtu kama deputy president ambaye mshahara ya president ni 2 million, tukiweka allowances tuseme ni 10 million, miaka mitano ni 600 million, mtu atumie bilioni kama 20 kufanya campaign. Na ni pesa yake. buying MPs, paying people, buying everything, doing it as if it is matter of life and death, mpaka akuwe rais. What is so attractive? Kwa hiyo ofisi hii inang'ang'aniwa na nguvu hivi. So friends, mimi sitaki kupitisha hapo. Vile Mr. Ndemba amesema ni ukweli na vile wengine my fellow panelists wamesema ni ukweli. Sonko yale anasema ni yale ambayo yanatendeka. Viongozi wetu wanaona judiciary, our advocates, kuna wengine hawajui sheria, wanajua judges na wanajua shortcuts. Mangavana viti hizi za nomination hizi, especially to our women leaders, most of them are not leaders. Akupata hii vitu through boardroom, hii mambo ilipatikana bedroom. People are not legitimate, people are not serious thinkers, people are not leaders. Watu tu ni namna hiyo, wengi wamepitia tu mambo tu on the father, boyfriend, girlfriend, nini, story hapa chini chini, pesa, wakakuwa kwa hizo viti. That's why we have inept government, people who cannot make laws, people who are unarticulative, empty hands, hollow people, useless. Good night.
Ruben, wewe.
Let me say as it is like that. Watu wanataka kuwa masanji, wapakwa mafuta, waambiwa ni wazuri wapi. Yao hivyo.
That is very true.
Sawa, thank you. It is good to...
Unaona sasa Bernard, tumepata watu wameanza kuona sasa ukweli, si mambo ya kupiga makofi hapa kama Elisha.
Wewe Demba, wewe.
I'm sure Jakindu Bay will have a contrary.
Unataka
We will have a contrary opinion. I would wish to hear Jakindu Bay comment on this issue.
Ngoja tunaenda kwa nani? Elisha kuna nini? Wewe utulii.
Thank you. I'm happy Ruben finally is converted by Zemba here. I think I'm remaining with Pastor Bernard and Penny and Jakindu Bay alone. Now, my question is again, you were drawing a very thick line initially as you argue that we should not tie this character to any leadership or any moral. Two, I would ask myself again, in which forum is such a publication supposed to be made actually public? Where is the right place for the likes of Sonko supposed to post such things? Is it on social media? Are you supposed to go to court? Are you supposed to go to church? Are you supposed to create your own platform, your own group, and send your ideas to that group? So now, mimi swali bado najiuliza, why on a public forum, and after all this long, with what intention? I can still go back to what James Blue said. Alikuwa anarecord his video with what intention, alafu akuje as a post after, especially after losing his petition in the court, na after being ousted from his position as a governor. Yes, it's power and politics and sex. But you see, to solve the puzzle, which platform is the right place for him to do this? Don't we think we need to change the narrative? Don't you think we need to advise? Don't you think it is time we are supposed to disown such characters in our society? Because I believe in Kenya, we are supposed to be a progressive society. So my question still remains, are we building anything? Even if the society is like that, as you expose it, you're exposing it for what solutions? For what consequence, actually? Will it be a positive consequence to help the public? To help Kenya grow, to progress, whether politically, socially, or economically? So we are here But we need to have one common ground. Mimi najiuliza, if I was doing videos in relation to pornography, am I supposed to post them kwa ile pornographic site ndio nipate clients wengi? Am I supposed to take them to court? Am I supposed to take them to a pastor somewhere? Or am I supposed to take them to a mosque? Or am I supposed to take them to school? I cannot choose to expose bad things where the society believes in a certain norm, that we are supposed to be a decent society. We are supposed to protect the interests of the rest of the society. I'm supposed to be my brother's keeper, especially if I am a leader or I am aspiring. It's not a leader, me, in any public office. I'm a leader in my own home. I'm trying to imagine.
Elisha, finish up. We want to rebut.
Now, my question still stands. I'll repeat. What is the right forum to post such things?
Elisha, thank you. There is no right forum for posting anything. You have framed your question very well. If Sonko would have won the petition, will we have seen the photos? Will we have seen the videos?
No.
So we are dealing with a shrewd person who has arranged himself about what he wants to accomplish. And when he fails, he has also fighting back plan on how to dismantle the cartels he has been using to do what he's doing. So as much as there are faults somewhere, we should look at them holistically, like I keep saying. But having said that, it is wrong to share private communication with the public. What is given to you in confidence should be kept in confidence. That is the norm I know from everywhere.
Because we are a third party here.
Yes, we are third party and we have not requested it. And there is no way, if the chat is between the two of you, you share it with a third person. There is no way you control the third person. The only two people that can control each other is the one person that has the information. If it is shared within that framework, that is where it should be kept. The moment the third party is involved in, then you have lost control over it. But you should take responsibility to be the one who has leaked the information to the people that it was not concerning them. So controlling the information that is given in confidence is, number one, your responsibility. Despite the fact that we have rot in our society, we have bad people in our community, our society, wherever standards are low, it is not justifiable for you to do what the society is simply because nobody will do anything to you. You are not different from somebody who says, I will do anything I want because I cannot be fired. I was voted for like you. I mean, this is the platform for the impunity we are talking about. That because it is okay and the law cannot catch you and you are not breaking the law like everything Moi did during Moi's time. We can't hold him responsible because he was within the framework of the law. So I'm just giving an example, Pastor. Relax. Tusitumie sheria vibaya. Hata mahala ambapo sheria ina dosari, let's not take advantage of where the law is weak so that we perpetuate our bad behavior. Hapo ndio mimi nitasimama hata
I hope Themba listen to that.
Bernard, let me also give my opinion regarding the same.
Unajua WG umefika sahi. Na mimi ndio niko na roll call ya wale watu wameingia hapa na vile wameingia. Relax kwanza tafadhali. Asante. Asante. Relax hapo hapo.
I want Jakindu Bey, being a mature person, to give his opinion, and you don't see that it's wrong what Sonko did.
Hata wewe Penny umeanza sasa kuinterfere na kazi yangu. Kabla nikuachie kazi, I hope you're in mpaka mwisho. By the way, just a moment. Themba, did you get your rights back? Oh, but Wekesa is around. Wekesa huko mpaka dakika ya mwisho.
Up to 2.
Yeah, the show should not go beyond 2. We are already at 4 hours. 2 more hours, we close. We don't even need to get there.
Kesho lazima niende Makueni exhibition.
Tuletee zile picha zinafaa. Usituletee tafadhali zile hazifai. Na nimeona Mama Ngilo akipigia debe viatu cha chang'aa na samahani, wine. Honey wine, sugarcane wine and all that. I'm happy for the uzalishaji ushaanza kufanya kazi. Tusikilize mzee Kindu Bey, alafu Jakindu Bey, and then ndio twende kwa WD na Wekesa. WG then Wekesa. Jakindu Bey,
si uniachie dakika moja ni huyu Elisha kidogo.
Hapa wewe hii ndio corruption tuna fight.
Maybe it's an answer.
Jakindu Bey upo?
Jakindu Bey.
Okay, inaonekana atupati ama
BWG ajibu Elisha kwanza.
Yo. Yeah. Jakindu Bey is back.
Asanteni.
Yes.
Asante sana Penny, umenitetea sana. Mimi naweza nikasema kwamba sisi kama society, sisi kama wana Kenya tumepotea sana kwa mambo mengi. Tumepotea sana kwa sababu tumeacha mila zetu. Mila zetu hatukuzifikiria kwamba zinatufaa. Tumekopi ama tuseme tu tumebugia tabia za society zingine, ndio tunaona kama ni nzuri kuliko zetu. Lakini nikizungumzia hiyo mambo ya Sonko, hiyo mambo ya Sonko inaonyesha kabisa kwamba inaonyesha sisi kama wana Kenya vile tunavyofikiria, kwa sababu ni ajabu sana watu kama Sonko tunamjua ni kiongozi wetu. Sasa kwa sababu ni kiongozi, mtu yoyote ambaye ni kiongozi, kuna mambo fulani hufai kufanya kwa sababu wewe ni mali ya public. Na kama wewe ni mali ya public, kama wewe ni kiongozi, kuna vitu fulani hufanyi. Kama wewe ni kiongozi, huwezi kwanza kuwa mlevi unaanguka njiani. Unaona? Sio kwamba mtu si kwamba kuna leo inakukataza kunywa pombe na lakini haufai kufanya vitu kama hizo. Haufai kuzungumza tu na wanawake huko kama mtu tu wa kawaida. Hiyo kuna vitu fulani kiongozi haufai kufanya. Ni kama vile baba, kama kiongozi wa jamii yake, kuna vitu fulani baba hafai kufanya. So lazima tuangalie kwamba katika society yetu lazima tuheshimu vitu fulani. Hiyo kitu Sonko alifanya, kama ingefanywa tu na mtu wa kawaida, mtu anaweza kuifanya, lakini haifai kufanywa na mtu ambaye anaitwa kiongozi, kwa sababu Sonko watu wanazungumzia juu yake kwa sababu amekuwa MP, amekuwa governor, mtu ambaye anaongoza mji mkuu wa nchi ambayo inaitwa Kenya, ambapo ana nafasi ya kugombania upresident ya nchi yetu. Hafai. Kuna vitu fulani jamani, lazima tukubaliane kwamba hazifai kufanywa hata na mama, kwa sababu hata mama ni kiongozi kwa jamii yake. Kuna vitu fulani huwezi kufanya. Watoto wanaweza kufanya, lakini wewe huwezi kufanya. Baba vile vile ni hivyo. So ukiwa ni kiongozi yoyote hafai kufanya vitu kama hizo. Kwa hiyo ni lazima sisi tujiangalie kwamba, ndio maana walisema mwacha mila ni mtumwa. Kuna vitu vingi sana sisi kama wana wa Afrika tumeacha mila zetu ambazo ni vitu ambazo zilikuwa zinatuongoza kwa njia nzuri sana, lakini tumeziacha, tumezipuzia. Hizo ndio maana tunaangukia vitu kama, ndio maana tunaona vitu kama hizo. Alafu ukiangalia sasa, tumefuata vitu kama tunasema lazima mtu wa campaign lazima uwe na pesa, lakini tunapata faida gani? Unaona, inatufanya hatuchagui kiongozi ambaye anatufaa. Kiongozi anaweza kuwa pale kiongozi ambaye anatufaa hatumchagui kwa sababu hana pesa. Yet wale ambao tabia yao walikuwa wanatumia pesa, wao bado wanachagua viongozi ambao wanawafaa. Viongozi wana mtindo namna fulani ya kuangalia viongozi hao, kwa sababu katika hizi nchi ambazo mnasema za Amerika, Waingereza, unaweza kusema wanatumia pesa. Kama Uingereza huwezi kuona pesa na macho yako kwamba inatumika. Amerika, kiongozi kuchaguliwa, utakuta kabla hujachaguliwa wanaangalia wakati ulipokuwa kijana ulikuwa mlevi. Hiyo peke yake inaweza kukutoa. Sijui ulivuta bangi, hiyo peke yake inaweza kukuangusha. Sijui ulipiga matako ya mwanamke wakati ulikuwa kwa baa, hiyo peke yake inaweza kufanya usichaguliwe. Kwa hiyo wana vitu za kuchunguza mtu. Sisi hatuchunguzi, tunachagua tu kiholela, tunasema ni vile Bwana Mtemba alisema 22nd century. Saa zingine hizi vitu tukiziangalia tu kwamba ni 21st century bila kuangalia hiyo kitu inatusaidia kwa njia gani, kwa sababu mazingara yetu kama Kenya ni tofauti na Ujerumani, ni tofauti na Uamerikani. So lazima hizi vitu tuangalie kabisa, tusichukue tu. Lakini mimi hiyo mambo ya Sonko nasema haifai kwa kiongozi ambaye ametuongoza kufanya kitendo kama hiyo. Full stop.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. And leave it there. Leave it there. I see hands are flying. Let's go to tuanze na Temba mwenyewe. Haya Temba, nini? Mind time please.
Yeah, unajua Jakindube is talking from a moral lens. You know, in a society, wakati allow me to say this, Bernard. In Waguru alipatikana na kesi ya NYS. She stepped aside for lighter duties. Ilipofika wakati wa election, watu wakasema ya kwamba Waiguru ako na hizi things around her. What the Kirinyaga people did, walisema we'd rather our thief than anybody else. What happened a few years later? They were coming to the Senate to ask for the person to be removed because ameiba. Right? That is one. Secondly, give me one case, one person ambaye sex scandal imemtoa kwa leadership in Kenya. One person. Kwa sababu ya sex scandal hakuchaguliwa. Mtu mmoja. Nani?
What does that tell you about hakuna? Number two, the same Sonko ambaye alikuwa alifanya vitu mpaka akapiga vitu mangumi manini. What happened to the Nairobians walipowekewa kidero Sonko na this other guy what's his name, the former MP for Peter Kenneth, walipowekewa hao watatu walichagua nani watu wa Nairobi?
Sonko.
So when now you want to condemn the person, you are actually condemning the society for what it is. You are telling the society that nyinyi ni wabaya.
Viongozi wengine walikuwa vifaranga vya kompyuta. Msitulaumu.
No, Sonko won with so many votes, man. So Jakindu Bey, as you are talking, tafadhali, when we interpret, when we move the debate to the suitability of Sonko as a leader, then we change the debate. We are looking at the influence of money, power, and sex in leadership and corridors of justice. We are not looking at suitability or unsuitability of Sonko as a leader. He's not a governor. He is not even, he's nowhere.
No, Themba.
So let's
did those things when he is a governor.
Exactly. So that is the society. Sonko has spent, as Ruben said, he has spent 300 and something million to get back as a governor. What does that mean? The position of money in seeking power. We need to discuss that. This lady is coming and saying that nikisha kuonyesha nini usisahau kunichagua as a what? As a deputy governor. The position of sexual pleasures in seeking power. And even the other day, there was a case of a preacher who was found that one of the members of his congregation alikuwa amepata mtoto unaona, na alikuwa nakataa. So you see, power, sex, and money go together in positions within the society. So if we start saying that, oh, Sonko, you will deny what is going on, which we are supposed to be talking about. Is it real? Is it fake? Is it happening? Kama mnasema haifanyiki, basi Sonko ni mbaya.
Themba, can I add something? Yeah. So Bernard, let me add something on what Themba said.
Hold on, although umevuka line, sawa?
Okay, Paul. What I want you guys to realize is that both Sonko and his habit is part and parcel of those dirty games. Even sharing that video is part of the dirty games. It is part of the dirt. It is part of those things we are condemning. Part of the nude, part of showing the tits, part of even showing that video itself. So it's not something that should surprise people. We should not condemn. You know, we are like someone who is trying to prune a tree and thinking that he has solved the problem of that tree if he doesn't want it by removing the branches. The tree will continue growing. You know, so that's why I stick with Ruben and Themba to the point that what we should condemn first of all is the genesis of what took place. Remember, Sonko did not only just show the clip; he was also encouraging the woman to go you know, giving the woman momentum. Is like, show me the tits, show me the tits. You see, so he is part and parcel of the game. Now, that one aside, let us now analyze the whole situation. I'm telling you, our society is getting rotten and rotten. It's not just in the judicial circle. It is in politics, not just in politics, in our working places, in some of our churches, in even in schools. So therefore, what the people I'm crying over are our children. Those who are watching, like Penny was lamenting, those who are watching the likes of Sonko doing what they are doing, the likes of Nkatha doing what they are doing, and they think that is the norm, that is the end thing, the things of today. Those are people are mourning over. Our teenagers who are getting access to this, not just that, even this wanton theft of state resources, and we are making it, those who've stolen from us, from our taxes, those are the same guys we make heroes, you see. So in fact, it is not even about the Sonkos, it is the society, us, who choose those kind of leaders, who praise those kind of leaders. Right now, you cannot distinguish between which side of politics can you side with, because the other ones some of us in our society, we've made it like it is not even anything strange for someone to be called a thief. It is not even strange for someone to show their nude. It is the in thing, and we call them socialites. You know, we look for the kind of well decorated names to call them, so that they appear fantastic, you know, and something attractive. That is what Kenya is, and it is not. It is just beginning now. We are now going slowly down the drain, and that's the reason why I'm crying for our children. What are we going to do right now? Right now, can you condemn someone based on theft of public resources, and then the community fail to choose him? Will it work? It won't, because everyone else, even you, given the opportunity, some of us who are helping here, given the opportunity, you would recline to that the same status. Some of us, if you are not very careful, you know, you will condemn it while outside. When you get there, then it has come a time when everyone, I'm not preaching, but it has come a time when everyone must begin inspecting himself or herself, so that we can, make the society, take back the society where it is. But condemning the habit of Sonko, those are just results of the dirt. So I'm not seeing anything wrong with it, whether he showed the videos or not. The main thing is, where are we in terms of our characters? Asante.
Mimi nilikuwa naonelea ile mambo ambayo inaendelea Kenya, sioni kama kuna ubaya ule ambao Sonko alifanya. Mimi ile kitu alifanya ni kutuonyesha ile mambo inaendelea kwa maofisi zetu, na hii ndio kitu ambacho kinaendelea kila mahali. Sasa hivi kuna watu ambao wanaapa hapa nje, anasema ya kwamba yeye haezi ruhusu mke wake aende kwa kampuni, aende kuajiliwa, kwa sababu hiyo ndio biashara inaendelea kule. Na Sonko kitu ambacho alifanya ni kutuweka uwazi, wale watu ambao tuko chini, wale watu ambao hawezi fikia kule juu, waelewe nini inaendelea. So ile kitu ambacho alifanya ni kuweka uwazi. Najua hii mambo ambayo Sonko alifanya, hata social media, hata tuache mambo ya yeye kuweka social media. Kuna mbunge wa nini tuko naita Jichopefu yuwa Mombasa. Hiyo ndio kazi ameisha akifanya, kuanika watu, kuwaweka waziwazi mambo ambayo inaendelea. Hatuwezi mlaumu kwa sababu naye alikuwa anajaribu kufichua siri iliyokuwa ndani. Na yeye ukiangalia hawa dada wamemgandamiza, si uongo. Ametumia pesa, ukweli nimesikia hata nyinyi mmeshuhudia, ametumia pesa, wamemtumia vibaya. Sasa yeye kitu alikuwa anataka, Sonko alitaka watu wajue gwasi ya kwamba ni kunyang'anywa, amenyang'anywa. Let me say, katika ile hali ya hasira ndani kidogo, niseme kwa hasira kidogo.
Pastor, usihubiri, usitane mwito ukimaliza.
Kwa siasa sasa, sio kwa Biblia. Now I'm in politics. Sasa sio kuhubiri. Kitu ambacho naweza sema, Sonko ile kitu alifanya ni kitu ya kutuonyesha vile kunaendelea kule. Sasa nikuulize, wakati alikuwa katika cheo lake, kando na kumuona hii madhaifu ako nayo, alikuwa anatetea mnyonge. Hakuna mahali mimi najua legacy ya Sonko ya kwamba alitetea la tajiri. Sonko ameisha akitetea mtu mwenye ako chini, mtu ambaye haezi fika kule juu. Mimi naweza kukueleza vitu kadhaa na nimeshuhudia akitenda kwa macho yangu, nimeshuhudia akitenda. Haya, tukikuja katika tangu atoke Nairobi, kuna watu wengi wameathirika. Ukitaka kujua ni kweli, ingia Mukuru kwa Njenga. Ingia Mukuru yote uone. Wale watu walijua ni nini naendelea, wamugandamiza, wamweke chini, ndiposa wakuje kulezi mtu baadaye. Walimweka pale, ndiposa waingie kila mahali kwa wanyonge na watu wadhaifu, wamuondoe. Sonko ni hasira, ndiposa akaanika mambo ambayo ilikuwa inaendelea. Sisi wale wa chini, watu wa raia, tujue nini inaendelea kule juu. Wamemuumiza, na ni ukweli wamemuumiza. Haya, wacha yeye kumuumiza, wameumiza raia wa chini. Turudi tutoke katika ile nini Chakindu Bay. Wewe ni mzee, lakini tuseme tu ukweli wa mambo. Huyo jamaa wamemgandamisha na hawa dada ndio kisuizi, kulingana na maoni yangu. Mr. Bernard, wewe ni mmoja ambao umekuwa wa kutuanikia vitu, kutuambia venye mambo inaendea kwingine. Sonko hajafanya kitu mbaya kuliko yenye yote wewe unafanyaga. Hii tunaongelelea ni wewe umeifichua, sisi tumekuja kuiongelelea. Wewe ndio umetuunganisha hapa. Sonko wasoto ni ngapi?
Bernard, please allow me dakika moja please.
Na mimi sasa kitu ambacho nasema, waje niseme nikiondoka kwa sababu naona masahau.
Hebu subiri pastor. Umesema
Bernard, please depend.
Wewe nafikiria
Sonko is part of the dirt.
Unapaswa kusimama.
Jakindu Bay ako na point moja itapotea, tafadhali. Siwache aseme.
Acha tuache mzee aseme.
Asante sana. Nataka kusema kwamba nilikuwa namwambia Demba kwamba sikuwa na mlaumu Sonko peke yake, na laumu sisi kama society. Nasema sisi wote, kwa sababu umetoa mfano ya kwamba Waiguru alikuwa na kesi ya wizi, na watu wa huko Kirinyaga wakasema wacha huyu mwizi wetu. Na hiyo ukiangalia katika Kenya, hiyo imetuumiza, imetufanya tumechagua, imetufanya tumekuwa mahali tuko, kwa sababu ya kuchagua watu ambao hawatufai, kwa sababu ya society yetu. Sisi wa Kenya hatuangalii vitu kwa kina. Mambo ya Sonko, huyu anasema Sonko kwamba watu wamemgandamiza. Sonko hakuwa na uwezo wa kuwa governor wa Nairobi. Hana uwezo hiyo. Sio kwamba yeye ni
example mzee.
Ngoja nikwambie. Hana uwezo kinamna ya kuiongoza mji, ya kuongoza hiyo county ya Nairobi. Hana. Unajua, unaweza kuwa ni mtu mzuri, lakini lazima uwe na uwezo. Sio kwamba wewe ni mbaya. Sijasema ni mbaya, lakini hakuwa na uwezo. Capacity hakuwa nayo ya kuongoza mji. Alipewa. Kama angekuwa na capacity, sikiza, kama angekuwa na capacity, angefanya nini? Angetolewa. Kidero alikuwa ni mwizi vile mnasema, lakini alikuwa na uwezo. Kwa hiyo ilimpatia hiyo alikuwa na uwezo wa kuongoza huo mji kwa muda wa miaka 5. Alitolewa kwa kura, lakini hakukuwa mtu yoyote angeweza kumtoa. Lakini Sonko hakuwa na uwezo wa kuongoza mji wa Nairobi, ndio maana aliondolewa. Unaona, lazima tutofautishe hiyo. Sio eti ubaya wa Sonko ni kwamba hakuwa na uwezo. Yani capacity ya kuongoza mji hakuwa nao. Kidero mnasema alikuwa mwizi, lakini alikuwa na uwezo wa kuongoza.
Mimi niruhusu nikuonyeshe kati ya Biduni Kidero na nani kidogo. Tafadhali Jakindu Bay.
Ngoja kwanza. Pastor. wewe umetoa madai ambayo inaweka kila mtu kwa kikapu kimoja, kwa sababu dunia nzima imekuwa mbovu ama ina uovu. Kwa hivyo kila mtu akubali kuwa muovu, na tukubali uovu uwe ndio kiwango chetu cha kuchagua maisha. Hapo mimi siwezi kubaliana na wewe. Right is right. It doesn't matter how long wrong prevails. A centimeter is just a centimeter. Whether people call it an inch or a meter or whatever measure you want to turn it, it will remain the same standard of measurement.
Nimeweka msemo wangu wazi ya kwamba ile kitu ambacho alijaribu kufanya ni kutuweka wazi tujue ile mambo ambao ofisi zetu zinapitia. Nikapeana example nikasema kuna jamii ama kuna ndoa sasa hivi wanaume wanakataa wanawake wao hawawezi ajiriwa kwa makampuni kwa sababu ya hiyo njia tu. Nikakuja nikasema kitu kingine ya kwamba ile kitu ilifanyika hata mtu wa media, mtu yeyote, wale ambao wanakusanya media wanatuletea, anaweza kusanya kama ile Sonko alikusanya, aliweka. Like now naweza peana example like kitu ambacho msanii alifanya. Kuna msanii mmoja anaitwa Mparamba, mnamjua, alifanya Thika Road. Hiyo kitu ilianikwa, ni watu walianika, tukakuja kujua kumbe huyu msanii anahubiri gospel lakini kule kwingine anafanya hivi. Hizi vitu zinafanyikanga. Unaona? Na Sonko kitu ambacho alifanya ni kuweka uwazi wale watu ambao wamemgandamiza. Hao watu walikuwa wanamuuma kijini, baadaye unaona ndio wamekalia kiti. Baadaye ndio wamekalia kiti chake. Alafu nikapeana example kingine nikasema nataka kujibu cha Kindube ya kwamba tukikombea kasi ambayo
pastor hapo umekosea. Hakukuwa anaumwa, he was part of the rot. Unaona? Kwa sababu kama anasema hivyo ndio zinaenda, hata yeye pia alilipa. Unaelewa? So he is not that yeye aligandamizwa. It's only that right now muhini na muhiniwa njia yao ni moja. Sasa yeye kwa sababu anataka usimtoe kwa hiyo.
Mr. Temba tukuje hapa kwa nani kwa mzee.
Alafu Jakindube alisema hivi nani Sonko was popular but not able. Leadership ilimshinda lakini alikuwa popular. Kuna vitu alifanya kama umeshasoma kwa you know, you can understand that there are people who might be popular but they are not necessarily having the leadership quality. That is what Jakindu was saying, which I agree with him. Sonko is popular and popularity can come from anything. Ni kama Pastor Pius Miru, he was popular lakini hakuchaguliwa.
Ebu tu compare kitu ambacho Gidela alifanya na Kenya Sonko amefanya. Let's compare. For sure. Let's compare. Tukikuja mimi nataka I'm comparing between amegusa amesema nani alikuwa epo Gidelo na Sonko haikuwa epo.
Yes.
Now nataka kukuonyesha kwamba uwezo wake mahali alifanya mwananchi ule wa chini mwenye amemfanya akuwe popular anaweza kubaliana nayo. Na hata sasa hivi tukarudi pilot, for sure huyo jamaa atapita na kula mingi sana. Hiyo ni ukweli nakwambia. Kwa sababu gani? Unaangalia mimi nasema kwa sababu nilikuwa chini. Ule uko juu huwezi elewa. Sonko kuna wakati amechagua gari za kuenda matanga peke yake katika county ya Nairobi.
That is not leadership. That is not leadership. Unajua you need to differentiate leadership ambayo iko na structure na mtu kutoa vitu zake. If you have a county council and you have a city county that is supposed to be giving certain provisions, when you are bringing in your own things, it means there's something that you are not doing within the city county to have those abilities. So you don't create a problem then pretend that you are the one solving them, then useme ya kwamba sasa hiyo ni leadership. It's the same thing that the deputy president is trying to do. He's ignoring the county, the government is ignoring the constitution, alafu anakuja kuleta vitu zake ndio sasa onekane yeye ni mzuri. That is not leadership.
Naona bando zangu zimenipea warning.
Sasa unaona wewe ni mtu wa bando. Sasa wewe
sikiliza kwanza kabla uende. Okay? Uongozi ni kama vile Temba amekueleza. Mfano mzuri ndio huu. Mfano mzuri ni saa hii tuko na Nairobi Metro, okay? Walipoingia reli wameitengeneza, Maboki umepita Kimudhurwa of late.
Yeah, nimeona.
Mpaka zile nyumba zote zilikuwa za railway zilikuwa zinaoza, zote zimetengenezwa, Mabogi zimetengenezwa. Everything has been rehabilitated. Magari ya kupepa takataka ile ilikuwa ya Kanjo, the one they wanted to sell, they have all been repaired. The Mazimamoto have been repaired. That is the leadership he assumed to do, which he did not do. Instead, he hired Waititu to bring new trucks to carry takataka, where instead of repairing the ones that belong to the Kanjo, so that he can use the city council to do business, not to facilitate leadership. That is the inability of leadership we are talking about. Such people should be kept away from office.
Question to Bernard.
Bernard, tafadhali.
Bernard, you are skewed.
Bernard, you are muted.
A question to Bernard.
Na
Okay,
Vic nyamaza. Vic ukikuja hapa inakuanga tu according to Bernard. Nyamaza.
Thank you, thank you.
No, I want to challenge Bernard because
order everybody. Mzee anapewa nafasi ya kwanza, Viki utakuja kabla baada ya Ruben. Thank you.
Nataka kusema mumesikia vile huyo jamaa amesema kitu ambacho anasema Sonko amefanya. Tafadhalini wa Kenya wote wacheni mambo ya eti mtu ameletoa sijui nini ya mazishi sijui. Hiyo sio, hatutaki hizo vitu. Tunataka mtu ambaye kuna yani mipango maalumu ya kuongoza mji au inchi. Wacheni mambo ya kama mtu anaenda anasema ati amepatia mtu ya bodaboda, alafu unakuta mwingine ameleta mashine kwa hospitali. Sasa nani kati yake ana mpango? Tafadhalini tuache hizi mambo ya ati huyu amenipatia sijui school fees ya mtoto sijui ni. Wacheni, hiyo sio uongozi. Hizo ni bribery, hizo ni hongo.
Hizo ni mbwembwe.
Bernard, I have a request. Kindly, guys, allow other people to contribute. There is no rule of the thumb when it comes to morality. So we can argue forward and backwards and we will not agree. At the end of the day, what Themba believes about morality and what Penny believes about morality are completely different. So allow other people also to contribute. I don't think that even if you shout the loudest, people will hear you. People have decided that this is how you approach morality, and this also the other group, depending on how you have been schooled. So allow other people to contribute. We also have points to make. Kindly.
Thank you. Tumesikia kilio cha haki. Hey. Wewe Vikis umefika tu sahi.
May I contribute?
Tunafuata line.
Yes, hiyo ndo umefanya nikakuja.
Songa na Q. Hiyo ndio democracy. Okay?
Mimi ndo nilikuwa nafuata za Kindu Bay.
Hapana.
Hapana, ni Ruben. Alafu Wekesa.
Ngoja kwanza. Nataka wale watu wajaongea waongee kwanza. Hiyo hao watu kurudia kwanza ndio nakosi delay kubwa sana. Kwa kiongozwa na Elisha. Hakuna sahi, tafadhali tunafuata Q na tumalize kabisa. Okay? Yule mtu amekaa kwa Q for the past 1 hour and 42 minutes. Anaitwa Wekesa. So tutaenda kwa Wekesa ndio turudi kwa Viki, then sasa wengine mtaanza kurudia. Then Wekesa utachukulia hapo uendeleze kikao. All those people have spoken. They will be repeating, so pick on them anyhow. Just you, then Viki. Go ahead.
Thank you, Bernard. I think this seems to be tilting towards emotive topics, and we can understand why everybody wants to contribute. But one thing I've learned when I joined this debate is that every time somebody speaks, you will always have something to interject. It takes a personal discipline actually to stay quiet through 1 or 2, 3 people contributing. It is just a personal discipline. Otherwise, if you decide, you can interject every 1 second, because one of the things, we are schooled differently and we see things from different perspectives. You may not even agree the whole of my speech, but you can decide either to ask a question or let it pass. So I think for the purpose of debate, sometimes you interject, sometimes you allow others also to interject, so that we all are given equal opportunity. I want to begin by saying that it appears people have already, okay, they normally say that it's not good to throw away the baby with the water bath. Most of the time, people use a rule of the thumb when it comes to morality. And there are things that are decided that these one are evil, and others they can negotiate. In fact, in Kenya, when it comes to corruption and this cartel thing, it's something negotiable. It's not that serious. Yet when you come to how it affects the society, it is even the one that makes the whole nation recumbent, almost collapsing. But we will measure on a few small issues, such as, oh, why did you have to let the breast of a woman be outside? Then the same question comes. When a mother is not nursing a baby, in fact, this happened in one of the parliaments. A lady came with his baby and entered in parliament, and they argued that one of the standing orders is you can't open your chest, your body parts in parliament. But people say, she's a mother, she's nursing the baby, what is wrong with that? So she had to be allowed to nurse the baby. But there are those who think because the standing orders don't allow, that is wrong. What am I saying? Sonko's expose, for me, it's about, and I've seen people argue the point of morality based on maybe how godly they have been nurtured. If I can base on that, as Sonko's expose brought us in how God looks at issues. God doesn't just judge actions, he also judges the motive. So what was the motive of Sonko's expose? Yes, he may have been together with the cartels, yes. But he chose that this thing needs to be known in the public, that this is what is happening in the corridors of power, in the judiciary, in governments, so that Kenyans know that these leaders we have given all our hearts. In fact, some of us vote with our hearts. Some of us, even when we vote, we say God has chosen a particular leader and has laid his hand on him. So he's the anointed one to be the leader of Kenya. He wants Kenyans to judge leadership and have a closer look and say that these people are just like us, and most of them have even worse morals than us. So we should not even exalt them to a point of demigods. And therefore we need to not to trust them fully, but know that there are things happening behind the scene that are affecting our livelihood. So for me, when it comes to a lesser evil, corruption is eating our society like cancer. I will not focus on the drama of the video, but the theme. If you were to give that video a theme, that is what I will focus on. Obvious, opening the chest and showing the breast is not the theme of that video. The theme that runs from A to Z, the 37 minutes I watched, is the rot in the judiciary and the cartels. And that should spark our anger. Our conversation should focus on the main theme of what is happening. So whether we need to condemn, okay, if Sonko participated, yes, We need to condemn that, but we need to ask ourselves, how have we fallen as a society to this point? That drama is happening in our courts and our corridors of justice. And us, in fact, most of the people who are suffering are the weak who don't get justice, because you can see somebody say, ati yangu ni gani, asema kwa hii deal akona this judge has 100 million. This should anger us. If somebody can buy justice with 100 million, and me, Eric, I cannot buy justice because I don't have money. No wonder you see thieves with who have stolen chicken, who have stolen rabbits, jembes, are rotting in jail. But people with heinous crimes against humanity are escorting free. Why? Because they can buy that justice. They have the money. They can. In fact, one of the conversation happens that huyu judge anachukuanga pesa yake wapi, and the conversation was anachukulianga kwa choo, so anapelekewa huko and then anachukulia hapo. To me, this is the worst conversation I've ever had. Forget about the drama of nionyeshe matiti. Who has never seen those things? Because we are talking to 18 people and above. You can choose. In fact, some people on this social media expose naked things, but you can choose to look or you can choose not to look. But something that you cannot ignore as a Kenyan is when corruption fights all of us. It cuts across, because when economy hurts, everybody is hurt. It doesn't matter whether you are Christian or not, whether your morals are up or not. When the ills of corruption affect the society, everybody is hurt. There are those who have dismissed Sonko and say that he did not even qualify to be a leader. Me, I can tell you this without, there's a reason why God allows learned leaders to come into power and alternates them with unlearned and alternates them with skilled and unskilled. One of the verses says that all things work together for good. There's a reason, because one of the problem we have with these learned and composed and diplomatic people, if it comes to fighting corruption, they will not get it right. In fact, somebody said that if my cow, now I was responding to a medical question, if my cow has a problem, I will not look for a professor to treat it. I will look for a quack. Why? Because a quack will think fast and try a medication. Sometimes even in that try and error, they save the situation. A professor will come and analyze and say, what's the history, and this thing needs an emergency intervention. What is the history, what happened, blah, blah, blah. In the process, even the thing dies, and they will come and give you a diagnosis even after the thing has died. So the challenge we are having with cartels, we don't need diplomatic way of fighting it. Yes, sometimes when you are like for a lady, when he's young, he's taught the morals and he's taught how to sit properly. Don't open your legs before men. But there is a time when you're going to the doctor and you're told to open your legs because a surgery must be done, because an inspection must be done. So there are exceptions in every rules. When that expose was meant to tell us that this immorality is happening in corridors of justice, so we cannot ignore it, and it's at a high level such that you see the conversation that happened. The lady is being told that actually there are cameras, but she said, "Who cares?" That means that for her it was something normal. So instead of judging Sonko who posted that thing, for me, I judge the motive of the person who projected, because she said to her, there's nothing wrong. And she knew at some point she could be recorded, but she didn't care. So that is how fallen we are in terms of morality. And we should not just look at issues from one side. We need to balance our argument so that we can grow the conversation. We need to focus. My teacher used to tell me, my lecturer used to tell me, Eric, the rule of the thumb is major on the major and minor on the minor. Don't make small things look so big, and then the big things, you minor on them. And that has been the challenge of our conversation here, even when we put a topic. The main topic, we mention it in passing. But that which seems not to be the topic, we even extrapolate it and make it the main topic. The issue here is there's a rot in the judiciary, guys. We need to have a conversation on that. And we cannot ignore that. It will eat all of us. Maybe morality, some of us have been Christianized or Islamized, and morality is not a question. And that's why in 2010, there are people who focused on the issues, like they were saying, because of issue of abortion, I will not vote for this constitution. I am a Christian, and that 2010, I proposed the constitution, and somebody told me, Eric, even you as a Christian, you want to vote for abortion. Nikamuuliza, okay, where is it written that because that law is going to pass, everybody is going to abort? Because abortion is an issue of morality. Even if it was passed by law that let there be abortion, people will choose to abort on moral ground. And even if it passed by law that you should not abort, if there is immorality in a society, people will do. So there is no general rule you can put of morality and impose it on people and say that this is how we need to respond to our morality. No, we need to allow people to develop their own morality. But when it comes to issues of when there are challenges in the society, yes, we condemn the wrong things, but we should not make them the main subject. We should focus on why it happened. And when Jesus looked at the woman and said, go and sin no more, he said that don't go do the immoral thing. But however, the right action was not to condemn you. The right action was to save you from this. So the right action for me, Sonko did, was to actually open our eyes. And for me, my life is not the same again. Even how I feel the whole leadership, it opened my eyes, and I'm looking at it like, okay, this is what is happening. So I should not follow leaders blindly. I think that is how I will approach it without just narrowing to one or two things. I wanted just to speak on it in a general. Kama kuna swali mtu aniulize.
Si swali, but a contribution.
Okay.
Yeah. Do I go ahead?
No?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So today na agree na vitu nyingi about Kenya Wekesa amesema for the first time. Let us talk about morality. You see, a society will decide, given society will decide what is good morals or bad morals. And that is why we can talk about South Africa, we can on a Bushmen, how they dress almost like they are almost naked. But that's modest dressing. Huko kwetu tunashangaa because you cannot do that. So back to our debate. What was Sonko talking about? Sonko, hiyo mambo morals, see, that's not the main debate. What Sonko was highlighting, it is the rot in our judicial society, in our judicial system. You can just imagine kuna watu hizo wamefungwa jela kwa sababu they were fixed by somebody who has money, and they are very innocent just because they didn't have money to defend. Right now they are rotting in the cells. So what Sonko's alikuwa na bring out, it is the rot in that. Kama alikuwa part of it or not, that's not the main thing. The thing is ameleta the rot in the judicial system ya Kenya which yenye iko na victim mkubwa amekuwa Raila, though mimi si supporter wake. Alafu somebody was comparing Sonko na Kidero, and then Wekesa umeleta point ingine mzuri. There's a reason why Mungu anatupea leaders we have today. Anatupea mmoja si hajasoma sana, mwingine ni amesoma elite, eh? You see now with the elites, they are good at stealing na kuhide. Angalia Sonko Kenya alifanya, na neiba kidogo wanapatikana within no time wamepatikana. Kidero stole na kona kesi something to do with 20 billion Nairobi County ilipoteza. You can just imagine. Sasa huyu ni mtu amesoma, he could hide all his evils for the first 5 years. Inakuja kujulikana kati ametoka. Mungu ametupa leader so that we see in the future if we make the right choices, because si lazima uwe umesoma ndio to lead. It's all about tomorrow, yani kupeana service to humanity. I think that's what leadership is. And then to another point, there was the Jakindo Bay. Jakindo Bay naona ni mzee. You have to come to alive to the fact that things have changed during your times and our times. You have to accept the fact that vitu zimebadilika. Kenye inakuwa inaonekana abnormal wakati wenu na wakati saizi si tuko tunaona tu si issue because wakati wenu najua hata maybe ladies kuvaa long it was a big issue. Hata watu kushika mwanamke inappropriate, hiyo wakati kitambo iko inafanyika kulikuwa na hiyo respect, but sasa wakati huu wetu things zimebadilika na tunachukulia kama normal because society ya saizi tumeamua hiyo ndio watu wanataka, yani it's not a big deal to them. So ideally what Sonko was telling us, it is the rot in our judicial system yenyewe inakasirisha sana. It's very unfair. Watu wanaiba, angalia like kama kesi ya NYS, huyu kuna this lady au kuna au wenye walikuja kushika the small fish mpaka banki zao zikafriziwa pesa tu kidogo kidogo, but wale wenye walichukua pesa they are walking free because they can buy, wanaweza buy freedom yao. So tuchangia tu, yani I think judicial system yetu inafaa ikuwe cleaned vizuri. Ni hayo tu.
Okay, thank you. Kuna swali ama we move to the next person? Deba?
I just wanted to support you and Vic that if we reduce this debate to between about Sonko and the lady,
Turn upside down. Okay. So, kuna mtu mwingine ako na swali kabla Themba a correct his own rotational mistake. Kuna mtu ako na swali ama comment?
Iko nini? Let's do this. Andrew had requested to say something before we
So
leave.
who was next? Andrew?
Wekesa. Let Andrew say he had requested to say something ni kama ako job or something.
Sawa.
Come in Andrew and
Mimi habari zenu wale wakuwa hapo mbeleni, na mimi ningesema tu vitu tatu. As Kenyans, as Africans, there is a 3-pointer that I will leave each and everyone to think about in the next future of a country called Kenya, with the citizens calling themselves Kenyans. not a Luo, not a Kikuyu or who. One, let's cut down tribalism to zero. Be one, be a Kenyan. Two, analyze the leadership that you yourself, you want to be inclined with, and prepare whether they are your kids, the next generation, to take an example from in leadership. And thirdly, vote with a mindset, economic resumption, equality, and justice prevailing. Those three things what I would like each and every Kenyan to ponder on. Wherever we've traveled, wherever we work on policies. The same as I know some of you here are head of departments. You prepare a policy and you expect each and everyone in that organization to follow it. For my case, I'm a head of security. I deal with a lot of incidental things when it comes to guests, when it comes to staff, when it comes to all my colleagues who are managers. If I'm not firm to that principle, the principle or the policy created will slide off and it will not be of importance. It is the same way we have a constitution that guides us. It's we citizens that can say, that member of parliament, that CAS, that vice president has done in irregular according to the constitution. We don't need him. Get him out of that office. It can work. It has happened in developed countries. It has happened in advanced countries. For example, the US. When they decided they don't want to see Trump, they did what they had to do to remove him. Because what was he doing? He was bringing anarchy back to the US instead of creating unity. And that's what they did. Now they are calm. But at the end of it, look at where are you leaving the next generation that is coming? Do you want them to behave like Sonko? Do you want them to behave like Nkata? I'm not supporting any of the two, but what legacy are the two portraying to the upcoming generation, to the youth of today who wants to be leaders? My last punching line is think the community around this Mtembei TV. It's we who are voicing out to the public, to the citizens. Where can the country stand if we have A, B, C, D in place and it's done according to that policy? I cannot blame the leaders, but more certainly in the country, I can blame the institutions. They are heads of those institutions. What is their prerogative or what is their take on matters like what is happening now? Be it the judiciary, be it the social media. The institution mandated on those, be it rhetoric, talking in political rallies. So these institutions have to be taken accountable by citizens. Who are we Kenyans? Not anyone else from another country. Kenyans by Kenyans. It's the same as buy Kenya, build Kenya, trade Kenyan. Thank you.
Okay, after Andrew, kuna mtu ameingia saizi kweli ama we call second round? Ruben had talked, isn't he? Okachan. Kuna mtu anaitwa Okchan. Okachan. Yes, Okchan. Can you unmute and let's have your input on the topic? We're talking about Sonkoleaks.
Okay, good evening, everyone.
Good evening, sir.
I've just got in and I like the conversation. So that I would suggest you just continue. I will give my contribution in the next topic.
That's okay.
Yeah. I'm done.
I'm on mute, sorry. Bernard. Tulianzia wapi? Who was the first? We call second round. Kina Penny.
Let's begin with Ruben.
Okay, Ruben.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, kwa kunipea nafasi hii. Kuna kitu fulani nilikuwa ninaomba tusemezane hapa. In fact, Mr. Wekesa has spoken so eloquently, so nicely to the point. Na nimefurahishwa na hiyo. Ningependa sana yule pastor alikuwa hapa, kama angekumbuki alikuwa anaitwa pastor nani, ametoka. Ningependa sana kama angekuweko hapa tuelewane pamoja, kwa sababu kile kitu ambacho tunapoteza sisi kama Wakenya ni kujua uongozi ni nini. That is the one. Uongozi ni nini? Kuna hii kitu watu wako nayo inakaa kama like Jehovah complex. Mtu akiingia kwa uongozi, yeye ndiye anafaa kuwa alpha and omega. Kila kitu ni kwake. Awapee maji, awapee nini. But we need people who will put in policies, structures, zile ambazo zitamu-outlive. Even when he is gone, tunaweza baki tukijenga kwa hiyo structure ambayo aliwacha. Kama ile Mwai Kibaki alituachia mambo ya Vision 2030, akatuachia springboard, mahali tutakanyanga turuke tuende juu, tukijua where we are building from. But hii mambo hii philanthropic quote and quote za kina Sonko and other people will take us nowhere. Mambo hii ya Sonko hii imetufungua macho. Tukitoka mambo ya kuonyeshwa the private parts, tits and all that and all everything. We are supposed to be so hungry, na vyenye pesa yetu inakuwa misused ndio watu wa ascend to positions of power and influence. We are supposed to be very hungry. In fact, tunafaa tuulize mambo ya audit, total overhaul ya judiciary yetu na mambo mengine yale ambayo yanayohusika na judicial system. We are supposed to be up on our heels tukidemand kujua ni kwa nini pesa yetu inatumika vibaya namna hiyo. Na tunafaa tusimame tuulize story ya pesa, vile hawa viongozi kina governor and all others wanakuwa easily kupata pesa, na pesa inaingia aje kwa mikono yao. Why is it that it is so easy to access pesa ya county? Na tumeenda kwa mambo ya pesa kuingia kwa system, mambo ya kulipa pesa na card, mambo ya kulipa pesa na simu. Inakuwa aje governor ako na access to such amounts of money? Sinakujia wapi? Ni vipi governor na access our coffers aje? Zikitoka kwa akaunti yetu because they are our taxes, zinakuwa aje zinafikia governor? Because nikipaki gari pale Nairobi huwa ninalipa pesa na simu, inaenda aje inafikia governor ikiwa cash, hand cash, inamfikia namna gani? We are supposed to think about the systems zetu ziko namna gani. Somebody has said, kama Mr. Andrew hapo amesema is a security officer, anafaa eleze hata yeye aingilie hapo kwa antivirus, ni vipi tunaweza funga hizo systems, hizo mashimo ambayo pesa yetu inakuwa easily accessible. We are supposed to be in that conversation. Lakini mambo ya kuona matiti na kuona sijui nini, this is petty. Shida yote imelala kwa hiyo judiciary, na vile watu wana ascend to power, na vile watu wanatumia pesa kutununua sisi, na vile tunakuwa tunagawanywa na watu wanatoka these leafy suburbs of Nairobi, wanatoka Karen huko Runda, Kitisuru, Lavington, Kileleshwa, wanakuja huku Ushago saa hii right now amwini Nyeri, kwetu ni Meru. Mtu anakuja anaanza kusema huyu ni Mumeru, nyinyi ni Wakikuyu, this one and all that. At the end of the day, mtu ameishi kwa starehe zake Nairobi huko, anakuja huko anatuunganisha sisi watu ambao tumeishi kwa amani. We the middle class or the low class people tunafaa tusimame to sensitize our people. Kuna watu wale wanahitaji our input ambao ni hao watu tunakaa nao. So many of them wako na access to information kama hii tuko nayo saizi. Hii ni information nyingine tofauti ambayo haitafikia kila mtu. We are supposed to wake up, tuelezane mambo vile iko, tuache kuwa biased, tuweke ukabila chini, tuache kuwa na mambo ya kufikiria mambo ya mtu wetu. We as people of Mount Kenya have benefited nowhere, nothing with Uhuru Kenyatta as presidency. Mtu ni aso yake. Tukiwa na kiongozi mzuri hata kama ametoka Kapenguria huko na alete systems nzuri ambazo zinaongoza kila mtu kutoka Kibish mpaka kuteremka mpaka Mombasa, tukue ni watu tuko na system nzuri, we will drive together. Lakini tukikaa hapa mtu akiitwa Wekesa tuna assume ana support Mudavadi, mtu akiitwa Mbogwe tuna assume ana support Mkikuyu, mtu akiitwa Ruben tuna assume ana Kalawa ana support Mumeru, mtu akiitwa Odhiambo tunajua huyo mtu ya Raila. Tunaweza njanji watu hapa kulingana na accent na majina tujue ana support nani. It is wrong. Tunafaa tuwe na Jaluo moja hapa ina support Ruto. Na tukue na Mkale hapa ana support Raila. Ndio tukue at least ile mambo tunashindania ni mambo ya ideas. Ndio maana tutaweza kundiu na mambo kama ya kina Sonko, ndio tukue na right leaders in the rightful positions. Na tuweze kuvet leaders based on their track record, ability to lead, their credentials, their past practice na vile walifanya wakati walikuwa kwa position of influence. Tuseme hata kama we ni pastor na hakuna kamera imeiko kumulika ikakuona mahali and you masturbate in the bush, your morals are banned. We uko na morals mbaya, you are immoral, you are an immoral being. Vile tuiko ni vile hujaipatikana. Let's vet our morality, tujaribu kukua vielelezo vizuri. Let's come black, white, tusimame na miguu yetu, tuongee ukweli, tuelezane ukweli even when we are huo ukweli hauko popular. That is what I am thinking. Na saisi we are supposed to be the most hungry people this night. Tukielewa vyenye pesa yetu inakuwa misused pale Nairobi. In fact, we could be having a governor in Nairobi amepata tu hiyo kiti proceed ya bedroom negotiations. Just that. Katika ile hali ya kitandani pale, men makes very terrible decisions when wakiwa in that angle. Mtu anafikiria ana sign documents ni hapa na pale, mara moja unakuta mtu amekuwa governor without even following due process. Mtu ana leadership qualities, not tested, not tried, hajai angaliwa anywhere. And then we find ourselves in such a mess. Kenyans, please, as I wind up, tunjiangalie, tukue na hasira ile hule ile hasira ile ya kukua ndani yako. Think about that thing. It's such a very serious thing. Ni vile niko challenged na niseme namna gani, wacha ninyamaze tu. But I'm an angry person tonight. Good night.
Okay, before Ruben you go,
Question.
I'll tell you that before you go, I wanted to tell you that me at some time when I was high school, I finished my high school in Turkana district. That was the first time I left Bungoma district. Those days they were called district, to Turkana district. I think it changed my perception on morality, because when I met the Turkana people's culture, I meet an old mzee sitting with his family, na unajua yeye ni nguo anajifunganga hivi na kiamuka ikianguka anaichukua. So you see a whole old man naked before the children, and they are grown up, and the ladies, the old ladies, they only tie up to here, the upper part is open, and they are walking like that. So I realized clothing is a cultural issue. And if for me, maybe I could have said that everybody there is immoral in terms of culture, in terms of dressing, because they do have a problem when a man can drop his clothes can drop and he picks it, and there are children there. You see, in a culture where I come from, that is amounts to a curse. Seeing your father's private parts, it's amount to a curse. So you come and realize that this morality we have, they are not universal. In fact, you go to some places and you are shocked. Like, okay, this is what happens. So I'm not advocating for us to lose morals that are good to keep the society, but it becomes wrong when you impose it to every other person. It becomes wrong when you make it the general rule of the thumb. So you need to look at it in the context and say, so in this case, what happened? And what was the message was he sending? As we condemn the morality, we also we focus on the main thing. So I think I needed to share that because I've seen you have captured it.
Well,
Question Baba to Ruben.
Kuna swali?
Yes,
Yes.
Mr.
Community?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, wacha nitoe kofia kwa sababu hii swali ni nzito.
Niulize
Hii
baba.
swali ni nzito na ni nzito sana na ni nzito sana. You know, me sometimes by the way kwa hii kazi yenye nafanya na security wanga ninajaribungi kwa ile elimu kidogo niko nayo kuanalyze vitu vile zinakuja. So to you Mr. Ruben,
Yes,
umesema vizuri enyewe inafaa vile Wekesa ameongea, hata mimi inafaa sasa hivi tukasirike sana na yale matukio ambayo yameibuliwa na Sonko our judiciary. Now kuhusu huyu Sonko, my question to Kenyans ambao mnanisikiza sasa hivi wherever you are in the whole world, how did Sonko got into power as a governor in 2017? Aliingiaje? Did he give handouts to lure the people of Nairobi so that he can get into power? My second question, if yes, how did the Nairobian people benefit from the leadership of Sonko? If the people of Nairobi did not benefit from the leadership of Sonko with all those handouts he gave in 2017, now comes 2022. Leaders are coming from MCS, MPs, senators, governors, women rep, and presidential candidates. They are coming with handouts. How, when we are, after us receiving those handouts and we vote in these leaders, will the end product be like of this Sonko? Please, hayo maswali kama umeyapata, hebu nijibu. Ndio tujue kuwa hizi handouts kweli tumeona Sonko ziko na umanufaa yoyote, na kama hasina umanufaa yoyote, then wacha tuendelee kuzikula na tujue kuwa there is nowhere as a country we are going as from 2022. We are done.
Well, this is how I can answer that one, but I think that one will be my personal opinion. It will be purely my personal opinion. Anybody can refute it. When we were voting in the year 2017, our leaders, the leader who was at that time as alleged, not as alleged, as it was in Jubilee House, was the deputy president. He was the person who was in the cooking jar at that particular time. Those are facts, you can check. And this guy, according to me, he made sure that we elect weak leaders who cannot make sound decisions, weak leaders who are unauthentic, weak leaders who cannot stand the test of time, weak leaders who cannot stand on the line of accountability. That's why we got the kind of men like Sonko, Waitito in power. Okay? These people do not understand any other language apart from bribing voters and buying their way up. Sasa saa hizi vile kunakaa, hata ukiangalia viongozi, hata watu wakirudi huko kwao mashinani mahali walitoka, wataangalia waone the kind of men and women that this guy William Ruto is working with right now. Hizo ni opinions zangu. Ni watu wale ambao hawana mizizi, hawana nguvu, ni watu ambao vile mkubwa atasema ni wanakanyanga, wanasema yes sir. We do not have leaders. We do not have leaders this time round. Hii timu yote iliingia, greatest percentage ni watu wale waliingia wakiwa na certain narrative fulani ikiwa inachorwa, ndio wakati wa kuomba kura wakuwe ni watu tu wa kufuata nyayo. That's why tuliweza kupata mtu kama Sonko, because mimi sielewi ni vipi Nairobians walipigia mtu kama Sonko kura, ama Waitito Kiambu. Mtu unatoa Kabogo unaweka Waitito, unatoa Kindero unaweka Sonko. Honestly, are we cast? Hii ni system ilifanya maneno, and I have got all the reasons to believe like so, na uwezi nitoa hapo. Na kama hatutakuwa careful, we will get even worse people than those ones. Not unless tutoke comfort zones, tutoke kwa social media, tutoke kwa TV kama hizi. Immediately siasa ikianza, even if you influence 100 people, uende ueleze watu through civic education importance ya kupigia kura na kupigia ndebe watu wale ambao wanafaa, ambao wataseti policies zile zita outlive their political life and careers. Miaka 10 yao ikiisha, wanaacha system, wanaacha policies, wanaacha nini structures zile ambazo zita their lives. That is what I can say.
Ruben, what if I ask you that I think for me there's a difference between leaders and representatives. Okay, that's my personal opinion.
Yes.
Leaders are supposed to take us from where we are to where we are supposed to be. But most of the time we elect representatives. You know, representatives are one amongst us. So if we are thieves, we elect one super thief to represent us. When we are corrupt, that's so most of the time we talk about representatives, but actually representatives are a reflection of the society. So if we are generally corrupt, one amongst us will be even popular and represent us. And that is where we are failing. As long as he's popular, we don't have a problem. But if we narrow and say we need leaders who can take us from where we are to where we want to be, then the conversation can change. What do you think?
Do you see the jargons and all that you are saying? Ni wewe ndio unajua namna hiyo. Suppose you go on the ground, wewe sasa uende ueleze that ignorant person uko chini. Kwa sababu hapa mimi Nyeri, what I'm fighting right now ni kueleza watu kitu, anasema Uhuru alipromise Ruto yake 10. You understand? Sasa unajaribu kutoa mtu katika hiyo hali ya kufikiria hivyo, afikirie tofauti, umuulize when they were promising each other, were you there? Were you there? What were they promising? Wewe uko mtu anasimama anasema Njaluo hawataki kulipa nyumba Nairobi, wanalipa matatu, wanapanda matatu hawalipi. Wanjaluo, mtu ako hapa Nyeri, unamuuliza uko na matatu in the first place? No. Uko na nyumba Nairobi? Sina. Uko na shamba ile unafikiri Njaluo atachukua? Hakuna. Then what are you saying? Are you now becoming a shield to fight other people's battle? Think about yourself. Watu hataki kusikia hiyo maneno. You must leave your comfort of your office, you Mr. Wekesa and Penny and others, mwende mashinani, mwende mueleze watu hiyo mambo unaongea, so that really ndio hizi kura ziko hapa ni kura kama 10. You must magnify them by civic education. Pelekeni narrative nje, tutoke hapa 2022 ikifika mwezi wa 4 hii TV tunafaa tufunge.
I think you are saying the right thing in a wrong way. You know, there was a time when we used to say Peleka means you have to walk. When the world is a global village, Peleka means create a platform to converse. Like even after we close this, then you will have 10K views. So I'm just praying that out of the 10K views, people that viewed this platform, was there the right conversation that took place? Because if naturally I can go, listen, if I can go out in my village, I can only meet 5, 10, 20 people at most. But on a platform like this, when we have been given a wider platform, I can speak to 10,000 people at once, then I have to ensure that I speak the right message. I normally tell you guys that this is the best opportunity when you are given, you have to shine. Share the right information because there are many Kenyans and other people watching.
How many people are in such platform? Very few. How many people have got phones, first of all, like this one?
But I've asked you a question. If you go to your village, how many people do you meet? That's another conversation. You also have to be honest. How many people can you categorically talk to and they listen to you? Just tell me.
My case is different now. We can
Yeah, so we can debate. We can debate on the means anyway. Elisha, you had as a point to make.
Thank you, Mr. Wekesa.
Yeah, alafu Andrew pia kulikuwa na swali na Themba, you dropped off with a question. We finish those 3 questions, and then I think I take the last round.
Mine is not really a question, but I still want to go back to that very subject from the beginning. But you've talked about what morals are in our society as a nation. We have one unifying factor in this country called Kenya, our motherland, the Constitution. You gave an example, Mr. Wekesa, of Turkana, and you want to differentiate the way people look at nude images in Turkana and the way we in Nairobi look at what a nude picture is. So what is the right moral? I'm thinking and I'm asking myself, what is the good moral kwa wingi kilichokubalika kutuongoza sisi kutuweka pamoja kama Wakenya? What is that unifying moral, that unifying rule, that which most of the Kenyans believe is right, is what was brought up into one conversation and what was agreed upon by so many. The Constitution of Kenya, Chapter 6, the integrity chapter that actually guides on who is supposed to be at the topmost position to head organizations, to lead regions, to lead the country, to lead even a county government. It doesn't ask us to behave in a manner that suggests there are no systems in Kenya where we can take our grievances like in court.
I've gotten your point, my brother. I've gotten your point. And I have a problem when on chapter 6 you want to bring in things that don't exist in chapter 6, like those morality. And you deliberately forget the main thing that runs in chapter 6 about integrity. This has to do with corruption. And that's why my rallying call was, we need to be angry when we hear that corruption is there and it's finishing us. And we cannot even elect such a leaders into office. But we tend to slide in issues that actually they are not captured by the Constitution in terms of morality, of whether having a short trouser or a long trouser is more decent or modest.
What I was actually heading to, this is the point. We have institutions which are supposed to be headed by responsible people, like the IBC, which is supposed to conduct civic education quarters, like the judicial, which is headed by Martha Koome, who is supposed to stratify that system, like the executive, which is headed by the president, who is supposed to put order, and the whole country So if we have a leader of a county who cannot lead by an example, who cannot actually provide the right path, that if we have a rotten system, judiciary, this is the way to go. He waits until he has lost, and this is the time he wants to expose the rot in the system. We need to strengthen these systems by doing the right thing, by having assertive leaders who can stand up even when it is their worst moment, they are losing it, and say, we want Mao Forest to be restored, whether I lose it or not. So we have these systems, and we assuming they are not there. We turn our backs on those systems and we come to such a platform. And this is actually it's a social.
But don't you think you are making a lot of assumptions? Even the last day we were told Sonko was in court, even the day before Kanan was sworn in, Sonko was in court. So assuming that he has ignored the late system that is turning to social media, that's a complete assumption. So the idea is this: the guy is frustrated that he looked for justice and never got it. And now the arms of justice have colluded with the cartels and they are playing these games. So he had to tell the public that actually the justice we are seeking for may not be there because all our systems have a problem. So I'm not justifying that should be the route we should take, but at once in a lifetime, we need a point of reflection. And he provided for us a point of reflection on what is happening. And for me, instead of just condemning it generally, we need to see the rot and say that. But then he never even excluded himself in the rot and said, I'm righteous. He said that we have been doing this, you have betrayed me, which means he was part of the system. So he's telling us that all of us, the majority of us leaders, we have been sunk in this thing. So how do we provide a leeway out? Maybe he was also saying in like the way Uhuru says, mnataka nifanye aje? Ni kama he was defeated. Mnataka nifanye aje? He was crying to the public loudly. And sometimes you can cry to the public when you are overwhelmed.
But you see, this is my question. In what context is he trying to put it? You know, he did not approach the right institution, first of all. Two, the means, in the context, the way he has framed his frustration is actually not even fair to the public. It is not fair. That is not what a representative, the so-called, or a leader is supposed to do. You go back to the institutions that have been given the mandate to deal with the matter. If not the judiciary, there is a service commission, JSC. If not that, we as Kenyans, we have that opportunity. We can air our grievances through parliament. We have representatives. But you see, you cannot tell me once you have lost.
Do you believe in public participation? Do you believe in public participation?
I do, because it's a constitutional
right. It's a constitutional right. So
yes.
Anything done for the public cannot be wrong. It is a constitutional right for public to participate in something you think that unilaterally taken cannot give a solution. Themba, you wanted to weigh in something? Before you answer, let's hear from them.
Yeah, Elisha is behaving as though he lives in Mars. If you live in Kenya, you should be aware that those institutions have been compromised. And just like Sonko was saying, the judiciary has been compromised. You see, the same person who is supposed to give you justice that you're talking about has been compromised. So when he puts it out there, he's telling you that this is what the rat is in the house, right? So you don't blame someone who has shown you that the rat is in the house, that now you should not have told me. You should have waited. You should have gone. My friend, if you want to debate this thing nicely and openly, you need to keep Sonko out of it. Then start talking. No, wait. Then start thinking about
the society that justice is bought by money, that a position of power is bought through sex, that people betray each other. You need to start thinking outside Sonko. You know, if you read literature, you could have read probably a book like Betrayal in the City. If you live and you're still thinking about Biafra and all that, you'll not see the big picture that that book is trying to give you. So what the picture is giving us, there's Sonko. Sonko is just a metaphor in the whole system. So you need to look at the system. What is going on? Remove Sonko from it, assuming it's not Sonko who leaked it. Assuming it's just a picture of what is going on in the society. That's a glass. What are you supposed to do? So when you start saying you have weak systems that do not respond to what is supposed to be done, you have compromised system. You have judges who are willing to go and meet clients in clandestine places. They're willing to call them at home and talk to them about a judgment that is being done. Whether it was done today, whether it is done in 10 years to come, there's a problem with that system. So you don't start looking at someone and saying that, okay, Sonko, you know, he is a leader. Sonko is not a leader right now. Sonko is not even a governor right now. He's someone like you and me, right? So when next time you want to choose people, you go back like whatever Wakasa is saying, that hey, look here, wait, Alicia, you know, when you focus on Sonko and you focus on the ideal, you forget the real. You know, there's the ideal that you're saying. The ideal thing is you know, you're being utopic. You know, an ideal society, the president is supposed to have this institution that is supposed to be taken. How many times have people reported even to the police next to you, and the police tell you, send for us, whatever? That's the right thing to do. Call the police. But how many people have called the police and they have responded? Don't behave like you are not living in Kenya, my friend. So if these things have happened to you, and if one day right now there are people who are rotting in jail because of compromised justice, then you'll come and say that people should sit back, follow the system, follow the process. Very ideal, not real.
Remember, and Mr. Wekesa, this was the thing. I don't focus on Sonko as a person. I'm telling you, you cannot exempt Sonko from this problem because he did it when he was still a leader. You can't tell me he's no longer a leader now. Why is he exposing this? Because he went through the farm and the blackjacks stuck on his trouser. So he still has the problem. You cannot exempt him
Remember,
from...
he's telling you those things. He's telling you the reality. Even 2017, why did Raila refuse to go to the Supreme Court? Why did he refuse to participate in the repeat election? These are realities that are here, my friend. If you know there will not be justice, you don't just go in for the sake of it. You have to use an alternative route to see that you either stage manage the right process, you create an attention to what needs to be addressed.
But in the wrong way.
One point.
Now, I think even Elisha, you are forgetting that, you know what now constitutionalism and constitution, why constitution is a living document, is because as time goes by, some realities emerge and the societies gets into a conversation. Now, if you are aware of how even science has developed, it's not about the norm, it's about pushing the ceiling and saying, okay, fine, this is a conversation we have never had. So when you are saying that the right way, then you'll never have a conversation as a society. Why do we have constitutional amendment? Because a time comes and we have some realities that we have to talk about. So right now, if you're closing your mind and you're saying that, okay, fine, we have an ideal institution, we have this and this. If the realities emerge and we are seeing as a people, there needs to be a new conversation. We need to amend. We say probably the constitution as it is not responding to what is pertaining at the moment. So when you keep saying, but he has to follow the correct route, oh, but he has to wait, he has to follow the institutions, then you are operating at an idealism situation that can never stretch certain conversations. I beg to differ.
Why?
Yes, we have institutions, but the Constitution also provides that there comes a time that you have to have an amendment to that Constitution if at that particular time is not responding to the realities of the moment. And that's why in 2007, our Constitution, according to 2007, when Kibaki had been sworn in, that should have been the end. But what happened at that time? The reality was that an accord had to be found. So realities of the moment determine what is the way forward for the society. So right now, Sonko is saying, yes, you have the JSC. Yes, you have the what? Power, you have the voters. But he's saying, hey, you might have the judges, but when you go there, this is what happens in the background. And now you're saying, no, that is not the right way. You go and wait. Go to the JSC. Elisha.
No, yeah? We have institutions, Temba. This is what we have in Kenya. And there are establishments through the Constitution.
So that road tells us we don't have institutions.
We cannot solve a wrong by adding another wrong. We cannot support what Sonko is doing and encourage our current leaders to do the same to solve the current or what has passed as a problem. So we cannot solve a problem by adding another wrong. We need to come up with such platforms to disown those characters and remind them that we need to strengthen our institutions which are mandated by the Constitution, which
and there are many ways of strengthening, my friend. Strengthening is part of it, is just starting the whole process. You have to start it. You don't strengthen by covering the ills that are in the institution. When you start the process, that is the best way to strengthen it. It's because you spark a conversation, and that's why we have a conversation. We were okay. We were even thinking that, in fact, some people have been telling us that all our institutions are rotten, and the only savior in Kenya is the judicial. They have been telling us because nobody has exposed the rot. But now that the rot is there, let's have a conversation. You cannot strengthen an institution by covering or by being ignorant of what is happening in. Let's know what is happening. So we strengthen by focusing on the areas that are of weakness. We uproot what we need to uproot and fix what we need to fix. You have some decision of the whole process. Kuna mtu akona swali community?
Elisha, mute. I talk.
Yeah, kuna background echoes, Elisha.
Yeah, it is Elisha. Yeah. Elisha, my brother. I want to tell you one thing. That hii Mtembei TV, mimi ndio niko nchi ya Kenya. Hii Mtembei TV imekuja na hakika itatusaidia sisi wa Kenya, wale ambao tutakuwa tunafuatilia zile clips zenye zinapigwa hapa kwa Mtembei TV. Sasa, in fact, 2 weeks ago, kuna clip ambayo iko hapo. I hope if maybe Mr. Wekesa unaweza iona, ya William Samoei Ruto. I don't know where he was. Alituambia namna hii, alisimama vizuri akasema namna hii. Ama we mwenyewe you have ever come across William Samoei Ruto akisema kuwa miaka mingi viongozi wamekuwa wakiamuliwa na wadozi. Unasikia? Leaders have not been voted in by you and me. Wamekuwa wakiamuliwa na viongozi. Hao viongozi ni nani? Maybe it is systems, maybe it is deep state, mimi siwajui. I don't know them. Lakini William Samoei Ruto alituambia namna hiyo. Then akasema kuwa sasa hivi uongozi ya 2022 itaamuliwa na nyinyi mahustlers. Hivyo ndio William Samoei Ruto alituambia. So ukiona hii road yenye iko kwa judiciary, my brother and my sisters, wenye mnaniangalia mnanitazama nikiongea namna hii nchi ya Kenya na ndani ya Kenya, hiyo inamaanisha kuwa kutoka hizi miaka za nyuma zote, mara mingi sisi tunaenda pale tuna vote, but kuna mtu ambaye anaamua different. So viongozi wenye wako sasa hivi, hata William Samoei Ruto ametuambia bayana kuwa huenda hakuchaguliwa na sisi kama wananchi, alichaguliwa na system. That is why sasa hivi imekuwa ngumu hata kwa president crack the whip, cause anajua kuwa hata yeye mwenyewe huenda hakuchaguliwa na Wakenya, huenda ni system ilimchagua. So inakuwa ngumu kwa yeye crack the whip on corruption cases. Now conversation yenye inastahili kuja, what are we going to do as Kenyans from now henceforth? It is the time, it is now our humble time kuwa, in fact, hii conversation ikuje kuwa, if it is Jebkati, amake vitu ziwe sawa kuwa viongozi sisi wa Kenya tuchague, na isiwe kuwa kuna mtu maybe ako pale kando atakaye amua ni nani atakuwa kiongozi wa 2022. So then that is when sasa hivi vile tunavyoongea namna hii, itakuwa vizuri kuwa kama sisi wa Kenya tutachagulia viongozi, analyze kama ni William Samoei Ruto, tuone kuwa yeye ameweka handout mbele, ameweka mambo ya kubribe wa Kenya, na bribing it is illegal, then William Samoei Ruto tutamweka kando. Kwa sasa system haitaingilia kati kutuvotia in William Samoei Ruto mwenye anatubribe. Then tuangalie kama ni Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila Amolo Odinga, angalia scorecard yake kutoka hapa nyuma, the history. Tuangalie Raila Amolo Odinga amekuwa akiperform namna gani, amekuwa akiperform right. Yes.
Turudisha kwa Raila na
Then kutoka hapo, yes, then kutoka hapo tuseme if
community
Raila Amolo Odinga
community, rudi kwa mada, toka kwa Ruto na Raila. Hii si Ruto na Raila.
Today I told the moderator that we want to take a break on 2022 and focus on a few things. Tutoke kwa Ruto na Raila, and maybe these are the things that so that we can fix a few things. That's why we focus on judiciary na Sonkoleaks.
Yeah, so as I finish Wekesa, nasema kuwa in fact our road kwa system zetu iko juu sana, inastahili ifanywe overhaul na sisi wa Kenya. It is high time sisi wa Kenya in fact tulete vichwa zetu pamoja, tuseme Kenya ni yetu. It is high time in fact tutoke kwa cocoon yenye tumekuwa nayo kutoka hapo nyuma, then kutoka hapo tutapata viongozi wazuri. Ndugu zangu na dada zangu, 2022 henceforth tutakuwa tunaimba na kushukuru Mungu. Asante sana.
This is actually my time to sleep imefika, so I want everybody to do his 2 minutes. Ama then but you have the grace to continue.
Hapana, wacha tufanye 2 minutes tulale. Tupatie watu 2 minutes, 2 minutes.
So let me give Mulumba 4 minutes because he ameingia, and then the rest 2 minutes. Mulumba,
ndio tukuruhusu ulale.
Yani Wekesa mimi unioni.
Where are you? Who is that? Who is that? Kuna
Huyo ni Joe. Joe ametulia hapo.
Sorry, Joe sijakuona aki. Nimefikiria everybody okay, Mulumba do Mulumba umesettle kwanza ama tuanze na Joe?
Wacha Joe afanye basi na nirudi baada.
Joe do 4 minutes, Mulumba 4 minutes, and then the rest 2 minutes we close the show. So okay, what you are saying is the last conversation and parting shots. We don't encourage so many questions.
Okay, thank you, Wekesa. Yeah, I've been patient waiting for you to see me, but unfortunately you didn't see me.
You have the tiniest name, 3 letters only, so I didn't see.
Okay, it's accepted, eh? It's good that you've taken a break from this Ruto Raila thing, because over the weeks we've been just repeating the same things and circling and getting nowhere or making very little progress. Today, I think you're talking about the rot that we have in this in our judicial system. But what I want to say here is we have institutions that are constituted by the Constitution, but how many of them are working the way they're supposed to be working, or are working as per their mandates? I can authoritatively tell you that we only have 2 government institutions that work, that have not come to the limelight of Wananchi. We have the NIS, the NIS, and the KDF. They could be having their problems, kidogo, but at least these are people that have never been mentioned on scandals, on those big things. Like now we're hearing the judiciary, we have had the police, we have had the CID. Even the DPP is now getting problems. We thought this guy was clean, but you see now there are issues. So this road, we have to ask ourselves, really talk wapi? Where did the rain start hitting us? But me, I can trace it back to Jomo Kenyatta time when he was appointed the prime minister and later the president. We were fighting for our land. We are fighting for our freedom. But immediately it got into our hands. What did we do? The Mau Mau people who fought for this independence were so hard. We cannot say we won it. We had to negotiate it. Okay, now Martin Shikuku walienda negotiate, but it's because the Mau Mau had put pressure on the colonialists. So they had to give in, because we are also chopping their families, their wives here. So they had to give in, and we had to sit down and talk. But after the talking, what happened? The British gave us money to buy off their citizens that had farms, those who were wishing to sell. But what happened? We started by Jomo Kenyatta shifting the Mau Mau fighters to Rift Valley and taking their land. Now, that's when the road started. That's where the grievances started. And then because this guy was so powerful, the people who were sort of, shortchanged had no avenue to get their rights. So they had to live with those pain. We had Mungiki, he came here, it wanted to put, you have talked about morality also, I'd like to talk about that. Mungiki came and they were trying to tell people, this is the way the Kikuyu should dress. Actually, they had a good idea, what they wanted. They wanted the freedom fighters to go back to Central. That's why we didn't have Mungiki in Mombasa, because there were no Kikuyu land that was taken in Mombasa. That's why we didn't have Mungiki in Kakamega. We didn't have Mungiki in Kisumu. We had Mungiki where the Kikuyus are, and the Mungiki themselves were Kikuyus. I mean, they were trying to take back their land that were taken by Wanaitwa or Toto Chief. Well, there's a name that they used to call them. Well, they gained from the land that were owned by Mau Mau. So since then, this thing has been,
home guard.
Yeah, home guards. Yeah. And when the Muzungus came here, before the Wazungus were brought here, you had to be perfect. Una mguu mzuri, uko na physique mzuri. So when they came here, they came like gods. Hakuna kiwete, hakuna kiziwi, hakuna kipofu. So they were like gods. And that would impress the Africans to see that they are superior. So everybody wanted to be like them. And that's why we listened to them. It's only after the First World War, is it the Second World War, when some of us went with them to Burma and saw them crying, pleading. These people are humans. And that's how we started fighting for independence. So unless we do the correction right from the beginning. That's the TGRC should be tabled and we talk about it. All these other government institutions, hakuna. The KRA, what wanasemanga police is corrupt. Who is more corrupt? Is it the police or the KRA? I can tell you the KRA are more corrupt. We say police because police meets with Mama Mboga, police meets with, you know, the hawker, the mutu border. So when you do you do what? When you do let's say a poll on who is the most corrupt, you're likely to meet about mtu Mama Mboga na mtu hawker, and they end up saying it's the police, but actually KRA is the most corrupt. See what is happening to Kenya Power. We are not getting worth what we are giving in as Kenyans. So this thing, it needs cleaning. It's the society. What Sonko is doing is a reflection of what we have come up to. Tangu independence. It's getting worse and worse and worse. I can tell you right now, you can have a genuine case, go to the police station. If you don't have money, your case is not heard. Hata yule mtu umeshtaki ndiye atakuwa anasikizwa because akona pesa. Now what is this? What is this? It is wrong. We must find a way, and I think what Sonko did, it could be wrong. As I don't know who was saying, Muteshi was saying, but that is the right way to go. Things must come out on the table and we discuss them, because people are suffering. Kenyans are really suffering. People are doing wrong things and they're getting away with it. It's time we put a stop to this. And we need the correct people, the people who are untainted, because if you're tainted, you cannot do. Why do you think maybe Uhuru cannot come strong on Ruto? Everybody knows what Ruto has done, but you know, maybe Uhuru's relatives are also corrupt. So we need somebody who is less tainted to clean up this mess. It is very wrong, very, very wrong. It's immoral. Mimi, I urge Kenyans, let's take all whatever Sonko is doing, let even others come out so that we talk, so that people cannot be hiding behind the curtains saying they're clean when they are not. Because mwananchi anaumia. This is what I want to say. I came late, maybe I could have talked more if I came earlier and I had people's opinion. But to me personally, I think we need to turn around. We actually need to turn around. Sahi, a common mwananchi cannot get their right anywhere. Anywhere. And that is why some people are taking law into their hands. That's why we have even mob lynching.
Thank you. Your time up.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I was just watching K24, and it was saying that a woman who was in the tape ya Songo amesema she was forced at gunpoint to implicate judges. Mtu mwenye anaweza toa matiti anaweza kuwa ako forced. So the story will twist. That's why sometimes we may not know, we may not allow to say the system will deal with it. People will always try to correct issues based on how best they can do it. Mluba, let's have your 4 minutes, kindly.
Okay, thank you guys. Thank you so much for this program and this audience. We learn a lot from here. For those who doesn't know, should know from here. Now, even if we have those ones that are come on honor, no one is here, they never change. They just go on, they're being taken out from the mud, and they just go back and step in the mud. What I know in Kenya, since I was born some almost 50-something years ago, when I became to know the world and then became step out, I started seeing these things from the village. The corruption, I saw it from the village. Because when somebody makosa yametokea, mtu ameshikwa, unaambia anataka kitu fulani, ama unabeba kuku unapeleka kwa chief, ndio kesi yake angaliwe. That's corruption. So as you have said, hii kitu ilianza na Kenyatta, ikakuja ikaingia na Moi, na Moi akaidevelop kabisa mpaka ka bankrupt the country, of which even right now if you have somebody to ameenda shule amesoma ana certificate but he can't be employed because hakuna mtu anajua. Saa hii akienda au ule mwenye anajulikana na ako na low qualification ya kazi na because anajua wekesa, huyo ndiye atapata kazi. So kazi katika Kenya is not found according to your qualification, it's according to whom you know. It doesn't matter what qualification you have. Hiyo ni corruption. So unajua Mwenyezi Mungu works in a different way. Vitu vinafanyikana but inafika time analeta watu kama Sonko. Read the Bible, utaona vile Mungu alikuwa anawaka na watu wake. Analeta watu kama Sonko inside. So you end up electing somebody who is low qualification. To me what I can say really the really thing in this digital era, you can't just elect somebody or as a leader without the qualification, because right now we need somebody with quality to lead the people. Anaweza angalia vitu, tackle everything, because ukipeleka watu almuta ana wisdom na hana elimu, atachanganywa na wale wamesoma, wale wanajua kuiba kwa kalamu. So kulingana na Sonko, watu wanaweza fanya asema alifanya vibaya, but because of the rotten of the judiciary in our country and all sectors, God has used him akuje kama mjinga na ujue the God is behind him to make you people know what's happening, ambapo nyinyi mnaona na mnatuambia pahati iko. Among you who are seated here, I don't think if there is somebody who doesn't know, kesi yake ikiwa kotini lazima uwe na pesa. Hata maloya tunaona wote wanalipa pesa mingi, hao ndio wakorofi namba moja, basi wanaingia na majaji. Because wewe hata kama hauna chochote na shamba yako na nyang'anywa tu because you don't have money. That's corrupt. So Mwenyezi Mungu lazima lete mtu ambapo atakuja toa hii nakedness yenye mmefunika. We are just covering, you know it's wrong, because hata kama unajua na wewe mtu wa chini hakuna mdomo, ukipiga mdomo chingo yako litakatwa because you have no way to do it. Sonko is doing it because ako kwa certain level, lakini kama ingekuwa mtu wa low wangemwokota tu apotee na yeye. But yeye ako na tatizo kumfikia sio rahisi, hata akishalik namna hiyo. There's no way you get easy to reach him. Hautamfikia kwa rahisi kwa sababu atafunua mengi. But kama yeye ni mtu wa chini unaenda kutoa, hautalala kwa nyumba, and the next day kitu chake itapatikana, itakuwa ngongo. So that to show you that our system is rotten, totally rotten. And now imekuja inaonekana live, mpaka ma leaders wetu wakienda kufanya campaign wana bribe live. If they can do that live, what of our court? Court zetu zimeoza. All the sectors, kila section ya Kenya yote ni bribe. So it's you young generation ambapo mko digitally. I say here every day. I see here some young generation hawaoni, they are blinded because they grew in this corruption. Because all of us we grew in the corruption. So you believe corruption is the way to go. Hakuna mtu anabadilisha mind kama sisi tumebadilisha mind, tunasema ya kwamba what somebody has been mentioned is a corrupt. He's not supposed to bear for any seat. Once umejulikana jina yako iko na dosari, kando mpaka ipatikane huko kilini. But here your people are well educated, na nyinyi the same people unaenda ku elect this ngoroko people. Then after that you come back crying. Na wale umeweka pale sio wanasikia mzuri because they just laugh at you, the low people. You don't know nothing. Wao bora wamefika pale wamepata pesa, wamekukalia, they just played your minds now. This support be done with raia. Na raia wenyewe ndio wamekuwa confused because you have entered in a tribal cocoon. You are talking of your brother yako akiwa mahali, that is my person. Na wewe mwenyewe unakufa njaa, unakufa na dudu miguuni. He doesn't know you. So what Sonko has done, alifanya tu ku open the wound so you people see. Judicial ya Kenya yote inadili na mabilioni na lawyers wote. Watu wote ni corrupt. Very few of them ambapo wanafanya the reality. Lakini most of them, kwa sababu unapata mtu kama lawyer anaenda kudefend kesi, unajua tu exactly hii kitu imefanyika namna hii. Exactly. Na anasimama pale anasema hiyo ni uongo. Because tayari lawyer ameshakula yake, judge amekula yake, wanaenda kwa wanabadilisha kesi, jamaa unatoka. So we should not blame Sonko. Let's blame ourselves. And we should thank Sonko because God has used him to show us what he sees and what we're supposed to do right now is to change our mind. So mtu kija hapo kaniambia Sonko anafanya makosa, kuna institution. Institution gani? Institution ndiye anajua. Yeye amekaa huko anajua. Kitamba fikia hapo ajua kila kitu. Hiyo ni kidogo tu ametoa. Bado ziko mingi. Asanteni.
Yeah, thank you. In fact, amesema tungojee part 5. Hiyo ilikuwa part 4.
Bwana Wekita, I
Yes.
just wish, I hope you have seen the Miguna tape when he was at the Berlin in the German, the Kenyan embassy in Germany. It is equivalent to what the tapes exposed is just the same thing that also Sonko is doing. I hope you can put even that one so that we have a discussion on the same thing. It was horrible because if these are the people we have at the embassy in Germany, and that's the way they can handle a Kenyan and a court order, actually it's deplorable. I hope you have seen it.
Yeah, I will check it and see it. This one I had watched the 37 minutes Songo, so I will watch the other one. I think I must confess that I have never been I voted for Kidero. I've never been a fan of Songo, and I'm not supporting him as a person. I'm just supporting the process of opening up the drama that is in Kenya. I've never supported it. Even when he was dismissed, I was very happy. But I think where we have reached, we need to focus more on the conversation that the people that is happening. Let's have Penny. Your 2 minutes, and then Andrew. Okay, Andrew said he was leaving. And let's have Andrew for 2 minutes, and then Penny. Then we go to Elisha, Kendall Bain, then Elisha.
Just to wrap up of what Joe and Mulumbi have said, we are the digital generation. Whatever Miguna said today at the embassy, I watched it, it's so deplorable. It's not only happening in Germany, even here in the UAE embassy, I faced the same. And I felt like I'm under the bus in my own country, because in the embassy is a home where you can go for refuge. But I felt I'm under the bus in my own country. That said and done, the topic of today, it opens up a lot of things that are happening within the institution, within the counties, within individual people in the institution of government. The last surgery that was done in the judiciary was done by the current caretaker committee of KFE or KFF. Judge Ringera did it. And a lot of people complained, this was removed, this is my family. That one needs to be done radically in our courts. It's pathetic. What Sonko has brought up is just a niche of the iceberg. The bigger picture behind it is when the drastic changes will be done in the judiciary. And secondly, whoever is mentioned on those videos or clips, be it your tribe, be it someone you know, let them face the law the way it's supposed to be. Because when you go to the court and you have stolen a chicken, they don't even spare you. They jail you like hell. But then they have millions, they can buy the freedom. Sonko is not exempted. All the people he's framing, they are not exempted. That said and done, the institutions that are supposed to do the right of what the law says. And if you look at the chapter 6 of the constitution that you're talking about, it has 8 strong topics from 73 to 80 that talks about the leadership integrity. And we who've worked outside the country for longer times, when you hear something about your country and even your fellow colleagues talking about it, we feel not to be proud to mention even your country. Because like me, I normally do trainings to big congregations like a regional training or even area training to my bosses. But when you hear them come from Kenya, after the meeting, they tell you, hey, how is your country? You're ashamed. When they tell you, oh, we had this in the news, we had this in the news, you feel, why are they talking only about my country? So what I would tell, it's we citizens, and I'll repeat again, it's we citizens that can change the clique of leaders we want at the helm of leadership, at the helm of changes that we want, at the growth that we want for that country. Sonko is just one of them. How many of those who do more than what Sonko is saying in these other ministries, in these other government institutions? The blame is solemnly from us. You know this person had done this before getting into that seat of politics, but because he gave you a 1,000 on elections day, you vote him in. So 1, we have to blame ourselves. 2, we have to root out tribalism. And 3, let's be one to grow the country to prosperous growth. That's all what I can say for tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for that contribution. Let's have Penny. Then Alicia. No, Jack Kendube, and then Alicia.
Okay, thank you. So, in my conclusion tonight, one thing that I would like to bring to our attention is that the kind of exposure that Sonko has done is a wake-up call to us, you know, on the kind of leadership that we need to elect, the kind of leaders that we need to elect. You know, we need to elect someone who is very committed to fighting corruption. We need to elect someone who will do a complete overhaul of the systems that we have, you know, who will ensure that the systems that we have are working and not just for the sake of it. So I think we really need to be careful with the kind of a leadership that we are going to put in place come 2022. We do not want a repeat of people electing personalities you very well know are questionable. Like in the previous election, people elected Sonko to be the governor, having known the way he's so flawed, you know, and there were credible people who could have held that position. But people still went ahead and voted for Sonko. People voted for Waititu, despite the fact that they know the kind of a record that he has, and people still voted in Waiguru. And such personalities are very many in the current government, and that is what has been responsible for the position where we are. We are so much indebted, and a lot has not been achieved in terms of the promises that were made by the sitting government. So I think we really need to open up our eyes. It's a wake-up call. Then the other thing that I wanted to talk about is for people to we can actually get into positions by merit, you know. We don't have to seek for favors, you know, for sexual favors from our leaders. When you're interested with a position and you want to rise higher, it should be on merit, on your track record. um, Rising to favors through sexuality is not a long-term way, and it is not leadership by example, you know. We should lead by example, by giving good example to the rest of the of our youth and our country as a whole. So we do not want women who will use their parts of their bodies that they have been blessed with by God to use their bodies to earn positions. We want women who will compete on fair grounds with with the men and earn these positions by merit. Then yeah, and then the other thing that I wanted to talk about is whatever our current position economically as a country, you know, considering the vast amounts of money that Sonko was mentioning that is being used for bribery. That money, as Raila has been putting it, that he knows where the money has been coming from. And I think we can actually relate very well when the kind of money that has exchanged hands in this exposure is money that is enough to cater for the 6,000 every household. You know, about the households that are not that have people who are not productive or working. The kind of money that is being peddled here is enough to do much many other things, like even delivering services in terms of electricity, roads, and stuff like that. So I think I will repeat that we really need leadership that is committed to fighting corruption. And then we should also, as a nation, shun the politics of tokenism, handouts, and bribery, because you can see that in Sonko's exposure, there was money exchanging hands. And at some point, the lady was even saying that people receive money in the toilet, you know, watu wanachukua pesa kwa choo. And that is that can explain to you that bribery is at the height, you know, is at the climax. So I think we really need to come out of this tokenism, you know, handouts and being bribed. We should shun away from leaders who have these kinds of characters of handing out money. So I think for now I'll stop there. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Penny, for that elaborate coverage. We go to Jack Kendube, then Elisha, and then finally community.
Asanteni sana. Nimefurahi sana. Wakati nimefurahi contribution yako. Mimi vile nilivyokuwa nikiona ni kwamba makosa mimi simulaumu Sonko, na laumu sisi wana Kenya, wale ambao tunawachagua hawa watu. Tunachagua bila saa zingine tunamchagua kwa sababu ni kabila letu, saa zingine tunamchagua kwa sababu ametupatia pesa, bila kuchunguza sifa zake ni namna gani. Ndio maana nikasema kwamba ili basi yani ili jukumu inatuhusu sisi wana Kenya, na ninafurahi kwamba imefika mahali sasa hii kitu imeanza imeanza kutukanyaga kwenye miguu. Tumeanza kusikia uchungu. Inatakikana sisi wenyewe sisi wenyewe ndio lazima tusukume hili gurudumu la mabadiliko, kwa sababu mimi kwa muda mrefu ninavyojua kwamba judiciary ya Kenya iko na uonevu mwingi sana. Hata kama watu hawaoni, iko na uonevu mwingi sana, kwa sababu ukikumbuka kuna watu wengi huwa wanashikwa ati sijui wewe mlevi, sijui umefanya nini. Ukijaribu kukataa, wanakutupa kwa seli bila kuchunguza kwamba huyu kweli alishikwa ni mlevi kweli au ana nini. Mimi siku moja nimeshikwa kwa sababu nimekohoa, nilifanya tu na sikumuona polisi. Nilishikwa hivyo nikatupwa seli, nikasemekana ni mlevi, na mimi sikuwa nimekunywa pombe, nilikuwa nasindikiza tu mgeni kutoka kwa mlango yangu. Na si mimi tu, watu wengi tu hufanywa hivyo, na kwa sababu hawana sauti ya kusema, watu wengi sana hutokomea. Wanalipa tu fine kila siku, kwa sababu unataka ulipe fine ndio usirudishwe, kwa sababu ukikataa watakwambia watu wengi, unakataa, una lawyer, una pesa za kuweka pale, unatakikana kuripoti kazini, mtu anakubali tu kutoa fine. Kwa hiyo tukichunguza kwa ukweli, hiyo ni sehemu moja ambayo iko na makasoro nyingi sana, hiyo sehemu. So imefikia wakati tumeanza kujua hizi vitu. Kwa hiyo ndio maana mimi nasisitiza kwamba tujenge umoja wetu kama wana Kenya. Tuwacheni hii mambo ya ukabila ambayo ililetwa baada ya uhuru. Tuwache mambo ya ukabila, tuangalie kwamba sisi ni Wakenya, kwa sababu tumejaribu hiyo ukabila kwa hizi miaka 57 sijui, tumeona haitusaidii kabisa. Kwa hiyo mimi naomba kwamba sisi wote tuungane, tuwe kitu kimoja, na ndipo tuchague viongozi ambao wana sifa. Tusichague tu kiongozi kwa sababu anatoka kwetu, kwa sababu ni ndugu yangu, kwa sababu hapana, tunataka service. Kitu nyingine ni kwamba tuache mambo ya kuwafundisha hawa viongozi ambao tunawachagua kwa wezi, kwa sababu kwa maoni yangu sisi ndio tunawafundisha kwa wezi, kwa sababu MP akichaguliwa tunataka kusema hatujui hata MP kazi yake ni nini, kwa sababu sisi MP akishachaguliwa tunasema ndio tunataka tengeneze sijui barabara, ndio tengeneza daraja. Mimi sielewi kama hiyo ni kazi hasa ni jukumu lake. Tunaanza kumwambia sijui nina Arambe MP ndiye anaitwa, sijui mtoto mgonjwa MP ndiye anaitwa, sijui ni hiyo mtamfanya. Ndio maana tunawafanya wanakuwa wezi, kwa sababu wengine hana biashara ambayo atapata hizo pesa zote ambayo kila mtu akitaka anataka kwenda kwa MP. Hiyo haiwezekani. Hiyo ndio maana tunawafundisha kuwa wezi, na ndio maana wanajiongeza mshahara, kwa sababu wao ndio hujiongeza mishahara zao, kwa sababu kila mara mshahara yao inapokuweko tunaomba pesa kila siku. Hiyo ni lazima sisi tukitaka mabadiliko yenyewe tuanze sisi wenyewe kubadilika, ndio na hao watu wabadilike. Tukome hii mambo ya kuwauliza pesa, tuwaulize service, tuwaulize jukumu ile tuliwachagulia. Hivyo ndivyo tutaendeleza nchi yetu itaendelea. Lakini tukizidi tu kuwaomba hivi, kusema huyu ametuletea pesa, huyu anapita hapa, hiyo haitatusaidia. Tuangalie kwamba tunataka service na tunataka tuchague viongozi ambao wana sifa, ambao sio wafisadi.
Thank you.
Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Jack Endubey, for those words of wisdom. Elisha.
Nilikuwa naomba ombo moja, nimekutumia hapo kwa private chat, kama unaweza tafuta hiyo secret filming of Miguna in German embassy.
Yeah, we can. I will look at it and then we can share it as a debate for another day.
Please, you can look at it, please.
Thank you. Let's have Elisha, you are 2 minutes, and then community 2 minutes. I need to sleep, actually.
Thank you. Good morning again. Ninashukuru Mungu kwa sababu finally we've come to accept the fact that our current era, the digital era, can actually help us to come up with a community that is enlightened, that can actually decide precisely on what they want their society to be. I like the fact that Mtembe TV has come up with these forums, with this platform, so that we as Kenyans, those of us who can be able to meet, discuss, and we be able to share and exchange ideas, come up with the probable solutions where good leaders of our good society can actually borrow the right views and even be able to implement them, so that we, remembering that we as a nation, we are actually a body with organs which are supposed to be functioning, to help strengthen that body, to build it into one functioning, rightfully functioning body. So we so far have noticed that there are things which have turned out to be wrong in our society, in our midst, and we are part of this society. Our leaders are not different. We cannot sieve them out of this society. They are part of us. The only thing I would beg of us is to continue with this gospel of not supporting the evil they do, but rebuking publicly the wrong things that are happening within our institutions, within our borders, amongst our people, and in the society at large. Tutembee tukieneza habari hiyo njema kwamba tunaweza kushikana mikono kama Wakenya bila kujali kabila, rangi zetu, lugha zetu na kiwango chetu katika economy, our social status ama economic status. Tushikane mikono, we do away with the wrong and encourage people to do the right things. We strengthen what we have. We have very good institutions. We have an established judiciary, the executive, and actually these are the arms of government, the parastatals, where people are going to steal, corrupt individuals, corrupt the judges, corrupt the lawyers, corrupt the village elders. We are supposed to come up with a way in which us as the public push our leaders, push our systems into a direction that will achieve a common goal, which is actually stipulated in our constitution, a very good document. We safeguard it. We ensure that every organization, every institution that has a mandate is performing their roles and their duties according to what has been stipulated. So by doing so, we will build a united nation, a strong nation, a people who are focused and who are expecting results and as services from their leadership, services from their institutions, which are actually established to give those services. Otherwise, for me, I thank God because of Mtembe and my colleagues Ben Wakesa, Jakindu Bay, Penny, and community ancestor Joe. You know, I thank God. Let's meet tomorrow and actually focus on what is right. Insist on people doing the right thing. Me and those who are actually at the top. We just do the right thing, deny ourselves from the pleasures of what will we gain after bribing, but stick to the right thing. If you do the right thing, you'll influence actually the next person to do the right thing. Otherwise, that is my parting shot. You guys have a good night. I'm also up for sleep. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for those words of wisdom. Let's have community finally take us home in
Yes,
2 minutes.
asante sana kwa hichi kipindi cha leo. Mimi ile swali ningeuliza huyo Madam Mering Elisha mute. Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, ningependa kumuuliza, je,
Usimuulize swali sababu sitampatia chance ya kureply. We are finalizing. Just make your parting.
Acha niwache hivyo basi. So in fact mimi ningeshukuru Sonko kwa vile amepata kuanika the road in our judiciary. Na sasa swali moja kwa Sonko yeye mwenyewe, kama hakika hata yeye aliongana ndiposa apate kumshinda Ani Kananu, then he must be mtu wa kwanza kuwa arrested kwa sababu alitaka kubuy justice through bribe. Alafu na wale churches, the likes of Jitembwe, the likes of whosoever mwenye amekuwa implicated kwa ama amekuwa mentioned kwa hii saga, in fact inastahili right now a step aside, then investigation arms kama JSC take their course so that in fact sanity prevail in our judicial system. Na lastly ningependa kuuliza 2022 aspiring politicians who want in fact to rise into leadership, who are having Sonko like characters, we as Kenyans, are we ready to deny them our votes for the good of our beautiful country Kenya? I thank you, Mr. Wekesa and the entire panelists na wale wenzetu ambao wako kwa comment section kwa kuchangia kwa huu mjadala wa leo. May God bless you all and may God continue blessing our beautiful country Kenya. Thank you so much.
Now we end the show. Thank you all the panelists that have been here all the night or all the day, depending on which time zone you are in. And also for those who are coming to us through the comment section, we appreciate your comments. They enrich our discussion. I know this platform can only accommodate 10 people at a time. But however, the comment section is so generous, you can make more generous contribution through the comment section. For those who have provided us with enriching comments, we thank you. Those who are fighting each other in the comment section, it's your democratic right, but don't tear each other. We are all Kenyans. I just want to say that sometimes in the good book, God told Obadiah that I'm going to do, not Obadiah, Habakkuk, I'm going to do something unusual that even if you are told, you will not believe it. In other words, even the gods also break their own norms to bring about something fresh and change. When people go to the streets, they are tired of the norms. When finally there was this guy in America who was shot, who was not breathing, George Floyd, there was almost a spontaneous response, and most people rushed to condemn people. Why are you creating riot and what? But there are things ingrained in human habit that when you feel like you're not being listened to, you have to create an attention. And for me, the attention Sonko has given us is the conversation about the rot in judiciary. And I hope that we continue focusing on it and see how we can bring it down, because all of us love justice. All of us hate injustice. If the society has to be fair, then it has to be a society of justice. And We may debate about morality depending on how we were brought up. There are those who will think marrying one wife is the right morality. Some think marrying many. Some think even staying single is the high moral. But when it comes to justice, we agree that everybody needs to be heard fairly. So have a lovely night. Let's meet tomorrow in the other session. Good night. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forever. Amen. Good night, guys. I have to sleep tomorrow. I have a long day.
Good night.
Yeah, good night.
Good night.
Make sure you look at the Miguna thing, eh? All panelists.
Sawa.
Mwangalie hiyo Miguna in Germany.
Okay.